Chapter 1186. Maybe the fourth impasse, the Flaming Mountain, is the entrance to the Water Mystery Land. Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Since the first three impasses were man-made, the fourth impasse was likely to be deliberately arranged by an expert to prevent people from approaching. Looking at the Poison Dragon Swamp, Yi Qinghan felt that it was not as hidden as the entrance to the Beast God Mystery Land. Although there were restrictions everywhere, Level 9 experts would definitely come to investigate, and the Blood Knight Monarch would definitely have come to investigate. If the Blood Knight Monarch knew about restrictions, he could easily break in, and the Fire God Mystery Land would be exposed to the Immortal Realm. Little Han, follow me. The restrictions outside are all simple and can be broken easily, but it's better not to destroy them, or it will attract attention. The enchantress twisted her plump buttocks and flew forward like a butterfly. Yi Qinghan was burning with anger. He hadn't cultivated laws in seclusion for a long time, and the enchantress was busy understanding restrictions and controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly around. Yi Qinghan hadn't tasted her unique masterpiece for a long time, and he even missed it. The enchantress was like a butterfly flying in and out of the swamp, and Yi Qinghan quickly followed her. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that the two of them didn't touch a single restriction for a whole hour. The enchantress, how did your understanding of restrictions become so powerful? Yi Qinghan's body flashed, and he held the enchantress's slender waist, letting her fly with him, and asked in surprise. It's not that I understand quickly, but that Battle Emperor's restrictions are powerful. From the looks of it, Battle Emperor's comprehension of restrictions is unprecedented in this void. The Yao Ji turned around and smiled. She didn't stop, and continued to fly forward with Yi Qinghan. However, because Yi Qinghan's hands had stealthily climbed onto the Yao Ji's twin peaks, she twisted her body, and hurriedly stopped. She said angrily, "Don't mess around, little Han. There are so many restrictions here. If someone touches the restrictions like this, we'll all be in trouble." Then we'll talk about it when we're safe. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yao Ji's flirtatious look. He quickly suppressed the evil fire in his heart and followed Yao Ji forward. Half a day later, Yao Ji stopped. She looked a little lost. She furrowed her eyebrows and said, "There's no way out here. There are restrictions on three sides, unless we break them by force." Yi Qinghan didn't panic at all. He smiled leisurely and said, "There's a way. There's a cave in front of us. It's just that you can't detect it. As long as we break the restriction in front of us, we can enter the cave. I reckon that this cave is the entrance to the transit plane." I didn't expect your divine sense to be ridiculously strong, able to probe through the restrictions. Just you wait, watch me break this restriction. Yao Ji's eyes lit up. With the help of Yi Qinghan's powerful soul, even the restrictions in the transit plane would be easy to break. As long as Yi Qinghan could detect that there were fewer restrictions on the side, he could take the most correct path and avoid a lot of trouble. The restrictions on the outside were relatively simple. It only took Yao Ji a few moments before the scenery in front of her changed. A dark cave appeared in front of her. The two of them flew into the cave happily. After entering, Yao Ji didn't find a single restriction. The cave was very safe. At the end of the cave, there was a shining teleportation door. That's right. This must lead to the transit plane. Yao Ji, after you help me break the restriction on the transit plane, come back here and wait for me. There shouldn't be anyone coming here, so your safety is guaranteed. Yi Qinghan looked at the portal, then turned to look at the surroundings of the cave and said, "Don't worry about me. I will set up some small restrictions on the side path. Even if someone enters and exits the cave, they won't find me. My current level of restriction is not low." Yao Ji felt her man's sincere concern. She smiled sweetly and said affectionately. Yi Qinghan suddenly picked her up and said with a smile, "This time, I don't know how long I will be in there. You have been waiting outside for a long time. I will give you a reward first." Yao Ji's body softened after being hugged by Yi Qinghan. She wrapped her arms around Yi Qinghan's neck. Her eyes were full of love. She opened her beautiful lips and said softly, "Yao Ji wants you to accompany me for 3 days." "I will accompany you for 5 days." Yi Qinghan laughed. His body flashed and the two of them entered the War Emperor Palace. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan came out with a pale face. He was trembling as he walked. Yao Ji, on the other hand, looked satisfied. Her skin was glowing and she was glowing. The two of them rested for a while. Yi Qinghan used the ghost transformation to look like the young city lord of Zhurong City, Zhubanan. He had fiery red hair and bronze-colored skin. He was extremely handsome. The divine power in his body had also turned into the fire attribute divine power of the Fire God clan. Of course, it was only in appearance. Without the Fire Phoenix sword, it was impossible to imitate it. The two of them stepped into the teleportation door. A white light flashed. Just as the beast god said, it was a transfer plane. It was a vast expanse of whiteness and there were restrictions everywhere. Different from the transfer plane in the beast god's secret skill, Yi Qinghan felt a kind of pressure and killing intent as soon as he entered. It was as if countless fierce beasts were staring at him. A killing array. Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji looked at each other and guessed what the other was thinking. Yi Qinghan knew that he would trigger the killing array after entering, but Yao Ji simply sensed it. Don't touch little Han. Don't use your divine sense. Let me observe carefully. The place where we are standing is definitely safe, but if we move, we will definitely trigger a powerful restriction. Yao Ji immediately transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan. Then she didn't use her divine sense. Her eyes flashed with a green light as she started to look around. Green eyes, Yao Ji, you actually learned the green eyes mentioned in the War Emperor's restriction study. Haha, looks like the restrictions in this transit mystic realm are going to be easily broken by you. Yi Qinghan looked at the green light in Yao Ji's eyes and suddenly understood. No wonder Lord Devour said that Yao Ji was much more skilled than him. It seemed that he had been immersed in his cultivation and didn't care about his wives enough. He felt a little guilty. Yao Ji smiled, her green eyes glancing at him. Hee, I can't break through any rule, so I can only rely on this restriction. Otherwise, you have so many wives and you're so fickle. Maybe after hundreds of thousands of years, Yao Ji will be banished to the cold palace by you, and you won't pamper me anymore. How could it be? God Emperor, Yao Ji, Yi Qinghan, will never betray you. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He sighed inwardly. The women of the bewitching tribe were the best gifts that God gave to men. Not only were they extremely bewitching, but they were also excellent in bed. They were also obedient and considerate of their man. This trip to the other plane wasn't in vain. Yi Qinghan sighed. He had so many beauties. Even if he died now, he wouldn't have any regrets. Yao Ji could feel Yi Qinghan's thoughts from his eyes. She smiled tenderly and didn't talk anymore. A beam of God power extended from her hand, slowly exploring the area. She was trying to break the restriction. The process of breaking the restriction was really slow and complicated. Yi Qinghan was so bored that he decided to collect all the information about the Fire God tribe to avoid exposing himself. Yao Ji's understanding of the restriction had reached a high level. Although the restriction in this transfer plane was really tough, she was able to break it. With the help of Yi Qinghan's powerful soul consciousness, her progress was fast. Half a year later, the two of them stood in front of a fiery red door. Yi Qinghan hugged Yao Ji, kissing her passionately. After a while, their lips parted. Yi Qinghan gazed at Yao Ji, speaking with deep emotion. Go to that cave and wait for me. I will get the fire god's heart. After speaking, Yi Qinghan turned around and stepped into the door. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of him changed. Yi Qinghan found himself in an incomparably hot world. The surroundings were fiery red. This was a valley, and he was standing in the middle of a teleportation array. It was similar to the teleportation array in the divine world. However, the valley and the teleportation array were smaller. Swish! Just as Yi Qinghan quietly released his soul consciousness and was about to explore the surroundings, the space in the valley trembled. 5 fiery red figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They didn't say a word. The 5 of them revolved their soul consciousness and rushed towards him. Chapter 1187. What the F***ck, what's going on? Yi Qinghan shuddered. The way the experts from the fire mystery realm welcomed him was too warm, wasn't it? He tried his best to suppress the urge to slap these people to death. In a split second, Yi Qinghan's mind worked like a precise machine. To kill or not to kill? To block or not to block? He came to a decision on these two questions in an instant. A strand of origin energy revolved around Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan quickly retreated, but he did not counterattack. He only shouted in fear, "Senior, please stop. I am a descendant of the Fire God clan." The 5 fists trembled in that instant and continued to attack him. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness locked onto the 5 of them and dispersed the space power that he was about to condense. The 5 fists landed on his body. The huge force was like an avalanche. Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He smashed into the rocks behind him and his body landed heavily on the ground. Yi Qinghan felt that all the bones in his body were broken. There was not a complete piece of flesh on his body. He endured the immense pain and controlled the soul ring to not heal himself. If not for his divine consciousness sensing that they had held back a little, Yi Qinghan would have killed them long ago. Of course, he could only break the void and escape in the end. You guys, a tearing pain spread through his body. Yi Qinghan still divided his energy to control the spirit transformation and imitate the appearance of the Fire God clan. He glared at them angrily. After saying a few words, he spat out a mouthful of blood again. He lay on the ground powerlessly as if he had died. "It's really us from the Fire God clan. How did this brat get in?" "Oh no, boss. We killed our clansman. The clan leader and the great General King will kill us. We're done for, boss. Should we destroy the corpse to get rid of the evidence?" "You 4 idiots. That brat is not dead yet. However, if he complains to the clan leader, we will not be able to bear the consequences. Should we silence him?" "But boss, we will still be sentenced to death if we kill our clansmen. What should we do? What should we do? Sigh, what a headache. This brat is really something. No one has come in for tens of millions of years. Suddenly, someone came in. We thought it was an invasion from another race." Just as Yi Qinghan was using the divine crystal and circulating his divine power to slowly heal his injuries, the 5 old men in the sky gathered together and pointed at Yi Qinghan. They were discussing in low voices, in a daze. The strangest thing was, all 5 of them looked exactly the same. They all looked like little old men with bronze skin and fiery red hair. All of them were balding. Why did he look a little silly? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. Experts who could cultivate to a certain realm were all extremely intelligent people. Although the 5 of them were extremely intelligent, since they could become venerables, they were definitely not fools. Could it be an act? But there was no reason to pretend. Yi Qinghan no longer paid attention to them. He controlled the divine crystal and used his divine power to completely heal his body. Then he opened his eyes and looked at them. He didn't say anything and just stared at them. The few bald, skinny old men were at a loss when they saw that Yi Qinghan had woken up. Then, under Yi Qinghan's stare, none of them dared to speak. They felt a little uneasy. They felt like children who had done something wrong and were being stared at by their parents. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. What were these old farts playing at? He pondered for a moment and decided to test them. He pretended to be incomparably angry and said, "Why did you attack me?" He. The 5 old men blushed and rubbed their hands at the same time. Their actions were exactly the same. They looked even more embarrassed. Finally, the old man on the far left said with a face full of shame, "What? That's right. We must have drunk too much last night. We made a mistake and thought you weren't one of us. I'm sorry, young man. We, the 5 elders of Nanshan, will apologize to you. We promise there won't be a next time." "Yes, Big Brother is right. Little brother, we did drink too much last night. Big brother and second brother are both right. That must be the case. Big brother, second brother, and third brother are right. Full. Could it be that these people are really idiots?" Yi Qinghan looked at them. His divine sense detected that their souls did not fluctuate at all. Obviously, they were not lying. He couldn't help but wonder if they were really fools. Or did they only have the intelligence of a few years old? But how did they cultivate to the venerable realm? Why would the fire god's arcane realm send a few fools to guard the teleportation portal? Just an apology? Do you know? I was almost killed by you just now. If I didn't react fast enough, I would have been dead. The anger in Yi Qinghan's eyes burned even more fiercely. He decided to continue to test them and see if he could take advantage of them. He staggered to his feet, pointed at them and said, "No, the 5 of you must come down. Each of you give me a punch. If you don't die, I'll forget about it. Of course, in order to respect you, I will do my best." Big brother, what he said seems to make sense. Indeed, we give him a punch and he gives us a punch. It's very fair. Idiot, we didn't do our best just now. He is also a venerable. If he gives us a punch with all his strength, won't we all be killed? Big brother is right. If we die, there will be no more wine to drink. This won't do. As soon as Yi Qinghan said a sentence, the 5 of them immediately answered one after another. They looked very serious, but their words were very childish. Yi Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that they kept talking as if there was no end to it, he hurriedly shouted, "All of you, shut up." After being shouted at by Yi Qinghan, the 5 of them looked at each other and then felt that something was wrong. They were stronger than Yi Qinghan, and there were 5 of them. Why should they be afraid of Yi Qinghan? They suddenly flew into a rage, but before they could speak, Yi Qinghan said coldly again, "Why are you guys always chattering here? I was seriously injured by your attack just now, and my injury has not been fully healed. You are like 100 flies buzzing nonstop. At this moment, not only my physical injury has worsened, but my spirit has also been severely injured. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I will report you to the patriarch of the Fire God clan and kill all of you." When the 5 of them heard this, their faces became blank again, and then they became frightened. Then they gathered together and kept talking. Finally, they unanimously agreed to compensate Yi Qinghan. Motherf **, they are really fools. This time, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be at a loss. He was testing them like this. No matter how good a person was at pretending, they would be exposed. But he had been locking on the souls of the 5 of them. When they spoke, there was not the slightest fluctuation. They were indeed not lying. "Seeing that the 5 of you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I will be magnanimous and forgive you for the physical and mental harm you have caused to me. Just a little compensation will do. Well, just give me 8 or 10 transcendent-grade divine artifacts, and I will let this matter go." Yi Qinghan said indifferently. It would be best if the 5 of them snatched the fire god's heart for him. Then he could immediately escape far away, pack up, and go home to have sex with women. But these 5 people were so poor that they only had a pair of underwear left. Not only did they not have transcendent-grade divine artifacts, they did not even have supreme-grade divine artifacts. That 3rd brother hesitated for a long time before he took out an item that was said to be a treasure of the heavens and earth. When Yi Qinghan saw that it was just a low-grade divine artifact, his eyes almost went blind. After a long, friendly negotiation, both parties finally reached an agreement. The 5 of them owed Yi Qinghan their lives. As long as they were in the Fire God Mystery Realm, if Yi Qinghan needed help, the 5 of them would do their best to help him once. Of course, it must not go against the so-called principles in their hearts. After they finished talking about the serious matters, Yi Qinghan's expression softened. Instantly, he became a respectful junior. Not only did he give each of them a high-grade divine artifact, but he also took out some delicious and fun things from the immortal world. He started to have a conscious and purposeful conversation with the 5 of them. Chapter 1188. After chatting with the 5 for a long time, both sides were extremely satisfied. Yi Qinghan got the information he wanted. This time, the 5 of them were really drunk by the fine wine from the divine world that Yi Qinghan brought. Yi Qinghan's guess was right. The 5 of them were indeed out of their minds. The 5 elders of Nanshan were quintuplets. It was said that they had a strange spiritual body. The 5 of them improved together. According to them, they were very talented and became venerable ones in just 5 million years. However, there was one time when the 5 of them practiced a joint attack technique together, and their souls were accidentally injured. In the end, he was sent by the Grand Elder to guard this incomparably important teleportation formation for the Fire God clan. Ever since the Fire God's descendants came in, no one had ever entered this teleportation array. Guarding this place was no different from being imprisoned here. Yi Qinghan looked at the 5 of them and secretly laughed. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate these 5 clowns, right? If the few of them lived in the city, they might just randomly smash things like this every day and set a few houses on fire. The 5 of them were very strong, so sending them here was the best solution. After bidding farewell to the drunken 5 elders of Nanshan, Yi Qinghan slowly flew toward the outside of the valley. His divine senses also quietly probed the surroundings. From the nonsense of the 5 elders of Nanshan, he had roughly grasped the situation of the Fire God's arcane realm. Now that he had quietly investigated it, he basically understood it. The Fire God's secret realm was filled with countless islands. The largest island was only as big as Peach Blossom Island. The islands were divided into 3 groups, north, south, and east. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was on the easternmost island. Apart from the 5 elders of Nanshan, there was no one else on the island. While chatting with the 5 elders of Nanshan, Yi Qinghan found out about the interesting situation in the Fire God mystery realm. The eastern islands were under the command of the great General King, the northern islands were under the command of the Grand Elder, and the southern islands were under the command of the Fire God clan chief. It seemed like the 3 parties were hostile to each other. Did the warriors under him fight each other often? This situation made Yi Qinghan extremely excited. The more chaotic it was, the better it was for him. Yi Qinghan guessed that it was very likely to be the same as the Beast Arcane Realm. The Fire God, the Grand Elder, and the Great General Lord deliberately let their subordinates fight against each other so that the Fire God clansmen would not lose their courage. Moreover, the world-destroying battle back then was also a heavy blow to the Fire God race. If they didn't find a place to vent the hostility in their hearts, they would go crazy sooner or later. As he flew slowly, Yi Qinghan's divine sense could sense that the teleportation island was very large. There were restrictive spells everywhere on the ground, in the air, and on the island. However, they were all small restrictions and could only be used as a warning. In particular, the sky outside the island was covered with restrictive spells. Relying on his powerful divine sense, Yi Qinghan avoided those restrictions and quietly flew out of the island. He did not dare to teleport. The Fire God's arcane realm was too big. He was only quietly investigating the situation in the east. Before fully understanding the situation, keeping a low profile could save his life. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. At least he had a way to escape. If the situation wasn't right, he would immediately head to the endless void. He did not dare to investigate the specific strength of the experts in the Fire God's arcane realm. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was discovered. After leaving the island, Yi Qinghan dived into the sea, but he did not dare to hide. He did not know if there were any 9th-grade supreme beings in the Fire God's arcane realm, or if there were any special abilities. It was better to be careful. The bottom of the sea was very beautiful, but there were no powerful sea beasts. Yi Qinghan sneaked all the way to the east and prepared to quietly go to the island. He wanted to get an identity and understand the situation first. After sneaking for 3 days, Yi Qinghan finally arrived at the bottom of a small island. However, he did not dare to go directly to the island. Instead, he concealed his aura and began to quietly investigate the situation on the island. This was a beautiful island with a small population, only tens of thousands of people. The strongest expert was only a 5th-grade war god. Yi Qinghan was very patient. He sat cross-legged on the bottom of the sea, as if he was cultivating at the bottom of the sea. His divine sense had been quietly exploring the island. The island was the gathering place of a small family. The shield was always turned on. There were no outsiders. Basically, entering and exiting the island was through a small transportation matrix. If Yi Qinghan suddenly broke in from the outside, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to stop the impersonation of Zhu Bandit. However, no one except the 5 lunatics found him. He had the idea of pretending to be a warrior in the Fire God's arcane realm. After all, an outsider, even if he was a family member, could easily arouse the vigilance of the peak experts. He was not anxious, and he did not dare to be anxious, although he was not sure what level the peak experts here were. However, Yi Qinghan could faintly sense with his aura that there were many ninth-grade supreme beings in the fire god's arcane realm. As to what level they were, he did not dare to investigate. However, with so many ninth-grade supreme beings, once his identity was exposed, he would not even have the chance to escape into the endless void. Being in a foreign land, Yi Qinghan felt that if he could avoid killing, it would be best not to kill. After all, he had bad intentions and sneaked in to steal someone's treasure. Good chance. Half a month later, a battle tens of thousands of miles away in the sea attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. A ship was intercepted by several other ships, and a fierce battle broke out between the two ships. They were all from the Fire God clan. Yi Qinghan immediately sneaked over and used his divine senses to investigate the situation there. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that there were no experts who came to stop the battle between the two sides. Most importantly, the divine senses of the experts from the nearby Big Islands did not detect anything. The side with more people was completely like the god bandits in the divine world. They killed everyone and took their divine gems and space rings, then left leisurely. People from the Fire God clan leader's side? Why did they kill the martial artists from the Great General Lord's side? Yi Qinghan thought doubtfully when he heard the curses of a small number of people before they died. Then, he quietly followed the few ships. These ships were similar to the dragon boats, all driven by martial artists. There were 3 or 4 supreme beings in them, and one was a peak supreme being. However, Yi Qinghan followed them from afar, and they did not notice. After following them for a month, Yi Qinghan discovered that these large ships were running amok outside the Eastern Archipelago. As long as it was a cultivator from the Eastern Archipelago, they would kill them on sight. They were extremely ruthless. Moreover, on the Eastern Islands, all the islands' shields were open. Even if they saw the battle outside, they did not dare to come out and help. However, their eyes were burning with anger. The situation in the Fire God Mystery Realm is so bad? This great general lord actually doesn't care? He let the Fire God clan leaders' people kill the martial artists here? Strange. Yi Qinghan had a headache. Basically, every island's shield was open, and he could not force his way in. He did not know the situation, and he did not dare to kill the martial artists on these ships. For a moment, he did not know how to sneak in. Oh no, this group of beasts is actually massacring the island. Just as Yi Qinghan was thinking about how to sneak in, a small island in front of him suddenly had its shield broken by a few supreme beings. Then, tens of thousands of martial artists swarmed over. Before Yi Qinghan could think about what to do, more than 10,000 martial artists and civilians on the island were all killed. A small number of beautiful women were taken away and robbed. What a beast! They don't even let the civilians go. This is called the Fire Demon Army? Wait until I figure out the situation, I will definitely kill you all. Chapter 1189. Yi Qinghan secretly clenched his teeth. He had killed countless people and was known as a human-shaped demon in the immortal realm. However, he had never killed a commoner. Yi Qinghan turned his eyes and disappeared. He quietly snuck onto the island and cremated the corpse of a young man on the island. At the same time, he went to the home of the strongest expert on the island and took all the information. He immediately returned to the bottom of the sea and transformed into the young man. He studied the information of this small family while paying close attention to the situation on the island. As expected, someone is here. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He had guessed correctly. The island had been slaughtered, so someone would definitely come to investigate. He silently memorized the information in his hands. Then, he quickly made a detour and flew toward the island from the sea. Patriarch, you bastards, I will kill you all. Yi Qinghan, coincidentally, encountered the tragic scene of corpses on the island. Seeing the grief-stricken faces of the few people in the small teleportation formation, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot. He held a low-grade divine artifact in his hand and madly attacked the few people. Zhu Kuang, don't be rash. Your adoptive father and clansmen were not killed by us. They were killed by the fire demon army. A burly man with a fiery red beard in the teleportation formation shouted at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He had just casually investigated and found that this young man had a decent aptitude. He had just reached 5th grade war god and was standing next to the strongest expert on the island. Therefore, he impersonated him. He did not even know what his current identity was. He did not expect that someone would recognize him. This was like someone delivering a pillow to him when he was about to sleep. Fire demon army, I will kill them. Yi Qinghan raised his head and howled in grief. However, he was secretly laughing and admiring his acting skills. In his previous life, he might have won an Oscar or something like that. He seemed to have completely sunk into a berserk state. He looked around blankly, and then his entire body emitted fire divine power. He carried a tyrannical aura as he charged out of the island. Zhu Xiong, hurry up and stop this silly boy. With his rash temper, he's going to die. The old man with a fiery red beard hurriedly called out to the man and woman beside him. The two of them immediately came to their senses and chased after Yi Qinghan. The girl called Zhu Yuer's strength had reached the peak of 5th grade war god, and the one called Zhu Xiong's strength had reached 6th grade war god. They caught up with Yi Qinghan in no time and forcefully pulled him back. The red-bearded old man looked at Yi Qinghan, who had fallen into a state of madness, and roared, "Zhu Kuang, what's the point of being so rash? If you are still a man, you should work hard to cultivate and think of a way to avenge your adoptive father and your clansmen. The fire demon army has gone too far this time. I will definitely report this to the great General Lord and have her seek justice for all of you." Yi Qinghan did not know how to respond. He could only pretend to be incomparably enraged and continuously roared. His brain was spinning rapidly. After a long time, he coldly said, "There's no need to report this to the great General Lord. This debt of blood, Ai Kuang, will personally avenge myself." What boldness! No wonder Zhu Fei accepted you as his adoptive son. The red-bearded old man looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of admiration. Zhu Yuer, who was beside him, also had a look of admiration in her beautiful eyes. The red-bearded old man saw that Yi Qinghan was covered in grief and seemed to remember something. He sighed deeply and said, "Sigh, don't blame the great General Lord. If not for her, our bloodline would have been annihilated by the fire god's bloodline. It's already not easy for a woman like her to bitterly endure for so many years. Zhu Xiong, you guys, bury the people on the island." Zhu Xiong led a few people to collect all the corpses on the island and bury them separately. Yi Qinghan pretended to be incomparably grief-stricken. He kept his eyes closed and did not say a word. He did not shed a single tear, but his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His stubborn act made the red-bearded old man, Zhu Yuer, and the others feel sorry for him. Afterward, the red-bearded old man pulled Yi Qinghan into the transportation formation. With a flash of white light, he was transported to a large island nearby. There were millions of martial artists on this island. This red-bearded old man was the island master. His name was Zhu Tai. He had the strength of a venerable and was the commander of tens of thousands of small islands nearby. That was why he had gone to investigate when something happened on that island. Yi Qinghan secretly rejoiced as he continued to pretend. He ignored everyone and did not say a word. He was extremely cold. Zhu Tai was not offended. He only asked Zhu Yuer to take care of Yi Qinghan while he used another transportation formation on the island to teleport away. Yi Qinghan was extremely comfortable. He openly stayed in the island master's residence. However, he still pretended to be cold to the end. Other than Zhu Yuer, he did not see anyone. He pretended to be cultivating in the small pavilion of the island master's residence. He did not take a step out of the pavilion. Of course, he was quietly investigating the surrounding situation and collecting information. Zhu Yuer was Zhu Tai's daughter. She was the #1 beauty on the island. Zhu Xiong was Zhu Yuer's brother. He was the #1 genius on the island. Zhu Xiong could not stand Yi Qinghan's cold demeanor. After they parted ways, he did not come to see him. On the contrary, Zhu Yuer seemed to pity Yi Qinghan. She often came to show concern for Yi Qinghan and asked about his well-being. This made Yi Qinghan feel slightly touched and ashamed. After staying on the island for half a year, Yi Qinghan basically understood the situation of the fire god's arcane realm. However, he had a headache. The situation of the fire god's arcane realm was very complicated. It was extremely complicated. The fire god's arcane realm was divided into 3 factions. The bosses of the 3 factions were the fire god clan leader, the Great General Lord, and the Grand Elder. The 3 of them were all peak rank 9, the level of the Ice Queen. On the side of the fire god clan leader, there was a powerhouse who had just broken through to rank 9 and 5 powerhouses below rank 9. On the side of the Grand Elder, there were 8 lower rank 9 elders. The weakest was on the side of the Great General Lord. Moreover, the Great General Lord was actually a woman. She only had 3 lower rank 9 powerhouses under her. The 3 factions were not what Yi Qinghan thought. It was just to prevent the Fire God clan from losing their courage. He purposely let the people below him fight each other. It was true hostility. Moreover, there were a few wars that broke out. The Great General Lord's faction was almost exterminated. If it was not for the appearance of this generation's Great General Lord, they would have been swallowed by the other 2 factions. The reason for the 3 factions' rebellion was very simple. The 3 factions all thought that they were the orthodox Fire God clan. They all wanted to be above the other 2 factions. It was said that in the past, outside the realm of gods, the hatred between the 3 factions was already very deep. After entering the Fire God's arcane realm, the Fire God clan members were extremely depressed because of the apocalypse. They often engaged in scuffles. As more people died, the hatred became deeper and deeper. It was impossible to resolve. The Fire Demon Army was sent by the faction of the Fire God clan leader. Originally, it was just to ambush passing ships in the open sea. Unexpectedly, the island was massacred this time. According to Zhu Tai, it was very likely that another war between the 3 factions would break out soon. What gave Yi Qinghan the most headache was that he had eavesdropped on many conversations between Zhu Tai and others. There was no information about the Fire God's heart. As one of the dozens of commanders on the side of the Great General Lord, Zhu Tai had the authority to meet the Great General Lord directly. Logically, he should have some understanding of this thing. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan could only think of a way to get close to the Great General Lord. Therefore, a peerless genius who was bent on revenge because his clansmen were massacred by the Fire Demon Army appeared. In 10 years, Yi Qinghan's strength, which was originally only a 5th grade war god, skyrocketed to 6th grade. 50 years later, he reached 7th grade. The entire Eastern Civ was shocked. Yi Qinghan had just broken through a few days ago. Zhu Tai received a message from the Great General Lord yesterday. He wanted to summon the peerless genius of the younger generation. Chapter 1190. Zhu Kuang. You're amazing. The General Lord will be summoning you in a few days. In a small attic in the corner of the Island Master's mansion, a fiery red figure floated in like a roasted cloud. Her skin was the color of wheat, and her whole body was brimming with the vitality of a young girl. Her eyes were hot, and her figure was plump, but she had a slender waist. Zhu Yu was worthy of being the first beauty on the island. Her unique temperament was very attractive to men. Oh! Yi Qinghan responded coldly. Zhu Tai had already sent a message to him. He estimated that it was about time to attract the attention of the General Lord. In fact, it was already very difficult for Yi Qinghan to break through from level 5 to level 7 in 60 years. If not for the fear of attracting the attention of all the level 9 experts, Yi Qinghan would have broken through long ago. It had been decades. The enchantress in the cave and Yi Qingyu and the others outside the endless void must have been very tired waiting. Looking at Yi Qinghan's absent-minded appearance, especially the gentleness and yearning unintentionally emitted from his eyes at this moment, Zhu Yu's heart seemed to be hit by something, and her whole body trembled. The Zhu Kuang that Yi Qinghan disguised as was a few hundred years younger than her, but at this moment, she felt that Zhu Kuang had a mature temperament. This temperament, this kind of deep and gentle gaze, was the most attractive to proud women. Girls liked men, usually because of their appearance, temperament, and identity. But a woman with the precipitation of time liked a man with a story, connotation, and temperament the most. There was no doubt that the temperament that Yi Qinghan unintentionally showed at this moment moved Zhu Yu's heart slightly. Zhu Kuang, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about your lover? Seeing Yi Qinghan in a daze, Zhu felt a sour feeling in her heart. She opened her mouth subconsciously and regretted it after saying it. Yi Qinghan was pulled back from his thoughts. He blamed himself for being absent-minded in the presence of outsiders. He quickly covered it up and said, I am indeed thinking about my lover, but she is very far away at this moment. I'm sorry, Zhu Kuang. I shouldn't have asked. Yi Qinghan's ambiguous words made Zhu think the wrong way. She thought that Zhu Kuang's lover had died in the massacre of the island by the Fire Demon Legion. At this moment, she looked at Yi Qinghan with a gentler gaze. Yi Qinghan sensed the affection in Zhu Yu's eyes and sighed inwardly. He was not in the mood to flirt. He hurriedly reined in his thoughts and casually said a few words before saying that he had to continue cultivating and bid them farewell. Zhu saw Yi Qinghan's expression turn cold and thought that she had touched on his sore spot. She left with an uneasy expression. 3 days later, under Zhu Tai's lead, Yi Qinghan stepped into the teleportation formation and went to the Great General King's Island, the Fire King Island. The Fire King Island was the largest island in the Eastern Archipelago, with a population of hundreds of millions. As soon as Yi Qinghan and Zhu Tai teleported over, countless divine senses swept over and finally locked onto Yi Qinghan. Obviously, they were very interested in this peerless genius. Yi Qinghan looked cool on the surface, but deep down he was very worried. He did not dare to circulate his divine power, and he did not even dare to extend his divine senses. Although martial artists did not use divine power, did not release their auras, and had the power of origin and spatial power, it was very difficult to tell what level they were at. However, there were so many powerhouses on this island. There might be some extraordinary people. The Great General King was even a peak rank 9 powerhouse. If they were discovered, they would be playing with birds and eggs. Zhu Tai patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and smiled. Don't be too nervous. Just follow me. Yi Qinghan nodded stiffly. Fortunately, the Great General King's mansion was not far away. Zhu Tai only greeted everyone along the way and walked toward the castellan's mansion. Yi Qinghan decided not to use his divine power. Relying on his physical strength, he followed Zhu Tai's footsteps. Zhu Tai was obviously quite popular. Along the way, there were people congratulating him. Zhu Tai was obviously very proud of the fact that a genius like Yi Qinghan had appeared on the island. He was laughing all the way. When they walked into the Great General King's mansion, someone was already waiting outside. They welcomed both of them in. After walking in, Yi Qinghan realized that countless probing divine senses had been withdrawn. However, there were still 3 that were still locked onto him. Yi Qinghan knew that they must be rank 9 powerhouses in the mansion. He became even more nervous, gritting his teeth as he followed Zhu Tai in. When they walked into the largest hall, Yi Qinghan felt as if there were 3 blazing flames inside. A violent aura rushed toward him. He subconsciously raised his head and saw 3 men in fiery red armor sitting on either side of him. At this moment, they were staring at him with burning gazes. Zhu Tai and Zhu Kuang greet the 3 sirs. Zhu Tai signaled to Yi Qinghan with his eyes and knelt down on one knee. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to follow suit and kneel down on one knee. You are Zhu Kuang? A peerless genius? Why don't you use your divine power? Show your strength? A cold and arrogant voice sounded. It was a lower-rank 9 powerhouse. The other lower-rank 9 powerhouses also revealed curious expressions. Yi Qinghan didn't speak. He just controlled his divine power and imitated the aura of a 7th-grade war god. It was also a fire element aura. In an instant, the air in the hall heated up. He really is a 7th-grade war god. The sovereign's eyes lit up and he stood up. Yi Qinghan looked at the expressions in their eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had passed another obstacle. Now it was time to see if he could pass the last one. After staying in the hall for a while, Although the three rank 9 powerhouses asked Yi Qinghan to sit down and wait, Yi Qinghan insisted on standing. The three powerhouses and Zhu Tai thought that he was polite. In fact, Yi Qinghan was nervous. Standing was like sitting on a pincushion, let alone sitting. He even had a feeling of fear in his heart. He wanted to leave immediately and escape into the endless hollow. Eventually, there was no sign of danger from the depths of his mind. Yi Qinghan could only stand there with a cold face. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Before long, a series of footsteps came from the passage next to them. Yi Qinghan knew that the main character was coming. At this moment, he was not nervous anymore. He followed the gaze of the three rank 9 powerhouses and Zhu Tai and looked toward the passage next to them. When a white figure appeared in the passage, 4 pairs of eyes lit up. Peerless and enchanting. This was the first feeling in Yi Qinghan's mind. This was a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the enchantress. Zhu Yu, the number 1 beauty on the island, was obviously a level lower than her. General King. Yi Qinghan had always felt a little awkward with this title. At this moment, he sincerely admired the use of the word king. This was a noble woman with the temperament of a queen. This woman's skin was absolutely white in the fire god tribe. She was tall, a little taller than any of Yi Qinghan's women. She had a perfect figure, delicate facial features, and a pair of delicate lips, which were especially plump. Her temperament was very noble and elegant, full of the temptation of a noble lady. However, she also felt that she was high up in the mountain, and no one dared to blaspheme her. Her eyes were very special, making people feel that they were incomparably deep, as if they could see through everything. It seemed that she could see through the thoughts in the depths of your soul at a glance. This was a queen who could make any man have the desire to conquer her. Yi Qinghan instantly made up his mind, but a very bad feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. This woman was extremely dangerous. He had to get away from her quickly, as far as possible. When a faint power of space quietly circulated in the hall, Yi Qinghan's mouth flashed with bitterness. He knew that at this moment, it was too late to escape. Sure enough, General King opened her mouth. Her voice was very charming, as if she was teasing you, tempting you to commit a crime, and also seemed to be rejecting you. It was like a weeping voice. Yi Qinghan felt that her voice had a special magic that made people unconsciously fall into it. Chapter 1191. Yes, Your Majesty. The three rank 9s and Zhu Tai bowed respectfully and excused themselves. Their eyes were filled with devotion and fanaticism. Before Zhu Tai left, he gave Yi Qinghan a look, which probably meant for Yi Qinghan to be more respectful to the great General Lord. In fact, Yi Qinghan did not even know how Zhu Tai left. He was struggling with the question of whether to escape or not. His face was cold, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. Even his pants were wet. The great General Lord was a soul cultivator. Her eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, seemed to have seen through Yi Qinghan when she glanced at her. Yi Qinghan knew that even if she did not see through him, she would definitely be suspicious. Facing a peak rank 9's powerhouse at such a close distance, Yi Qinghan knew that if the great General Lord suddenly attacked, he would definitely die. The great General Lord took small steps and walked in leisurely. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Qinghan. She had a smile that was not a smile. Her beauty could topple a city, dazzling everyone's eyes. However, no one dared to look at her directly. It was impossible to guess her thoughts. To escape or not. Yi Qinghan was facing the second most difficult choice in his life. The first time was outside Yanlong City, when he was forced by Venerable Evil Moon. But this time was different. He had 40% confidence that he could attack this terrifying woman in an instant and escape immediately. As long as he was out of the endless void, he would not be afraid of anything. Yi Qinghan's brain worked at high speed. At this moment of life and death, he became extremely calm. Finally, when he saw the great General Lord sitting on her white jade throne, he heaved a sigh of relief and gave up on the idea of escaping immediately. Because he did not feel killing intent. The great General Lord suddenly said, "Zhu Kuang, release your divine power and attack the wall on the left." "Yes, Your Majesty." The woman's voice was like the singing of an oriole. To Yi Qinghan, it was like a heavenly sound. It seemed, this woman was only a little suspicious of him? At this moment, he was using his own strength to check if his divine power had the burning and corrosive properties of the fire element. If this woman had tested him from other aspects, Yi Qinghan might have had a headache. However, when his divine power entered the fire phoenix sword and was released, it was exactly the same as the fire god races. Yi Qinghan felt much more confident. He hurriedly circulated his divine power and converted it through the fire phoenix sword that had transformed into a glove. Immediately, an incomparably hot fire-type divine power whizzed out, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade aura that shot towards the wall on the left. Boom! The saber aura smashed into the wall and was reflected by the protective shield of the hall, leaving behind a scorching aura in the hall. As expected, Yi Qinghan saw a flash of doubt in the great general lord's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. His eyes were bright and beautiful, radiating light, as if he was looking at Yi Qinghan affectionately. His heart was in a mess. The great general lord said, "In the future, you will stay in this residence and cultivate well. Don't bother about anything else. If you can break through to the supremacy level in 50 years, I will help you exterminate the Fire Demon Legion. I will capture their leader and help you kill the enemy's leader." Yi Qinghan hurriedly pretended to be very grateful. Two maidservants immediately walked over and led Yi Qinghan to the backyard. After Yi Qinghan left, the great general lord sat alone in the spacious hall. Her eyes were still flowing with bright light, as deep as the sea. It was as if no one in this world could understand what she was thinking. Yi Qinghan was led to a private room by the two maidservants. The interior was luxuriously decorated, and all kinds of appliances were available. Yi Qinghan pretended to walk one round in the loft and immediately began to cultivate with a cold expression. However, he was secretly thinking about that woman. Of course, he was not interested in this flirtatious woman with the temperament of a queen. He was only wondering if she had discovered his identity. He had an indescribable feeling that this woman seemed to have seen through all his thoughts at first glance. Under her bright and beautiful gaze, he became naked and had nowhere to hide. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman did not have any murderous intent and that he seemed to have revealed his hand in the end, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be at ease. However, Yi Qinghan always had a vague feeling of discomfort, but he did not know what the problem was. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan decided to stay. If the great general lord had wanted to make a move on him just now, it would be hard for him to escape death. Not to mention that she was at the peak of the 9th grade. Just because this woman was a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan was definitely not her match. Yi Qinghan was not a person who would give up halfway. Since the great general lord did not seem to have discovered his identity on the surface, or rather, he did not have any ill intentions towards her. He decided to continue his disguise and investigate the situation of the fire god's heart as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan anxiously stayed in the great general's residence. There were no men in the entire great general's residence. Other than himself, there were only over 100 women. This surprised Yi Qinghan a little. He felt awkward living here as a man. Most importantly, it was not easy to investigate. The great general lord was beside her, and she was also a soul cultivator. Yi Qinghan did not dare to investigate her and did not know the strength of her soul. Without knowing her background, he did not dare to act recklessly. It was even more impossible for him to use his divine sense to secretly investigate the people in the great general's residence. For a moment, he felt like he was in a cage and did not know whether to advance or retreat. Forcing himself to calm down, Yi Qinghan helplessly began to cultivate in seclusion and comprehend the space combination law. He planned to use 50 years to break through to the venerable realm. Then, the great general lord would bring him to kill the Fire Demon Legion. At that time, he would think of a way to find the whereabouts of the fire god's heart. The great general lord never summoned Yi Qinghan again. It was as if he had forgotten about this person. Yi Qinghan was playing the role of a cold man who wanted to avenge his father and his clansmen and wholeheartedly cultivate. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not leave the pavilion. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, would come to see Yi Qinghan every few years under Zhu Tai's guidance. Yi Qinghan would deal with this woman with a bitter smile, but deliberately kept a distance from her. Every time he saw Zhu Yu come full of expectations and leave dejectedly, Yi Qinghan's heart would be filled with sadness. However, he could only harden his heart and hope that this pure and kind woman would fall in love with someone else. Time passed quickly. More than 40 years later, Yi Qinghan, who had been almost forgotten by the Eastern Islands, once again shocked the entire Eastern Islands. Back then, the peerless genius who only used 60 years to cultivate from 5th grade war god to 7th grade had spent more than 40 years to break through to the venerable realm. Once the news spread, it quickly spread throughout the entire fire god arcane realm. The fire god arcane realm was in an uproar. The bloodline of the fire god patriarch was even more shocked. With such a speed of growth, how could it continue? With such an abnormal talent, it was very likely that he would eventually become a 9th grade supreme being. Not to mention a 9th grade supreme being, as long as Yi Qinghan reached the strength of a great general lord, their bloodline would have the deepest hatred with the great general lord's bloodline. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of annihilation. The Eastern Islands were in a jubilant mood, but Yi Qinghan did not feel the slightest bit happy inside. In fact, after 100 years, he still did not make any progress in the space combination mystery. The only thing that had changed was the soul space. As expected, the growth of the soul space was getting faster and faster. 100 years ago, it was only a radius of 100 miles, but now it had already reached a radius of 10,000 miles. The origin energy was several times more than before, but the strength of the soul was still the same. Just as he finished his inspection, a long-lost telepathic message rang in his ear. The great general lord had summoned him for the second time. Chapter 1192. Yi Qinghan met her in the backyard of the general palace. Until now, he didn't even know the name of the woman he loved and feared at the same time. There was a small lake in the backyard, with a small pavilion by the lake. A woman was standing there, her body graceful. Just looking at her back gave people a feeling of ecstasy. Yi Qinghan followed the maid. After greeting her, the great general king didn't turn around. Instead, he waved his hand, asking the maid to leave. In the entire backyard, only Yi Qinghan and the woman in front of him were left. A gentle breeze came, stirring up ripples on the lake surface. Beautiful flowers bloomed by the pavilion, releasing a refreshing fragrance. With a beautiful woman accompanying him, Yi Qinghan should be so comfortable. However, at this moment, he felt so uncomfortable. He looked at the woman in front of him. Her red hair was tied up high. He looked at her snow-white neck, her round shoulders, her perky buttocks, and her slender waist. Gazing at the queen in the hearts of billions of men on the Eastern Islands, he felt like he was admiring a high mountain. This was the second time he was pressed by a woman, and it was the first time he had such a feeling when he met Lord Devour. He was a male chauvinist. Being pressed by the woman's aura, he felt so uncomfortable. As his fate was in this woman's hands, Yi Qinghan felt so uncomfortable and aggrieved. "What's your name?" All of a sudden, the great general king turned around. Her eyes were still as deep as the sea, with a faint noble and elegant aura of a queen. She seemed to be smiling, but she wasn't. She seemed to be teasing Yi Qinghan, but also warning him not to fantasize about profaning her. "I'm Zhu Kuang, sir." Yi Qinghan felt something wrong. Although it had been more than 40 years, this great general king couldn't have forgotten his name. The great general lord smiled faintly. Her bright and beautiful eyes sparkled. She asked again, "Did I ask for your original name?" Arg! Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled, and even his soul shook. His face instantly darkened, and killing intent erupted from his body. The origin energy and space energy were about to condense, and his divine sense locked onto the great general king. He was about to release the soul annihilation and soul illusion. He had been discovered. Just now, he was wondering why the great general lord had forgotten his name in just a few decades. So he wasn't asking for Zhu Kuang, but his real name. "Hee, you're no match for me. You're at most a lower level 9 martial artist. With all kinds of tricks, you might barely be able to defeat an upper level 9 martial artist. However, The great General Lord did not sense Yi Qinghan's murderous aura at all. He did not have any divine power flowing on his body, nor did he gather the power of space or the power of origin. Instead, he smiled and turned his body to the side. He looked at the surface of the lake and said leisurely, "Actually, the first time I saw you, I already knew that you were not from the Fire God's secret land, nor were you from the Fire God clan. If I wanted to kill you, the first time I saw you, you would have been dead." Oh, Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat again. No wonder he felt as if he had been seen through by her. He didn't expect that she would really find out. And this woman's judgment was so accurate? His power was seen through by her at a glance? The power of origin, space, and divine sense were still ready to gather, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not speak, the great General Lord turned his head slightly and gave him a glance. He smiled faintly and continued in a leisurely manner, "My name is Zhu Yi, guest from the realm of gods. Can you tell me your name? I think the two of us have the possibility of working together." Yi Qinghan seemed to be provoked by the great General Lord's glance. He sighed inwardly. How could he lose to a woman in terms of breadth of mind and boldness? Since she had already seen through his identity, he was not confident that he could escape unscathed even if he attacked her head-on, much less a sneak attack. At this moment, she did not show any signs of making a move. She was still indifferent even though he had the intention to kill her. If he still acted like this, wouldn't it show that he was not magnanimous? He immediately retracted his murderous aura and retracted his divine sense. He cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. "Yi Qinghan greets Miss Zhu. Your surname is Yi. You are indeed from the Beast God clan." The great General Lord Zhu Yi smiled and praised, "You managed to adjust your emotions just because of this. You are indeed not an ordinary person." Yi Qinghan immediately knew where his flaw was. Beast warring space. The Fire God clan and the Beast God clan were both part of the 10 ancient clans. They understood each other. He had the Beast warring space with him. This was the unique characteristic of the Beast God clan. Looking at Zhu Yi's eyes, Yi Qinghan thought of another problem. Since he could see that the other party was a soul cultivator, then Zhu Yi could also sense that he was a soul cultivator. But Zhu Tai was not a soul cultivator at all. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He thought that he had concealed it well and his disguise was perfect. He did not expect it to be full of flaws. Zhu Yi could obviously tell that Yi Qinghan had guessed something. She smiled and said, "Yi Qinghan, do you know what your biggest flaw is? It's not the beast warring space, nor is it a soul cultivator. The fire phoenix sword." Yi Qinghan was surprised and asked in astonishment. Then he seemed to have understood and said, "Could it be that this was originally a treasure of the Fire God clan?" Zhu Yi nodded. Her eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence. She said faintly, "This is the weapon of the second 9th grade supreme martial artist of the Fire God clan. It was recorded in the genealogy that he lost to the beast god of that generation." Yi Qinghan sighed and became silent. He did not know what to say. Zhu Yi smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, Mr. Yi, you entered the Fire God's secret realm this time for the heart of the Fire God, right?" Yi Qinghan seemed to be numb from the shock of this woman. It was as if her pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea could really see through everything that he was thinking about. If this woman could determine the purpose of his visit just by guessing, then her wisdom was too terrifying. At this moment, Yi Qinghan became relaxed instead. He nodded without any pretense and smiled. "Miss Zhu Yi, your wisdom is too terrifying. But there's something I don't understand. You don't seem to mind that I'm here to steal your clan's treasure? Also, how did you guess that I'm here for the heart of the Fire God?" It's very simple. The Fire God's secret realm has been in seclusion for so many years that the realm of gods has basically forgotten about it. Even if someone found the entrance to the Fire God's secret realm, they wouldn't purposely come in to see a bunch of useless clans that have lost their drive and only know how to fight among themselves. You came in quietly and endured for 100 years. This means that you have a motive. And the only treasure in the Fire God's secret realm is the heart of the Fire God. I'm sure you or the person behind you have collected the remaining items of the Fire God's battle armor, right? Zhu Yi smiled faintly. She looked like she had everything under control. As for why I don't mind that you're here to steal the heart of the fire god. The reason is simple. The heart of the fire god isn't with me, and the fire god clan can't even leave. What's the use of having the fire god's battle armor? Yi Qinghan gave a thumbs up to this woman's wisdom. There were many beautiful women, but there were very few beautiful women with great abilities. It was even rarer to find a beautiful and intelligent woman with great abilities. Yi Qinghan completely believed in this woman's sincerity. He pondered for a while and said, Miss Zhu Yi, the cooperation that you mentioned. What kind of cooperation is it? Zhu Yi smiled faintly and said, You help me unify the fire god's secret realm. I'll help you get the heart of the fire god. Chapter 1193. Unify the fire god's mystic realm? Yi Qinghan was surprised. Based on his understanding of the fire god's mystic realm, General Wang Zhuyi's lineage seemed to be the weakest. Wasn't Zhuyi's lineage almost annihilated? With the addition of him, they would be able to annihilate the powerhouses from the other two lineages? What's your overall strength level? Zhu Yi did not answer Yi Qinghan's question and asked instead. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. Since they were working together, there was no need to be secretive. If Zhu Yi had such boldness, she would look down on him as a man if he was hesitant. He said with a little reservation, A normal upper-rank 9 martial artist will definitely die if I ambush them. A lower-rank 9 martial artist with a weak soul will die no matter how many of them come. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. Her mouth was slightly agape. It was the first time she showed a surprised expression. Yi Qinghan felt comfortable. He sighed in his heart. It turned out that Zhu Yi could not see through his true strength. All right. Seeing the faint smile at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth, Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes shone brighter and brighter. She said in a very certain tone, With young Master Ye's help, Zhu Yi is 80% sure that we can destroy the fire god and the Grand Elder. Unify the fire god's mystic realm. May I know where Miss Zhu Yi's confidence comes from? Yi Qinghan could not help but ask in the end. He was not an idiot. If he was not confident, he would not be used as a tool. He would not even know how he died in the end. This woman was too powerful. She was as intelligent as a demon. If he was not careful, he might be sold by her and have to count the money for her. Of course, the confidence comes from Child Yi. Zhu Yi's eyes revealed a hint of slyness. She smiled faintly. Yi Qinghan was stunned again. She then said, Child Yi, do you know why Zhu Yi did not expose you 40 years ago? Why is she only talking about working with you now? Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. He was also confused about this. Since Zhu Yi had found out about him, why did she want him to continue acting? Did she need a genius like him to boost their morale? Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. He looked at the smiling Zhu Yi and exclaimed, You used me as bait. Bait the experts from the other two factions to kill me? Hee, not two bloodlines but the bloodline of the fire god. Zhu Yi revealed an appreciative expression and said with a smile, It's good to talk to smart people. Zhu Yi won't hide it from you. I can deal with either fire god or Grand Doyen. As long as you can kill the rank 9 martial artists around them, if we join forces, who will be a match for you? The Grand Elder fell into my trap last time and was heavily injured. I'm afraid he won't take the risk easily this time. Therefore, I concluded that during this period of time, the fire god will definitely find an opportunity to attack you. Once the fire god is dead, the Grand Elder will no longer be a threat. God damn it! Yi Qinghan cursed inwardly. This woman was too terrifying. 40 years ago, she had only met him once, and she had already started to plot against him. It was as if she knew that he would definitely cooperate with her and also concluded that he could kill the other rank 9 martial artists. Listening to her indifferent tone and looking at her confident expression, Yi Qinghan felt that he was not looking at a peerless beauty, but the most venomous bamboo leaf snake. Yi Qinghan did not dare to not cooperate with her because his life was in her hands. Yi Qinghan did not dare to take the risk. His mind started to think at lightning speed. After a while, he stared at Zhu Yi and asked, Where is the fire god's heart? Also, there's something I don't understand. Why is Miss so eager to unify the Fire God Mystery Realm? You should know that the Fire God clan leader and Grand Doyen are both your clansmen. Killing them will greatly reduce the Fire God clan's strength. If other clans invade, you should know the consequences. Zhu Yi let out a long laugh. A trace of loneliness and helplessness flashed across her lips. She sighed faintly and said, "Of course the Fire God's heart is in the Fire God's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to call himself the Fire God and clan leader." The Fire God clan once produced 3 ninth-grade supreme martial artists, one for each of the 3 branches. The ancestor of the Fire God clan leader was the first 9th-grade supreme martial artist. He was the strongest martial artist in the divine world at that time, Zheng. As for why I want to kill the Fire God and Grand Doyen, the reason is very simple. You should have seen that our 3 branches hate each other. It's impossible for us to coexist peacefully. Too many people have died in the constant war. If we want true peace, we can only use violence to curb violence. We will completely kill the martial artists of the Fire God and Grand Doyen's branch and unify the Fire God Mystery Realm. Then we will marry each other and the 3 clans will live together. We will eliminate the racial hostility and forbid the use of force privately. Only in this way, after millions of years, can the 3 branches of the Fire God eliminate the estrangement and truly coexist peacefully. Otherwise, the Fire God clan will eventually be annihilated if this continues. My parents and clansmen all died in the battle royale. Therefore, since young, I have been determined to unify the Fire God clan. Mr. Yi, can you understand my thoughts? I can understand. Yi Qinghan nodded. The Fire God clan was similar to the 3 clans of the Fire Dragon continent in the past. Of course, the Fire Dragon continent had the Divine Master Butcher at the back, secretly controlling it. Later on, because of his powerful martial strength, no one on the continent was his enemy. Therefore, there were no more wars on the Fire Dragon continent. Looking at Zhu Yi, who seemed to have transformed into a pitiful little woman, Yi Qinghan's heart softened. Yi Qinghan's heart softened and he chose to believe her words. At this moment he had an impulse. If he found out that Zhu Yi was lying to him and using him, he would admit defeat. Women would always make men feel pity for them. This was especially true for a woman who had a difficult life and was devastatingly beautiful. She could make men even more impulsive and crazy. This woman was very powerful. After a while, Yi Qinghan came to his senses. He actually fell into her trap unknowingly. His powerful soul was actually affected by her just now. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan didn't even notice that Zhu used her soul skill. He was secretly on guard, but his expression didn't change. He said, "What do you need me to do?" "Lure the snake out of its hole." Zhu Yi's face revealed an unfathomable smile. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. This woman was really a bamboo leaf snake. Half a month later, under the protection of a lower 9th-grade war god, Yi Qinghan returned to his hometown. He returned to the fierce flame island where Zhu Tai was. He also went to the island where his clansmen were located to pay their respects to his deceased foster father and clansmen. It was unknown who had leaked this information. Countless warriors rushed to the raging flame island in order to see this peerless genius who had appeared out of nowhere. Zhu Tai's face was full of glory. Zhu Yu was the happiest. She was like a little sparrow. Yi Qinghan was as cold as ever. He came to the fierce flame island and only said a few words. Then, he went to the small island where the massacre happened. Even the lower 9th-grade warrior tactfully refused to accompany him, saying that he wanted to pay his respects to his clansmen alone. At the same time, the great General Lord was on the Fire King Island. He frequently summoned the commanders in a high-profile manner. It seemed like he was plotting something big. Countless 5th-grade warriors gathered on the Fire King Island. The entire eastern archipelago was silent in a strange atmosphere. "They're here." On a small island next to the fierce flame island, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged alone. The protective shield was open, but his divine sense was quietly exploring the surroundings. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. Zhu Yi's plan worked. The warriors of the Fire God's bloodline were preparing to launch a sneak attack on him. "They really think highly of me." The fire god actually came personally? Zhu Yi, don't play tricks on me. If you're not his match, don't blame me for being disloyal. Yi Qinghan glanced in the direction of the fierce flame island on his left. Although he didn't know how Zhu Yi hid from the fire god's detection, Yi Qinghan knew that this woman was definitely here. Yi Qinghan thought about it for the past 2 days. He felt that cooperating with Zhu Yi was like asking a tiger for its skin. This woman was too powerful. Not only was her strength higher than his, but her intelligence was also superior. If he wasn't careful, he would be toyed with by her. Fortunately, he also had a trump card. That was, he could escape from the weak point of the space at any time. He thought that even if Zhu Yi was meticulous in her calculations, she would not have thought of this. If it weren't for this, Yi Qinghan would have found a way to escape. Chapter 1194. He secretly operated his power of origin and used his divine consciousness to lock on the 5 people who were flying toward the island. The one in the front was like a blazing sun in the sky, with a soaring momentum. Judging from his aura, Yi Qinghan felt as if he was facing Qing Shan. He was definitely at the peak of level 9, only 1 step away from level 9 Supreme Venerable. Behind him was an upper rank 9 martial artist and 4 lower rank 9 martial artists. In order to kill him and then retreat, the Fire God Patriarch only let 1 lower level 9 warrior stay behind. The rest of the level 9 experts came out in full strength, determined to win. Humph! As long as Zhu Yi can really stall the Fire God Patriarch, this time you all won't be able to return. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness quietly swept toward the ferocious Fire Island. When he felt Zhu Yi's indistinct aura, he was shocked. Without any scruples, he prepared to fight the enemy wholeheartedly. In the sky, the long hair of the Fire God Patriarch fluttered. As he approached the island, he no longer hid his aura. After the divine consciousness locked on Yi Qinghan, a lower level 9 warrior next to him launched an overbearing attack. In their view, as long as Yi Qinghan was killed, even if Zhu Yi arrived with her people, it would be no big deal, and they could easily retreat. Boom! A big fiery red hand suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed heavily on the shield. The shield on the small island was very weak, and it collapsed in an instant. The big fiery red hand suddenly smashed toward Yi Qinghan. Too slow. Yi Qinghan's face was full of mockery. When the big hand appeared in the sky, his body had already turned into a series of residual shadows, and he had already appeared on the sea thousands of miles away in the south. Buzz! In the sky, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the north, and at the same time, 3 figures also appeared in the west. Zhu Yi and the 3 lower level 9 warriors arrived in time. He's not a venerable? He's a war god. Zhu's mansion, kill him for me. The Fire God Patriarch was middle-aged, and his aura was extremely overbearing. At this moment, seeing Zhu Yi appear, how could he not know that it was a trap? With a loud shout, he charged toward Zhu. The other 4 lower level 9 martial artists charged toward Zhu Yi's 3 lower level 9 martial artists, while the upper level 9 martial artist charged towards Yi Qinghan with a hideous grin. Courting death. Yi Qinghan saw the sinister smile on this person's face, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He sneered in his heart. His divine sense had already locked onto him. Soul extermination was activated. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a demonic light as he activated his soul illusion. This person was currently dealing with the attack of the golden soul threads, so how could he have the time to defend against the soul illusion? Xiao. Since he was going to make a move, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't hold anything back. 10 Godslayer's spears pierced through the void, bringing with them a sharp and cold aura. They quickly circled around him and then scattered in the air, shooting towards the upper 9th grade martial artist from all directions. Jumanner, be careful. Yi Qinghan's Godslayer's spear had a terrifying aura. The Fire God Patriarch, who was already fighting with Zhu Yi in the distance, was shocked. He turned his head to look and shouted. Just as he finished speaking, he realized that countless cold winds were blowing in front of him. Knowing that Zhu Yi's attack was coming, he didn't dare to be distracted anymore and focused on dealing with Zhu Yi. The Fire God Patriarch's 4 lower level 9 martial artists were obviously stronger than Zhu Yi's 3 lower level 9 martial artists, both in terms of numbers and strength. In just one face-to-face encounter, the 3 lower-level 9 martial artists were suppressed. Hearing the Fire God Patriarch's words, the 4 glanced at the upper-level 9 powerhouse in confusion. In the end, the 4 were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Boom! 10 silver-white spears flew at the speed of sparks, carrying with them a piercing and terrifying aura as they shot toward the rank 9 residents called Zhu Manor from all directions. What shocked the 4 was that the Zhu Manor's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. It wasn't until the 10 silver spears got close that he came to a sudden realization. In the end, he only managed to resist 6 spears. The 7th spear directly hit him, immediately injuring him severely. Then the 8th and 9th spears came one after another. Before the 10th spear could hit Zhu Manor, his body had already turned into a pile of soft mud. His origin energy collapsed, and his body turned into a pile of blood mist. A shining divine crystal and a few space rings floated up and down in the air. It was extremely strange. The Fire God Patriarch's 4 lower-level 9 martial artists were shocked. They were stunned in the air, extremely confused. Zhu Yi's 3 lower-level 9 martial artists were also confused. They looked at the dazzling divine crystal in disbelief. One face-to-face encounter, instantly defeating the upper-level 9 Zhu Manor? The Fire God Patriarch's pupils shrank, but Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up like stars. Her graceful figure danced in the air. As she danced, the space around her began to distort, forming an invisible cage that trapped the Fire God Patriarch. The Fire God Patriarch shouted. A shiny diamond-shaped gem suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a phantom of an exotic beast with a lion's body and a dragon's head emerged from his body and roared toward Zhu. Too late. The 4 lower-level 9 martial artists suddenly came to their senses. But Yi Qinghan's body had already shot toward them. His voice seemed to have an invisible magic power. The 4 subconsciously looked toward Yi Qinghan, only to see a pair of eyes shining with a demonic light. The 4 suddenly felt that everything in front of them had changed. Their surroundings turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Everyone had disappeared, and the island below had also disappeared. Then, countless silver spears that terrified them so much that they felt deep in their souls were invincible suddenly emerged from the white mist. They were terrifyingly powerful, and their speed was even faster than lightning. The space force that they hastily condensed was instantly pierced through. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of the explosion, the 3 lower-level 9 martial artists under Zhu Yi became even more confused. They had received a message from Zhu Yi that the Fire God clan would bring people to launch a sneak attack today. She asked them to prepare for battle. She also told them not to worry because they had a strong helper on their side. Unexpectedly, they all knew this helper. It was that peerless genius. But what they couldn't figure out was, how did this peerless genius become a level 9 martial artist? What they couldn't accept was how he could kill level 9 experts as easily as slaughtering chickens and sheep. In just a few blinks of an eye, 1 upper level 9 and 4 lower level 9 martial artists from the Fire God clan were killed by him alone. 5 dead level 9 war gods. The 3 wanted to kill them even in their dreams because the hands of these 5 people were stained with the blood of countless of their clansmen. However, when the 5 divine crystals floated in the air, shining with dazzling light, the 3 felt like they were in a dream and couldn't believe it. Finally, they looked at Yi Qinghan, who had killed 4 experts, and found that his eyes were even brighter than the divine crystals in the air. Killing 5 upper-level 9 martial artists didn't cause much of a stir in Yi Qinghan's heart. That upper-level 9 martial artist, who had broken through not long ago and underestimated Yi Qinghan, was attacked by Yi Qinghan's soul illusion and soul destruction at the same time. It was impressive enough that he could withstand the attack of 9 God-Slayer spears. As for the lower-level 9 war god, Yi Qinghan didn't care about them at all. With the soul illusion, no matter how many came, they would all die. Heart of the Fire God. His eyes were fixed on a glittering diamond-shaped gem in the hand of the Fire God clan's patriarch. With his eyesight, he instantly determined that this was the heart of the Fire God. Because this diamond-shaped gem was the same size as the notch on the Fire God's helmet. Chapter 1195. Heart of the Fire God. Go to hell. Yi Qinghan's heart was surging. As long as he got the heart of the Fire God armor would be complete. With this supreme spirit treasure ranked first in the divine realm, his strength would immediately increase. At the moment, he didn't care about anything else. He once again waved 10 Godslayer spears and charged toward the patriarch of the Fire God clan. The 3 lower-level experts also came to their senses. They each launched their own attacks and charged toward the patriarch of the Fire God clan. However, what made Yi Qinghan almost furious was that the figure of the patriarch of the Fire God clan suddenly disappeared in the air, without a trace. When Yi Qinghan immediately spread out his divine sense to search, he found that the patriarch had appeared thousands of miles away. At the same time, his body continued to move in the direction of the Western Islands. Boom! Yi Qinghan's Godslayer's spear and the 3 lower-level experts, as well as Zhu Yi's space power, collided at the place where the patriarch of the Fire God clan originally stood. The collision of the energies broke out a huge explosion, and a huge and gorgeous firework bloomed in the air. How could it be? Yi Qinghan was shocked. Looking at the grand firework, he couldn't believe it. Such a powerful energy attack. The surrounding space shook layer by layer. How could the patriarch of the Fire God clan teleport? Why don't you chase him? Yi Qinghan looked coldly at Zhu. Seeing that she didn't show any signs of moving, he asked discontentedly. Oh, if we chase him, we'll be in trouble. Zhu Yi smiled faintly, and there was a touch of helplessness between her eyebrows. She explained, First Elder has already rushed over with people, and there is a powerful prohibition on the Fire God Island. I'm not sure if I can escape unscathed. Alas, it's a pity. If your attack could come a second earlier, or if the Fire God took out the heart of the Fire God a step later, he would not be able to escape today. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He did not hold back his divine sense and swept over unscrupulously. Sure enough, he found that an upper-level peak expert with 8 people had teleported to the border between the Eastern Islands and the Western Islands. Obviously, he found that something was wrong and suppressed Zhu Yi first. At this moment, the patriarch of the Fire God clan had returned to the largest island of West Wind. The Fire God's heart can allow cultivators to teleport while space is shaking? Yi Qinghan recalled Zhu Yi's words and was startled awake. He transmitted his voice over and asked, God, you don't know? Zhu Yi glanced at him with confusion, Zhu Yi, and the patriarch of the Fire God, and explained, God Fire God Armor Heart. The heart of the God Armor God. Yi Qinghan started to have a headache. This time, the Fire God Patriarch had escaped. From the looks of it, the Fire God Patriarch and the Grand Elder would definitely join forces. It was impossible for him and Zhu Yi to kill their way to the Fire God's heart. As God. Yi God clan as God clan of the sect of clan of Fire, Yi God clan God as God. Go back first. Believe in Zhu Yi. You will get the heart of the Fire God. Zhu Yi replied indifferently. Her face was filled with an enchanting smile. She recovered her composure as if she had everything under control. She grabbed the 4 divine crystals with her jade-like hand and slowly walked towards the fiery island with her graceful figure. She was extremely flirtatious. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth and glared at West Wind. He followed Zhu Yi and flew toward the island of Fierce Flame. The 3 war gods became Yi Qinghan's attendants and flew toward the island of Fierce Flame with complicated expressions. The island of Fierce Flame was not far from here. The earth-shattering battle happened in a few seconds. But such a terrifying energy had already attracted the attention of the nearby experts. Yi Qinghan followed Zhu Yi back to the island of Fierce Flame. Countless experts fixed their eyes on him as if they were looking at a monster. Is he still the peerless genius? Zhu Tai looked at him as if he was looking at a stranger. Zhu Yu was also confused. Fortunately, Zhu Yi directly entered the transportation formation. Yi Qinghan let Zhu Yi explain this troublesome matter. He entered the transportation formation and returned to the general's mansion. At dusk, Zhu Yi came with a fragrant wind. Yi Qinghan did not pay attention to her. He sat alone in front of the window and stroked a zither. He pretended not to know anything about the zither. He just randomly plucked the strings, as if he was messing up his confused heart. What's wrong? Are you discouraged? Do you want me to send you away? Zhu Yi stretched out her hand and brushed the window. She leaned half of her body against it. Her full breasts were slightly deformed, her slender waist slightly sunk, and her plump buttocks were raised high. She left half of Yi Qinghan's perfect side face, as if she was deliberately tempting him. As expected, Yi Qinghan was attracted by Zhu Yi's slightly raised buttocks. He unscrupulously glared at her and said coldly, "You can activate the transportation formation?" "Of course I can activate it. It's just that I didn't get the heart of the fire god. Are you willing to leave?" Zhu Yi felt Yi Qinghan's gaze. She did not move. She turned her head and said with a smile. There was a playful look in her eyes, as if she was sure that she could take advantage of Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan looked at this pair of beautiful eyes and Zhu Yi's seductive figure. At this moment he suddenly understood many things. Zhu Yi was indeed a bamboo leaf viper, a poisonous red spider. She had been using him. At first, she used him to lure out the fire god patriarch's people. She did not expect Yi Qinghan to be so strong. She planned to sacrifice him to kill a few experts from the fire god patriarch's side. His super performance today made this woman look at him in a different light. At this moment, she was afraid that he would want to leave because of the difficulty of obtaining the heart of the fire god. Therefore, she deliberately tried to rope him in, and did not hesitate to seduce him. After thinking things through, Yi Qinghan's chaotic heart immediately calmed down. No matter how smart Zhu Yi was, she would not have thought that he could leave through the endless void. As long as he did not kill the fire god and the Grand Elder, Zhu Yi would definitely not attack him. Instead, she would continue to rope him in. Ever since Yi Qinghan's identity was discovered by Zhu Yi, he felt that his hands and feet were tied. In addition, his safety was not guaranteed. He did not know if Zhu Yi would attack him. Therefore, he was extremely frustrated and wanted to leave several times. Now that he had guessed Zhu Yi's thoughts, of course, he had to play with her. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's gaze became even more unscrupulous. He stared straight at Zhu Yi's buttocks, as if he could see through her light green robe and see the ravine inside. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I am very reluctant to leave." Zhu Yi straightened her body and chuckled. "Child Yi, don't be anxious. Zhu Yi guarantees that you will definitely obtain the heart of the fire god. However, it will take some time." Yi Qinghan sneered in his heart. Not to mention the heart of the fire god, he was afraid that his life would be handed over to her in the end. However, on the surface, he frowned and asked doubtfully, "Miss Zhu Yi, do you have a good plan? Forgive me for being straightforward. Since the island of the fire god tribe leader has a powerful restrictive spell, as long as he hides inside, we dare not go in. How can we kill him then?" Zhu Yi smiled like a fox, her eyes full of slyness. "I have my own arrangements. Please forgive me for keeping you in suspense. You will find out in 100 years. Okay." Yi Qinghan plucked the strings of his zither, stood up happily and laughed. "Then I will give you 100 years. If you still cannot kill the fire god tribe leader in 100 years, please send me away. I will definitely not get involved in this mess again." Yi Qinghan's decision this time was extremely abrupt and resolute, causing Zhu Yi to stare blankly for a moment. However, she recovered in an instant. After a moment, she actually extended a soft and boneless hand and said with a smile, "It's a promise." Seduction again? Yi Qinghan laughed in his heart, but he boldly stretched out his hand to grab Zhu Yi's small hand. He even lowered his head and pretended to be intoxicated with it. Only then did he reveal a charming smile and said, "It's a promise." "Ha!" Zhu Yi covered her mouth and laughed. She swayed her plump buttocks and floated away, leaving behind a fragrant wind. Yi Qinghan looked at Zhu Yi's beautiful back and smiled coldly. He murmured, "Want to play with fire? Let's play then. I have been a playboy for many years. Let's see who will play to death in the end." Chapter 1196. Once Zhu Yi left, Yi Qinghan activated the barrier and extended his divine sense. He scanned the entire Western Islands without any scruples. The Grand Elder and a few ninth-grade war gods stood in the air between the East and West Seas. After half a day, they returned to the north. It was obvious that they had reached some sort of agreement with the fire god. Yi Qinghan had a headache. It was obvious that his appearance had broken the balance of power between the three sides. He had forced the fire god tribe leader and the Grand Elder to join forces. As long as Zhu Yi made a move, the two sides would definitely join forces. It seemed like his killing methods were too strange. In addition, Zhu Yi had always been crafty. The Grand Elder and the Fire God would not dare to attack the Fire King Island if they did not figure out his true strength. After figuring out the situation, Yi Qinghan did not think too much and let Zhu Yi deal with this headache. He transmitted a message to Zhu Yi that he was going into seclusion to cultivate. Then he leisurely entered the War Imperial Hall. He was very clear that the more mysterious he was, the more the Fire God and the Grand Elder would not dare to make a move. This would be beneficial to Zhu Yi's arrangements. The entire pavilion was set up with some small restrictions. As long as someone approached or used energy to attack, Yi Qinghan would immediately know. Hence, Yi Qinghan was prepared to make use of these 100 years to peacefully cultivate and see if he could make any breakthroughs. The War Imperial Hall was empty. Before he returned to the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan teleported all the people cultivating inside out and let them continue to cultivate in the reincarnation mystic realm. Only Xiaohei was still sleeping soundly in the Slaughter God Blade. After becoming a spirit body, Xiaohei loved to sleep more and more. However, this also reduced the energy consumption. Yi Qinghan walked into the Hall of the Mysterious Tablet and stood in front of the Space Combination Stone Tablet. Divine power revolved in his eyes and gradually brightened. The scenery in front of him also gradually changed. What appeared in front of him was a scene that Yi Qinghan could not understand. At first, it was pitch black. Then, there was a sudden flash of light in the darkness. The light slowly enlarged, and the world in front of him became brighter and brighter. Finally, there was a sudden flash, and the whole scene turned black. A moment later, there were countless twinkling stars. This repeated playback caused Yi Qinghan to be puzzled no matter how hard he thought about it. What kind of principle was this mysterious diagram describing? Light, darkness. Yi Qinghan was baffled. Was there something wrong with this mysterious diagram? There was not a single fundamental law of space in it. Yi Qinghan had once suspected that this was a profound diagram of the light and darkness laws. However, the Battle Emperor had already fallen into a deep slumber, so there was no way to investigate. Yi Qinghan had studied this painting countless times, but he couldn't see through its artistic conception even after hundreds of years. Even with the profound mystery diagram, he couldn't comprehend anything, let alone fusing the spatial combination. After studying for a long time, Yi Qinghan retracted his divine power and stopped cultivating. Looking at the countless stone tablets, he was in a daze. His comprehension of the laws was stuck. The strength of his soul wasn't increasing. Yi Qinghan felt that it was impossible to increase the power of the God-Slayer spear using the power of space. For a moment, Yi Qinghan didn't know what he should do. If he couldn't increase his strength, why would he go into seclusion? Could it be that I, Yi Qinghan, can only stop here for the rest of my life? Yi Qinghan raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the stone tablet. With a wave of his hand, a black jade box appeared in his hand. This was the primal chaos divine crystal that Lord Devour had given him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had an urge to refine it immediately. As long as he refined the primal chaos divine crystal, he knew that with his own means, he and Zhu Yi could definitely kill the Fire God Patriarch and the Grand Elder easily. After obtaining the Fire God's heart, he believed that he could fight against a Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. He could fight against a Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist, but could he kill Shinta? Yi Qinghan sighed and put the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal back. Shinta could control a lot of the power of space. Now that he had obtained the position of the Divine World's Overlord, he could control even more power of space. He didn't need to use any means. He just needed to use the powerful power of space and the purest energy to crush him. So what if he obtained the Fire God battle armor? If Yi Qinghan really thought that he was invincible just by wearing the Fire God battle armor, then he was an idiot. The Fire God battle armor was definitely more powerful than any battle armor. With its reputation, it shouldn't be a problem for it to withstand a few attacks from a grade 9 supreme martial artist. But if he really became a living target for Shen Xiong and was attacked continuously, Yi Qinghan believed that he would die even if he had 9 lives. Currently, there is no way to cultivate the nomological laws. There is also no way to cultivate the soul. It seems that I can only think of a way to increase the power of the God Slayer spear. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and teleported to the largest hall. He stood in the hall and continuously released the God Slayer spear to see if he could improve it and increase its power. The God Slayer spear once again danced in the War Emperor Palace. According to all kinds of strange angles and combinations, it developed all kinds of different attacks. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and stood in the hall. He didn't think too much and started to study and comprehend it wholeheartedly. Fire God Arcane Realm. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi suddenly stayed in the Great General's residence on Fire King Island and didn't take a step out. And Yi Qinghan's aura also disappeared in the Great General's residence. The Grand Elder and the Fire God clan leader couldn't figure out what Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan were planning. They wanted to make a move several times but didn't dare to do so in the end. Zhu Yi's intelligence was too terrifying. Back then, Zhu Yi's strength was only at lower rank 9, and her lineage was almost destroyed. But in the end, it was easily resolved by Zhu Yi's sowing of dissension. After that, the Grand Elder fell into a trap again and was seriously injured by a spy arranged by Zhu. He almost died. This time, the Fire God clan leader was even more miserable. He was almost annihilated. At this moment, the Fire God clan leader was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. The Grand Elder sent him several messages to join forces to attack Fire King Island, but in the end, the Fire God clan leader didn't dare to come out. Zhu Yi's sowing of dissension made the Fire God clan leader still deeply wary of the Grand Elder. He was afraid that the Grand Elder would secretly attack him and snatch the Fire God's heart. Recently, Zhu Yi and 3 lower rank 9 martial artists had been staying in the Great General's residence and didn't take a step out. In addition, Yi Qinghan had disappeared. After the battle, the 3 parties didn't make a move. The Fire God Mystic Realm was like a dark cloud, and a storm was about to pour down. It was incomparably depressing. This God Slayer spear seems to have achieved great success. I have cultivated it for several years, but there is no progress. If I don't break through the divine principle, and my mastery of space power doesn't increase, the speed and power of the God Slayer spear can only reach this level. Within the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He had been cultivating for a few years, but his strength had not increased at all. Yi Qinghan decisively stopped cultivating. I wonder if Yao Ji is doing well in the cave? Lord Devour and fireworks should be in the void outside the Fire God Mystic Realm. With the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there is no danger in the endless void. Lord Devour's strength is a little weak. Otherwise, the Soul Emperor Pavilion could break the void and come in. They could join hands to destroy the Fire God clan leader. I don't have to walk on thin ice here anymore. Every step is difficult. Yi Qinghan felt helpless. His thoughts drifted to the endless void outside the Fire God Mystic Realm. He seemed to see a 9th grade pagoda flying slowly around the Fire God Mystic Realm. The Soul Emperor Pavilion? The Soul Emperor Pavilion broke the void? All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan's eyes brightened. His pupils moved quickly, and the faster they moved, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, he slapped his thigh and laughed. But why didn't I think of that? The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun at high speed, bringing the origin energy with it. This way, it can easily penetrate the origin energy and enter the plane. I can also make the God Slayer spear spin at high speed. Won't it be easy to break the origin energy on the surface of the enemy's body and kill them? Goddammit, I am a genius. Chapter 1197. The genius design of the Soul Emperor Pavilion came from the super brain of the Soul Emperor. The reason that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was so famous and the reason that the Soul Emperor became a supreme refiner was because it had two genius designs. The first was that it could automatically absorb energy, and the second was that it could easily break apart source strength. It was because of these 2 points that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was able to wander freely through the endless void. Yi Qinghan had praised the genius design of the Soul Emperor Pavilion before, but he did not think that it could be combined with the God Slayer Spear. Now that he deduced it, it was completely feasible because the God Slayer Spear was supported by the source energy. If he could control the God Slayer Spear to spin quickly, he could also drive the source energy on the surface of the enemy's body to spin. From there, he could pierce through and kill the enemy. This is possible. If it suddenly spins when attacking the enemy, as long as he gets close, even a 9th grade Supreme will die. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more excited he got. If he succeeded in cultivating this enhanced version of the God Slayer Spear, he would be much safer in the Fire God's secret realm. He might even be able to kill the Fire God in a second, obtain the Fire God's heart, and escape immediately. He started to think about it carefully. First, he simulated it in his soul spirit sea. Then he slowly tested it and practiced it. Finally, he stabilized it. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to comprehend it, his heart suddenly trembled, and he opened his eyes. He realized that the small restriction in the pavilion had been touched by someone. As he was not sure what was happening, he immediately took out the God Slayer saber, surrounded his body with the source energy, and teleported out. Everything in the pavilion was the same as before. Only the restriction on the courtyard's door had been touched. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses and realized that there was a beautiful maid standing respectfully in front of the sect master. She was Zhu Yi's personal maid. He had seen her once before. "What's the matter?" Yi Qinghan sent a cold voice transmission. The maid bowed and said respectfully, "My lord, Her Majesty the Empress invites you over." "What is Zhu Yi doing?" Yi Qinghan thought curiously. He had said that he was going into seclusion and was not to disturb him if there was nothing important. Could Zhu Yi's plan have succeeded so early? He scanned with his divine senses and found that Zhu Yi was in her pavilion. He sent a voice transmission. "I got it. You can leave now." After locking on Zhu Yi's position, Yi Qinghan teleported and appeared beside her. However, he realized that he was in her bedroom. Zhu Yi was standing in front of the window, holding a glass of wine and looking at the beautiful scenery in the backyard. Her figure was graceful and charming. He glanced at her and asked in confusion, "Miss Zhu Yi, why are you looking for me? Why can't I look for you?" Zhu Yi tilted her head slightly and smiled faintly. She picked up a cup of light green wine and took a sip with a leisurely expression. He sat on Zhu's white jade Emperor Zhu, realm god Zhu's Emperor Spear, and sat master of Emperor. He Emperor of Soulslayer Emperor. Yi Emperor. The Emperor of Yi Emperor of Ming. Emperor of Zhu. Emperor, Yi of Yi. Was, Zhu Emperor is Emperor, Yi Emperor, Ming is Yi. Emperor, do you want me to accompany you? He, young Master Yi, you don't have to pretend to be so lustful. I know you are not that kind of person. Can you change back to your original appearance? I want to see. Zhu Yi turned around and leaned against the window. She crossed her arms and held the wine cup. Her posture was elegant and her aura was intoxicating. His eyes were glowing and filled with affection, as if he was trying to seduce Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan thought about it. With Zhu Yi around and his powerful divine senses, it would be impossible to hide from the two of them if someone tried to investigate. His facial muscles twitched and he changed back to his original appearance. He looked at Zhu Yi with her mouth agape. Yi Qinghan returned to his original appearance and felt comfortable. He stopped thinking about God Slayer Emperor Spear and decided to see what Zhu Yi was up to. "Lady Zhu Yi, how can you be so sure that I am not interested in you? No man would not be interested in a beauty like you." Honestly speaking, Lady Zhu Yi's temperament and appearance are definitely in the top 5 of all the women Yi Qinghan has seen. "I am very interested." Yi Qinghan dared to tease her again and Zhu Yi could not take it anymore. She blinked her beautiful eyes as if she did not understand why Yi Qinghan dared to tease her so brazenly. Was he not afraid that she would kill him? However, no matter how smart she was, she did not expect Yi Qinghan to be able to escape from the endless void at any time. It was easy for Yi Qinghan to enter, but it was very difficult for him to leave. In order to activate the teleportation formation, only she or the fire god Grandoyan could do so. Thinking of this, Zhu Yi felt slightly at ease and did not tempt Yi Qinghan anymore. Instead, she said seriously, I invited young Master Yi here today to discuss something with you. Please speak. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. It was a very comfortable thing to be able to make this intelligent woman suffer. Zhu Yi recently thought of a plan. If young Master Yi is willing to cooperate, perhaps in less than 100 years, we will be able to kill the fire god. You will also be able to obtain the fire god's heart and leave as soon as possible. Zhu Yi's eyes began to shine with the light of wisdom again. Her calm and confident expression made people involuntarily choose to believe in her. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He did not expect Zhu Yi to have two ways to accomplish something that he could not do. He asked in confusion, how do we cooperate? If I can do it, of course, I will spare no effort. It's very simple. Zhu Yi placed the wine glass in front of the window and turned her head with a sweet smile. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities. She looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. Then she swayed her voluptuous body and walked leisurely to the side of the jade bed. With a wave of her hand, she opened the room's barrier. As if she was afraid that others would hear, she sat on the jade bed and whispered into Yi Qinghan's ear, as long as young Master Yi teaches Zhu Yi this transformation method, I can only arrange it. The two of us will sneak to the fire god's side and then launch a sneak attack. The fire god will definitely die. Once the fire god is dead, the Grand Elder will no longer be a threat. Yi Qinghan's heart suddenly raced. Listening to the whispers in his ear, smelling the faint body fragrance on Zhu Yi's body, feeling the hot body next to him, Yi Qinghan had the feeling that he was seeing the enchantress for the first time. This was a seductress like the enchantress, a seductress that could charm people to death. On the surface, he pretended to be seductive and soul-searching. However, Yi Qinghan's heart was trembling. This Zhu Yi actually used a seductive technique on him. And it was a very high-level seductive technique. It was a high-level seductive technique that could make people unknowingly fall for it. If not for the strength of Yi Qinghan's soul and the enchantress of the enchantress race, he would have fallen for it long ago. He immediately told Zhu Yi the cultivation method of the specter transformation. He was so fascinated by her that he answered all her questions without holding anything back. Yi Qinghan had long been on guard against Zhu Yi, which was why he was not charmed. He sneered in his heart. This lass was indeed a bamboo leaf. Once he helped her kill the fire god and the Grand Elder, the next person to die would be him. Since she wanted to scheme against him, Yi Qinghan didn't have any scruples. His breathing became heavier and he didn't answer. His eyes turned red and he reached out to hold Zhu Yi's waist. His other hand touched her fragrant shoulder. He swallowed his saliva and said, Miss Zhu Yi, you're more intelligent than others. I think this plan is feasible. A trace of disgust flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. However, she immediately giggled and covered it up. Her jade-like hand pressed on Yi Qinghan's hand on her shoulder. She smiled charmingly and said, Young Master Yi, you're being rude to me. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly in his heart. His other hand quietly moved down and ruthlessly groped between Zhu Yifeng's full buttocks and cleavage. Sure enough, it was extraordinarily plump, smooth, and bouncy. Seeing Zhu Yifeng frown slightly, he immediately stopped while he was ahead and hurriedly said in an ambiguous tone, This transformation ability of mine is called the Spectre Transformation. It was created by me. If you want to cultivate it, you will need to have my blood essence, cough. In other words, you will need to fuse with me. Miss Zhu Yi, since you want to cultivate it, I can only be rude to you. Chapter 1198. Young Master Yi, you aren't lying to Zhu Yi, right? Zhu Yi's eyes were full of smiles. Her eyes narrowed into slits and she smiled like a fox. Yi Qinghan pretended to be stunned. He quickly patted his chest and guaranteed, Why would I lie to you? Have you heard of anyone in the immortal world who cultivated this divine art? I killed an ancient spiritual beast in the myriad god cave in the South Sea of Stars and devoured its blood essence and demon core. I obtained its inherited memories and obtained this divine art. I have done many experiments. If it is purely cultivation, it can only change one's appearance but not the aura of the soul. You have to merge with me and have my blood essence to completely change the aura of the soul. Why don't I teach it to you and you can try cultivating it to see if it works? Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with sincerity. He spoke as if he was serious and even expressed that he was willing to let Zhu Yi try the secret art. Zhu Yi couldn't tell the truth and hesitated. Yi Qinghan looked at Zhu Yi's towering breasts and sneered inwardly. You want to cheat me of the secret art, but you don't dare to use your capital? Yi Qinghan started to act mischievously. He quietly placed his hand on those proud peaks and gently pinched them. His hand was full of fragrance as he pounced over and pressed Zhu Yi, who was in a daze on the bed. He used both his hands and feet to take advantage of her. His tongue hooked Zhu Yi's crystal-clear earlobe and his hoarse voice sounded, "Miss Zhu Yi, I won't let you down. As long as you also cultivate the ghost transformation, we will sneak into Fire God's side and he will definitely die. Unifying Fire God's secret realm is just around the corner." Zhu Yi was touched by Yi Qinghan and her earlobe was sneakily attacked. Yi Qinghan's breath entered her ears again. Her delicate body trembled and her face turned red. Her whole body became soft and hot. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like silk, chaotic and blurry. It was obvious that she was aroused and couldn't stand being teased. However, just when Yi Qinghan's hand quietly moved under her skirt and slid past her perfectly round and snow-white thighs, and was about to enter her pants to explore the ancient nether path, Zhu Yi suddenly woke up. Her body trembled, and her face turned cold. God power burst out from her hands, and she pushed Yi Qinghan off the bed. A faint murderous aura emanated from her, and the power of space swirled around her, locking onto Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the ground with a stunned look on his face. "Humph! Miss Zhu Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you playing a trick on me?" Although Yi Qinghan was also a little confused, he was much more clear-headed than Zhu. As soon as he noticed Zhu Yi's faint killing intent, he immediately stood up and shouted coldly. If Zhu Yi didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would leave immediately. Zhu Yi immediately panicked. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes to cover it up. Her face was full of sadness and pitifulness. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Young master, this is Zhu Yi's first time. I'm not prepared. Can you let Zhu Yi think about it carefully?" "So that's how it is. Then I was rude. Miss, think about it carefully. Yi Qinghan will not let you down." Yi Qinghan bowed in shame. He glared at Zhu Yi, whose clothes were in a mess, and her face was full of indolence and charm. Then he teleported away. After returning to the pavilion, he casually set up a few small restrictions and directly entered the War Imperial Palace. "This is the first time? Does she think this young master is a virgin? I touched it a few times, and it immediately turned into a vast expanse. However, after so many years, I didn't find that this girl had a lover. Why is she so sensitive? Hee, I only touched it a few times, and this girl is really a beauty. Trying to cheat me of my secret skill? Don't talk about the door, there's not even a window." Yi Qinghan laughed. He had been suppressed by Zhu Yi all these years, and this was the first time he had a secret confrontation with her. He won and vented his anger. Yi Qinghan had already thought it through. If Zhu Yi had submitted to him just now, he would have only given her the first volume of the Phantom Change. Zhu Yi could only change her appearance when she cultivated it, but not her soul aura. Then he would lie to her that she might not have enough blood essence, and that she would have to have intercourse tens of thousands of times or something like that. Zhu Yi probably wouldn't pester him for the time being. Yi Qinghan was very clear that Zhu Yi was the kind of person who liked to play with people in the palm of her hand. Just look at the 3 lower 9th grade martial artists under her. She was the kind of person who would definitely not give her all unless she had no other choice or no other way. Yi Qinghan knew that he didn't have enough charm to make Zhu Yi throw herself into his arms. Therefore, she definitely wouldn't casually fuse with him. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yi Qinghan wholeheartedly studied the God-Slayer spear. Although he had roughly deduced the principle behind the strengthened God-Slayer spear, it was definitely not something that could be done in a year or two if he really wanted to make it extremely complicated. Furthermore, there was a possibility that some crucial parts would go wrong, and he would fail on the verge of success. His powerful soul spirit circulated rapidly, and Yi Qinghan started to repeatedly calculate, simulate, and verify. Great General Lord's residence. Zhu Yi stood in front of the window, still holding a cup of fine wine. However, her expression was cold, and a beautiful maid stood beside her. This maid was her personal maid, and her strength was not bad. She was a venerable. The strange thing was that this maid didn't look at Zhu Yi with respect or admiration. Instead, her eyes were filled with love. Pa! Suddenly, Zhu Yi smashed the cup in her hand on the ground and said angrily, Yi Qinghan, how dare you take advantage of me? In the future, I will make you wish you were dead. Your Majesty, please calm down. Not only was the maid not afraid, but she also took a few steps forward and hugged Zhu Yi's delicate body from behind. Her beautiful red lips gently sucked on Zhu Yi's earlobe, and she said softly, Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry because of a stinky man. We are only using him to eliminate the fire deity and the Grand Doyen. After this is done, isn't his death just a word from Your Majesty? Zhu Yi's body instantly turned limp, and she leaned into the maid's embrace. She panted and her face turned red. After a long time, she finally said, Beloved, how are the three of them progressing? The maid snorted coldly and said, These three stinky men are also not good people. They even tried to make a move on me previously. However, I said that as long as they cultivate diligently, after unifying the fire deity mystic realm, Your Majesty will choose one of them as her husband. The three of them will immediately cultivate day and night, and I reckon that they will succeed in cultivating in a few decades. Yes, after this is done, kill the three of them too. Every time I see their eyes that look like they want to eat me up, I want to tear them apart. Zhu Yi's killing intent surged, and finally, when the maid behind her touched her, it slowly subsided. She turned around and said with a charming smile, I guess the parts of the fire deity battle armor are definitely in the hands of Yi Qinghan. As long as we kill the fire deity and the Grand Doyen, and then kill Yi Qinghan, the fire deity battle armor will be mine. Once we get the fire deity battle armor, it will be the time for the fire deity tribe to reappear in the divine realm. Your Majesty, the glory of the fire deity tribe will be reborn in your hands. It's late, let's rest. The beautiful maid's eyes were filled with passion, and her breathing became rapid. Zhu Yi waved her hand, and the protective shield in the room opened. She turned around and walked towards the jade bed with the maid in her arms. Chapter 1199. In the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Beside him was a silver spear that flew in the air at a very slow speed. Furthermore, his movements were not as nimble and agile as before. Instead, it looked very clumsy and slanted, as though it would collapse in the next second. Spin! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan shouted and opened his eyes abruptly. Two rays of electric light shot out, and the God-Slayer spear in front of him started to spin slowly. As it spun faster and faster, the pressure released by the God-Slayer spear also became stronger. The space around the spearhead was actually torn apart layer by layer, and the aura around the spearhead was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the God-Slayer spear only spun for a moment before it collapsed and exploded bit by bit. Done! Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and stood up. Although he looked very tired, his eyes were filled with joy. Although the God-Slayer spear only spun for a moment before collapsing, since it could spin for a moment, it meant that his method was completely feasible. This was the same as comprehending the laws of nature. As long as one could understand it, the later stages would be much easier. In the future, one could continue to verify and experiment, and eventually achieve great success. Once this God-Slayer spear can completely spin, Zhu Yi, at that time, I will be able to play with you. Yi Qinghan grinned. On the surface, his strength was only at the lower ninth stage because he could not use the power of space. Even if Zhu Yi was beaten to death, she would not believe that she would be able to kill him in one move. Zhu Yi was much stronger than him. In addition, she was also a soul cultivator, and her soul was very vigilant. Even if she launched a sneak attack, she would immediately discover it. As long as she could use her origin energy to resist Yi Qinghan's attack, the one who would die in the end would definitely be Yi Qinghan. However, if the God Slayer spear could spin, would she still be able to resist it? The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more excited he became. The increase in his strength gave him the confidence to tangle with Zhu in the fire god's arcane land. In addition, he could escape from the endless void at any time, so Yi Qinghan's entire body was relaxed. Immediately, he prepared to continuously study and strive to control the God Slayer spear's rotation to the limit within 100 years. Chi. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and a God Slayer's spear suddenly appeared out of thin air. It spun around him and turned silver. Then, its speed suddenly slowed down. Then, it started to spin slowly again and finally collapsed. Repeating this process, Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the area, constantly discovering problems and looking for solutions, never getting tired of it. In the fire god's secret land, it was still peaceful. 100 years had passed and the atmosphere was getting more and more oppressive. No one dared to sail outside the island anymore. Even the children felt that a storm was coming. In the great General Prince's mansion, in the most luxurious private room, the atmosphere of spring was thick in the room. Two enormous snow-white jade bodies were currently intertwining with each other, rolling about, enjoying the pleasures of the bedroom. However, both of them were women, so they could only rely on tools to enjoy each other. However, this scene made people's blood boil even more. The sounds of moaning and panting rose and fell continuously, causing people's imagination to run wild. After a long time, accompanied by a trembling voice that exhausted all her strength, the room finally returned to peace. A cold breeze blew in from the window, diluting the decadent atmosphere in the room a little. Zhu Yi laid on the jade bed with her eyes half open. She hugged the beautiful woman in her arms and gently stroked her back. She asked softly, "My dear concubine, how is Zhu Li and the rest's cultivation going?" The pretty maid in Zhu Yi's arms smiled sweetly. "I went there 3 days ago. They should have achieved great success in their cultivation. We can act according to the plan anytime. Your Majesty, congratulations, your plan is finally going to succeed. There should be no problem with the Grand Doyen's people." Zhu Yi's eyes lit up. She sat up and revealed her perfect upper body. She grabbed the robe at the head of the bed. The pretty maid quickly stood up and helped Zhu Yi put on the robe. She said confidently, "There's no problem. The sisters that I've arranged have already used soul worms to control 3 lower grade 9 martial artists. As long as you make a move, the Grand Doyen will definitely die." "That's great. It's been 1,000,000 years. I've waited for this day for far too long. We can't fail this time." After putting on the robe, Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. She turned to the maid and said, "My dear concubine, go and invite Yi Qinghan over. This person is really good at hiding. If I don't summon him, he won't even take half a step out of the door." "Your Majesty, are you going to sacrifice yourself?" A hint of jealousy flashed in the pretty maid's eyes. She said unwillingly, "Your Majesty, it doesn't really matter whether he learns that shape-shifting supernatural power or not. We've already planned it for so many years. Why do we have to suffer? If he wants to obtain the heart of the fire god, he must cooperate with you. Don't worry, I won't let him take advantage of me. It's not like you don't know that I hate men the most. Go." Zhu Yi's face was full of disgust. The pretty maid had no choice but to teleport away. Zhu Yi waved her hand and tidied up the room. Then she took small steps and walked out of the small living room. She didn't want to wait for Yi Qinghan to lock onto her position and instantly enter her room. A moment later, the space in the small living room fluctuated slightly. A green figure appeared in the living room. It didn't transform into Zhu Kuang's appearance. Instead, it was Yi Qinghan's original appearance. "Miss Zhu Yi, what business do you have with me? Could it be that you've thought it through? You want to learn the spectral transformation from me? Yi Qinghan's expression was relaxed. He sat down beside Zhu Yi and picked up the cup of tea beside him. He filled it up and sipped on it. Ugh. Zhu Yi didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would become more and more debauched after coming out of seclusion for so long. She had seen through his identity at the start and suppressed him in every way. But now, he didn't seem to be afraid of her at all. Zhu Yi didn't like this feeling. She always liked to toy with others in the palm of her hand. Now that someone was trying to jump out at her, she felt very uncomfortable. However, she was the one who had suggested learning the spectral transformation. Now, she could only bear the pain. She smiled faintly and rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan. I won't hide it from young Master Yi. When Zhu Yi was young, I saw the women of my clan being raped by the men of the fire god's bloodline. So, I've always been a little afraid of being intimate with men. Young Master Yi, is there really no other way? I see. Miss Zhu Yi's background is very pitiful. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and looked at Zhu Yi pitifully. His face was full of sincerity. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Yi's hand. The expression on his face became even more sincere and his eyes were filled with love. He said sincerely, "There's no other way. Actually, Miss Zhu Yi, the love between a man and a woman is perfectly justified. Only by forgetting the past can you truly be happy. Don't worry, Yi Qinghan will definitely love you well." Looking at Yi Qinghan's incomparably affectionate and sincere face, Zhu Yi felt at a loss. She secretly cursed herself for scheming against others for her entire life. Why did she dig a hole and bury herself in it? Most importantly, Yi Qinghan was the strongest ally in her plan. She must not let their relationship become stiff at the moment. She forced a smile and was about to explain something when Yi Qinghan leaned over. He lifted her up with a pair of strong hands and walked into the room. Chapter 1200. Even Zhu Yi, who was extremely intelligent, panicked for a moment. Yi Qinghan's domineering manly aura was different from that of her pretty maid. The woman was feminine, while the man was masculine. They were like two poles of magnets that would naturally attract each other. Moreover, she couldn't find a good excuse at the moment, so she panicked. By the time she calmed down, she realized that she had been thrown onto the bed. Then Yi Qinghan's strong body pressed down, and two thick lips sealed her small mouth. A pair of large hands had already quietly attached to her mysterious area. No, you can't. Zhu Yi's heart was in a mess and she wriggled. This time, she only wanted to summon Yi Qinghan to test him and see if there was any other way. If there was no other way, then forget it. She wanted to rope him in, calm his heart, and prepare for the plan that was about to start soon. However, she didn't expect Yi Qinghan to be so domineering. They didn't talk much, and he wanted to do her directly. Hiss! The sound of her robes being torn apart could be heard. Zhu Yi suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She discovered that her robes had already been torn apart by Yi Qinghan, leaving only a pair of short pants. Her voluptuous twin peaks were completely exposed, and were currently being wantonly played with by Yi Qinghan. Bang! Zhu Yi completely sobered up. In a rage, her divine power burst forth, and she once again pushed Yi Qinghan off the bed. Then, she quickly took out a robe and put it on. Only then did she angrily curse at Yi Qinghan. "Young lady Zhu Yi, what is the meaning of this? You've clearly fallen for me, but why do you keep attacking me? Are you playing with me? Are you not sincere at all? If you don't want to cooperate, I'll leave now. I don't want the heart of the fire god." However, the anger in Yi Qinghan's eyes burned even brighter. His face was cold, and he didn't fear the faint murderous aura in Zhu Yi's body at all. He actually turned around and left. Wait. Zhu Yi was about to deal with the fire god Grand Elder. How could she let Yi Qinghan, her greatest helper, leave? If Yi Qinghan ran to seek refuge with the Grand Elder and then came to deal with her, it would be even more troublesome. The expression on her face immediately changed, and she forced a smile. She quickly walked over and grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm. She said coquettishly, "You can also see that Zhu Yi has feelings for you, but Zhu Yi still feels very uncomfortable when I think about how my clansmen were raped. Can you give Zhu Yi a little more time?" Yi Qinghan felt great in his heart, but on the surface he still smiled coldly and didn't answer. However, he still pretended to relax a little. Seeing this, Zhu Yi hurriedly hooked her arms around Yi Qinghan's neck and pressed her body tightly against him, pretending to be a delicate and pitiful woman. Her bright and beautiful eyes were full of affection. She said coquettishly, "Believe Zhu, you are the first man that Zhu Yi has fallen in love with. Will Zhu Yi make love to you after a period of time?" Yi Qinghan looked at this seductive woman and sighed inwardly. If she went to act, she would definitely be at the level of best actress and could charm countless men to death. He pretended to be moved by Zhu Yi, nodded, put his arms around Zhu Yi's waist again, and kissed her fiercely. This time, Zhu Yi didn't resist. She passionately kissed back with Yi Qinghan. It seemed that she really fell in love with Yi Qinghan. Sure enough, Yi Qinghan's guess was right. When Yi Qinghan couldn't hold back and was about to make a mistake, Zhu Yi smiled shyly and gently pushed Yi Qinghan away. After a series of gentle words, she said that they would start the operation in 10 days. After they eliminated the fire god, she would definitely let Yi Qinghan have a good time. Yi Qinghan pretended to be incomparably regretful and left embarrassedly. When he returned to his courtyard and entered the combat Imperial Pavilion, he laughed heartily. He laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Zhu Yi was an extremely intelligent person who schemed against people every day. She didn't expect to be schemed against by him today. Not only did she lose her composure, but she was also taken advantage of by him. To be able to take advantage of such a devil-like woman made Yi Qinghan very proud. Swish! Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and 10 God Slayer spears appeared in the air. They spun around him and shot forward. After that, one of the God Slayer spears suddenly started to spin at an extremely fast speed. It was getting faster and faster until the entire spear turned illusory. The aura at the tip of the spear became even more terrifying. Cracks appeared in the space in front of it. It was extremely strange. Buzz! All the restrictions in the Combat Imperial Pavilion were activated due to the cracks in the space. 7-colored divine radiance shone, causing the space in the main hall to freeze. Luckily, this God Slayer spear only spun for 2 seconds before it collapsed with a flash of white light. It exploded bit by bit and vanished into thin air. The source energy on it turned into sparks that flickered in the air before vanishing as well. After retrieving the remaining 9 God Slayer spears, Yi Qinghan's confidence was boosted. The first God Slayer spear that could spin was almost at the phenomenal stage. It might only be able to spin for 2 seconds. At their level, 2 seconds was enough to determine the life and death of many people. When fighting against an enemy, as long as one God Slayer spear could break through the obstruction of the enemy's spatial power and reach the enemy's side, forcing the enemy to use their source energy to resist, this God Slayer spear would be enough to be fatal. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qinghan took out the God Slayer saber and woke Xiao He up. He was prepared to share his recent cultivation results with Xiao He. Xiao He's eyes were still in a daze. When he saw the space in the Combat Imperial Pavilion being torn apart by the revolving God Slayer spear, he was so shocked that he immediately woke up. After that, the restrictions in the Combat Imperial Pavilion flashed again. Xiao He exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, what is this? How did you do it? That revolving God Slayer spear is so terrifying. I can feel my heart palpitating. This God Slayer spear can definitely injure me." Yi Qinghan kept the God Slayer spear and had a stunned expression on his face. Xiao He's spirit body was extremely strange. Even an attack from a lower grade 9 martial artist wasn't able to make Xiao He's heart palpitate. Could this revolving God Slayer spear really be so powerful? After explaining to Xiao He the theory behind the God Slayer spear's transformation, Xiao He was extremely surprised and delighted. After that, Yi Qinghan asked Xiao He why his heart palpitated. However, Xiao He couldn't explain it. He only vaguely said that if his life was in danger, his heart would be on alert. For example, the light god that he met in Devil Mountain previously made his heart palpitate. Xiao He ignored Yi Qinghan's bewildered expression and said proudly, "However, boss. Lord Xiao He, am probably going to evolve a second time. After I evolve, your God Slayer spear will definitely not be able to injure me. What? You are going to evolve again? Yi Qinghan's body trembled. After that, he became ecstatic. Xiao He grinned and said, I have a faint feeling that if I devour the energy of a few more grade 9 martial artists, I will be able to evolve again. Good. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with doubts. This God Slayer spear was indeed a supreme spiritual treasure. Not to mention whether it had any other special abilities, it was already very impressive that it could give birth to a specter that could evolve continuously. Immediately, he said proudly, Grade 9 martial artists are easy. There will be a huge battle in 10 days. At that time, I will kill a few of them and let you devour them to your heart's content. Zhu Yi, I hope you won't play any tricks on me. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Chapter 1201. During these 10 days, Yi Qinghan did not cultivate. He accompanied Xiao He in the War Emperor Palace, chatting, resting, and letting his body and mind relax in preparation for the start of the great battle. 10 days later, as expected, the restriction in the private room was triggered again. Yi Qinghan immediately dashed out and saw that it was Zhu Yi's pretty maid who came to invite him to the meeting hall again. Yi Qinghan did not directly teleport out. The muscles on his body wriggled and he transformed into Zhu Tai's appearance. He swaggered out, touched the pretty maid's face, and walked toward the hall with a big smile. When he walked into the hall, 3 war gods of lower 9th grade were already sitting at the side, looking at Zhu Yi with fiery eyes. Zhu Yi sat on the throne, looking at Yi Qinghan with a smile. Master! When the 3 warriors of lower 9th grade saw Yi Qinghan, they obviously received Zhu Yi's instructions and bowed respectfully to him. Yi Qinghan nodded, smiled, and looked at Zhu. Everything has been arranged. This time, the fire god will definitely die. Zhu Yi gave Yi Qinghan a definite answer, and then suddenly transmitted a message. Young Master Yi, can you transform into Zhu Tai's appearance? Also, you can control your breath like him and disguise yourself as a venerable. When the time comes, it will be a surprise. Yi Qinghan nodded and transmitted a message. That's easy. Later, you will quietly transform and blend into the team of venerables. Follow behind us and listen to my instructions. After Zhu Yi finished giving instructions, she led the 3 warriors of lower 9th grade and directly flew outside. Yi Qinghan quietly transformed into Zhu Tai's appearance. At this time, Zhu Yi's personal maid unexpectedly followed Yi Qinghan and flew outside. Several venerables were already waiting outside. When they saw Zhu Yi flying out of the general's mansion and heading west, they hurriedly followed the team. Yi Qinghan sighed secretly. It was obvious that these venerables were used to cover his death. In a battle between level 9 experts, no matter how many venerables there were, they would all die. However, what Yi Qinghan did not understand was why Zhu Yi would send her personal maidservant to her death as well. For a moment, Yi Qinghan did not know what arrangements Zhu Yi had made for her to dare to fly directly to Fire God Island. Did she have the confidence to face the joint attack of the Patriarch of the Fire God clan and the Grand Elder? However, he was secretly on guard and opened up his spiritual sense. He was prepared to immediately flee if the situation was not right. As expected, they had only moved for a short while when a rank 9 powerhouse flew out from a huge island in the north and teleported straight toward Fire God Island. His speed was much faster than theirs. There were countless experts in the entire Fire God's secret territory flying towards the Fire God's secret territory. It was obvious that they were going to witness the grandest battle in the Fire God's secret territory that would change the power structure of the factions. Zhu Yi did not panic. She flew toward the west with a swagger. Her calm demeanor made countless people very confused. They did not know what Zhu Yi was doing and how she was going to break the joint attack of the Patriarch of the Fire God clan and the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder and 8 lower rank 9 martial artists stood hundreds of thousands of miles to the east of Fire God Island. If Zhu Yi dared to attack Fire God Island, they would immediately launch a pincer attack with the Patriarch of the Fire God clan. Hundreds of thousands of miles seemed very far, but in fact, they could travel there in 2 or 3 teleportations. The Fire God was guarding the Fire God Island and did not appear. Yi Qinghan used his spiritual sense to explore quietly and found that the space on the island was faintly trembling. It was obvious that there were powerful prohibitions everywhere on the island. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled when he realized this. He did not understand how Zhu Yi could break through the prohibitions of Fire God Island and kill the fire god under the watchful eyes of the Grand Elder. However, at this moment he was disguised as Zhu Tai the Venerable. He followed Zhu Yi and the others from a distance with the four venerables. Even if something happened, he would have time to escape. Therefore, he did not panic and flew slowly. More than an hour later, everyone entered the sphere of influence of the Fire God clan. The atmosphere began to become extremely oppressive. In the distance, the Grand Elder's party also released their aura at the same time. It was an obvious warning. Listen to my command. Prepare to attack. At this moment, Zhu Yi's voice came. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. This Zhu Yi really dared to attack so openly. Immediately, the power of origin revolved around his body. The venerables beside him also had solemn expressions. The power of origin revolved around his body. Yi Qinghan observed quietly. Instead, he found that Zhu Yi's personal maidservant looked relaxed and extremely excited. He did not understand where her confidence came from. Everyone, teleport. Our target is above Fire God Island. Suddenly, Zhu Yi shouted. Her graceful body and 3 lower-rank 9 martial artists suddenly disappeared in front of them. The pretty maidservant also shouted at the third madam of Yi Qinghan, teleport. Seeing that Zhu Yi was so confident, Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before teleporting over. However, his divine sense was wide open, locking onto Fire God Island and the Grand Elder in the distance. Buzz! As soon as Zhu Yi and the other 3 appeared above Fire God Island, the Grand Elder in the distance moved. The Fire God clan patriarch and a lower-rank 9 martial artist also moved. By the time Yi Qinghan teleported down, the Fire God's body was already rushing toward the island below. The Grand Elder and the other 7 martial artists were already more than 10,000 miles away. One more teleport and they would arrive. It was obvious that the Fire God and the Grand Elder had already secretly communicated with each other. They would attack together and kill Zhu Yi. Yi Qinghan's soul strength and space force quietly operated. His mind was at its peak. Once he realized that the situation was not right, he would run away first. Buzz! Suddenly, what shocked Yi Qinghan, the Fire God, and the Grand Elder was that Zhu Li and the other 2 lower-rank 9 war gods suddenly exploded with a fierce aura. The blazing aura burned the surrounding space. The 3 of them actually reached the same level as the Fire God and Grand Elder Zhu Yi by relying on their aura. Before the Grand Elder arrived, the Fire God was already scared out of his wits. Halfway through his charge, he hurriedly rushed toward the island below. His lower-rank 9 subordinate also hurriedly ran away, completely ignoring the matter of joining hands with Big Yuan Bao. It was more important to use the restrictive spell to save their lives. It should be noted that at this moment, Yi Qinghan had not revealed himself. Yi Qinghan, attack together with the Grand Elder, quickly. Zhu Yi's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the Fire God running away. She immediately transmitted her voice to him. The origin energy revolved around her body like a war goddess above the 9th heaven. She flew toward the Grand Elder like a flickering light. Her jade-like hands moved, and invisible ripples twisted in the air. A cage formed by the power of space trapped the Grand Elder. At the same time, she angrily shouted at the lower-rank 9 war gods beside the Grand Elder, "What are you waiting for?" Yi Qinghan saw that Zhu Li and the other lower-rank 9 warriors chased after the Fire God with monstrous momentum, but they did not launch any attacks. Then, he saw the 3 lower-rank 9 warriors beside the Grand Elder suddenly attack their companions. For a moment, he roughly guessed Zhu Yi's plan. Zhu Li and the other 2 obviously cultivated some secret technique to make their momentum look like upper-rank 9 warriors. In addition, he did not show himself, which was enough to scare away the Fire God Patriarch. And Zhu used some unknown method to lure the 3 lower-rank 9 warriors from the Grand Elder's side to join her side. The Fire God escaped, the Grand Elder's 3 subordinates betrayed him, and Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan joined hands. Without the heart of the fire god, the Grand Elder would definitely die. Zhu Yi set up a huge trap. Her target was not the fire god patriarch, but the Grand Elder. If the Grand Elder died, would the fire god patriarch still be alive? This woman was so vicious. She was indeed a bamboo leaf snake. Buzz! Suddenly, the maidservant beside Yi Qinghan surged with energy and shot toward the Grand Elder's side. It was another lower rank, 9 warrior. Yi Qinghan no longer had any misgivings. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he locked on to the first senior statesman. He activated the Soul Exterminator. At the same time, the 10 God Slayer spears whistled through the air, heading straight for the first senior statesman. The God Slayer saber suddenly appeared in his hand. He was ready to let Xiao He devour all the lower rank 9 warriors on the Grand Elder's side. Chapter 1202. Zhu Yubi *. How dare you scheme against me? Zhu Shui, I'll *CKU. Grand Elder was tall and strong. He had a long brown beard and a hooked nose. His eyes were filled with rage and urgency. He saw Zhu Shui, the Fire God clan leader, flee into Fire God Island in fear of Zhu Li and the other 2, not daring to come out again. He saw 3 of his subordinates betray him. The other party suddenly had a lower rank 9 martial artist who was entangled with his 5 lower rank 9 martial artists. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan disguised himself as a venerable and suddenly attacked. How could he not know Zhu Yi's scheme? Zhu Yi's scheme was to kill him. Zhu Yi's attack method was very strange. She could use spatial power to form a cage and temporarily imprison the enemy in the air. Not only could this move trap the enemy, but it could also repel the enemy. At the same time, Zhu Yi had a strange soul skill that attacked with spatial power. If one was not careful, one would be tricked by her. Hence, Grand Elder would rather face Zhu Shui, the Fire God clan leader, than this troublesome woman. As expected, in the next second, Zhu Yi's soul skill arrived. A gust of cold wind blew, almost freezing Grand Elder's body and soul. However, what terrified Grand Elder even more was that at this moment, countless golden soul threads suddenly emerged from his head and swarmed toward his almost frozen soul ocean. Yi Qinghan's soul skill came at the right time. It was even more turbulent than Zhu Yi's. Good chance. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan looked at each other. Their eyes lit up at the same time. They crazily used their strongest attacks. Zhu Yi waved her hands in front of her, and a powerful spatial energy surged towards the trapped Grand Elder like a tide. Her attack method was very strange. The spatial power turned into tides, each wave more turbulent than the last. When it reached Grand Elder's side, all the waves overlapped, and their power shook the sky. The expressions of the 2 lower rank 9 martial artists who were fighting nearby changed, and they hurriedly retreated. Yi Qinghan's 10 God Slayer spears followed closely behind. He did not let any of them rotate. This was his life-saving trump card. Now that the 2 of them were working together, there was a high chance that they could kill the Grand Elder. Of course, he would not reveal it. Following the God Slayer spear, his body shot forward. The Grand Doyen was holding a pseudo-chaos divine crystal. He had to snatch it first. The Grand Elder was indeed an expert at the peak of level 9. It only took him a second to eliminate Zhu Yi's and Yi Qinghan's soul attacks. But at that moment, Zhu Yi's attack arrived. A tidal wave of spatial power surged towards the Grand Elder's head. The Grand Elder was scared out of his wits. Zhu Yi's attack was the most terrifying. That spatial trapping and soul skill didn't cause much damage to him, only causing him some trouble. However, these 1,000-layer waves were stronger than the previous one. Last time, he was severely injured by these 1,000-layer waves. The first Grand Elder immediately circulated his space energy to defend himself. Under the first Grand Elder's control, the space energy formed a huge fire disk that spun in front of him. The scorching hot aura and powerful pressure were so oppressive that even the low-level martial artists who were secretly observing from afar could feel the incomparably oppressive aura. Boom! The 1,000-layer waves and the spinning fire disk collided, causing a deafening explosion. The powerful energy collided, causing cracks to appear in the space. The surging shock waves surged in all directions. The visible spatial ripples turned into ripples and radiated in all directions. Boom! 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 The 1,000-layer waves smashed into the fire disk one after another. It was like the endless waves of the sea hitting the rocks at the edge of the cliff. The shock waves turned into layers of ripples and continued to spread. The nearby spatial cracks were like sparks formed by lightning in the dark night. It was ferocious and terrifying. The terrifying aura spread in all directions. The restriction of the fire god island below was activated, and a dazzling red light lit up. A fiery red shield enveloped the fire god island's dragon boat. The low-level martial artists and residents on the nearby islands couldn't withstand such a powerful pressure. They prostrated on the ground and didn't dare to move. They couldn't even breathe. Grand Elder, go to hell. Yi Qinghan activated his origin energy shield and shot forward. He wasn't afraid of this level of impact at all. His spiritual sense locked onto the fire disk in front of him. After Zhu Yi's 1,000-layer waves attacked the fire disk, although it barely managed to protect it and didn't shatter, it was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear arrived. Could he still condense a fire disk in such a short time? Qi, the first God Slayer spear arrived. As it flew at high speed, its penetrating power was terrifying. It pierced through the fire disk in an instant. Then, the God Slayer spear and the fire disk exploded. The remaining 9 God Slayer spears pierced towards the Grand Elder, whose eyes were filled with fear and despair. Buzz! Under the stimulation of death, the Grand Elder erupted with unprecedented potential. He twisted his hands and spat out a mouthful of blood. He barely condensed a fire disk that wasn't much bigger than his body. His body started to retreat rapidly, and the God Slayer spear followed closely behind. The scene in the battlefield looked like the Grand Elder was holding a shield and retreating rapidly. 9 sharp arrows shot over at lightning speed. No matter how fast he retreated, how could he be faster than the God Slayer spear? Bang! The second and third God Slayer's spear shot over and collided with the small fire plate. The small fire plate instantly exploded, and the first Doyan's hands also exploded bit by bit, turning into minced meat and a bloody mist. No, the Grand Elder vomited a mouthful of blood as he screamed in fear and flew back. However, the 7 God Slayer spears shot over at the same time. Just 4 spears were enough to shatter the Grand Elder's body. When the last 3 spears hit him, his head was completely smashed into minced meat. His soul spirit sea was shattered, and the Grand Elder's body floated weakly in the air. A divine crystal floated out, and his interspatial ring also automatically left his body. The source energy on the surface of his body also dissipated in the air. Xiaohei, swallow this body. There is still a large amount of life essence energy inside. Yi Qinghan made a grabbing motion, and the Grand Elder's divine crystal immediately kept. With a wave of the Slaughter God Saber, Xiaohei flew out and covered the Grand Elder's body. Then, it instantly flew back into the Slaughter God Saber. Xiaohei swallowed the Grand Elder's body very quickly. Outsiders might think that the Transcendent Grade Divine Artifact's artifact spirit had smashed the Grand Elder's body. Although it seemed like it took a long time, from the moment the Fire God Patriarch escaped to the moment the Grand Elder died, only a few seconds had passed. The Grand Elder's 5 lower grade 9 experts, the 3 traders, and Zhu Yi's personal maidservant had only fought for 1 round, but the Grand Elder had already been killed by Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan. The martial artists who were watching from afar, as well as the residents on the countless islands below, did not even see the battle clearly before they realized that the Grand Elder had disappeared. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder's blood still falling from the sky, and if it wasn't for the Grand Elder's divine crystal disappearing in a flash, no one would have known that the Grand Elder was already dead. Zhu Yi smiled. Her smile was like a blooming flower, overflowing with 100 charms. Her beauty was incomparable. Zhu Yi's maidservant smiled as well. She looked at Zhu Yi with a pair of beautiful eyes that were filled with excitement and ecstasy. Zhu Li and the other 2 also stopped moving. The aura on their bodies gradually dissipated. They could not even maintain the aura of a lower grade 9 expert. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were filled with smiles. The 3 lower grade 9 martial artists who had defected also heaved a sigh of relief. If Zhu Yi lost this battle, they would all die. The outcome was already decided. Once the Grand Elder died, Great General Lord Zhu Yi was destined to unify the Fire God mystic realm and become the supreme ruler of the Fire God tribe. Countless martial artists who were observing the situation in the surroundings had a change in expression. They all knew that the power structure of the Fire God mystic realm had changed. All the martial artists in the Fire God mystic realm would have to submit to Zhu Yi. Chapter 1203. You still don't want to surrender? Zhu Yi giggled and looked at the 5 Grand Doyen's subordinates coldly. The unique temperament of a queen made her look even more noble and elegant. Not surrendering? Then die. The 5 war gods under the Grand Doyen hesitated for a moment, but Yi Qinghan sneered and shouted angrily. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the God-Slayer spear whizzed out again. It split into 5 groups and charged at the 5 people. At the same time, he waved the God-Slayer saber and transmitted a message. Xiao He, nourishing food is here. Devour them. Yi Qinghan, don't kill them. Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan suddenly attacked, and her expression changed. She transmitted a message to him. It was true that she wanted to unify the Fire God mystic realm, and it was also true that he wanted to kill the Grand Doyen and the Fire God tribe patriarch. However, she didn't want to kill all the 9th grade experts in the Fire God mystic realm. Previously, the 5 subordinates of the Fire God were killed by Yi Qinghan, and that couldn't be helped. Now that the outcome was set, how could she let Yi Qinghan kill indiscriminately? If it was in the past, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't kill indiscriminately. However, now that Xiao He might evolve, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less. He pretended not to hear Zhu Yi's transmitted message and immediately released the soul illusion. 10 God-Slayer spears formed groups of 2 and stabbed at the 5 people. The 5 people were all 9th grade martial artists. Because the Grand Doyen died, they were distracted and fell into the soul illusion. Those who originally wanted to run away and submit to him panicked at this moment. They hurriedly released their spatial force and launched all kinds of attacks to protect themselves. The 4 people who were prepared to fight with the 5 people retreated in a hurry when they saw Yi Qinghan's God-Slayer spear shooting at them. 10 God-Slayer spears were so powerful, and with the help of the soul illusion, how could the 5 people deal with them? The first spear smashed the 5 people's attacks. The second spear hit the 5 people's origin energy, and they were all severely injured. Their bones were shattered, and their soul sea almost collapsed. Shahei! Yi Qinghan bellowed angrily. At the same time, he activated the Soul Destroyer and attacked the 5 people at lightning speed. Xiao He turned into a gust of wind and swept toward the 5 people. The 5's soul seas were already on the verge of collapsing, and as soon as the golden soul threads attacked them, they immediately collapsed. They could no longer control their source energy. Coincidentally, the gust of wind that Xiao He had transformed into completely engulfed the 5 of them. In an instant, the 5 of them turned into dust. Not even their divinity crystals were left behind as they completely disappeared from the world. Zhu Yi's personal maidservant and the 3 lower-rank 9 martial artists who had defected looked at Yi Qinghan in terror. This man was definitely a murderous demon. He was an expert below the 9th rank of the 5th rank, yet he was easily killed by him. The maid's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhu Yi's face was also ashen. She stared at Yi Qinghan with a burning gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. I'm sorry, Miss Zhu. Your telepathic message came too late. As long as I don't launch my attack, once I launch it, there will definitely be blood. Yi Qinghan withdrew Xiao He, turned around, and smiled apologetically. His faint smile sent chills down everyone's spine. Your Majesty, this man is too terrifying. He has too many tricks up his sleeves. That just now was definitely not a weapon soul. That monster has a terrifying devouring ability. Why don't we join forces and kill him now? The maid beside Zhu Yi was secretly shocked. She glanced at Zhu Yi and quietly transmitted her voice. In fact, Zhu Yi's heart was also surging with murderous intent. Yi Qinghan had taken advantage of her time and time again. Now, he was completely ignoring her orders and wantonly slaughtering rank 9 martial artists. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to break through to rank 9 powerhouses. Every one of them was a valuable asset to the Fire God clan. In the past, it was not a pity to kill them because of their hostility. Now, they were equivalent to Zhu Yi's subordinates. Of course, her heart ached. However, when Zhu Yi saw the fiery red shield on the Fire God Island below, she secretly suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. As long as the Fire God was not dead, it was not the time to break off relations with Yi Qinghan. Moreover, if she fell out with Yi Qinghan at this moment, she might give the Fire God a sneak attack. In that case, the loss outweighed the gain. I'll let it go this time. Next time, don't kill indiscriminately, okay? No matter what, these people are Zhu Yi's clansmen. Since they are ready to surrender, we should give them a chance. Zhu Yi seemed to be smiling and angry at the same time. She rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan with some reproach, looking like a lover flirting with each other. Well, I'll keep it in mind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Qinghan said respectfully, giving Zhu enough face. However, he was sneering in his heart. These are your clansmen, not my clansmen. I won't feel bad killing them. In fact, Yi Qinghan also wanted to test Zhu Yi's mind. He was very satisfied with the result. As long as the Fire God was not dead, Zhu Yi would not attack him. However, once the Fire God was dead, Zhu Yi would definitely attack immediately. Miss Zhu Yi, what should we do next? Can a direct attack break the protective shield of the island? Yi Qinghan looked at the island below with burning eyes. He thought that he could immediately attack the island with Zhu Yi, kill the patriarch of the Fire God clan, and obtain the heart of the Fire God. Then he could immediately escape and see his long-lost relatives. His heart was filled with excitement. Child Yi, your thinking is too simple. Zhu Yi sighed and transmitted her voice. This Fire God Island is the rear base left by the Fire God clan. The restrictive shield of the Fire God Island was set up by a 9th-grade supreme martial artist who was proficient in restrictive spells. Only a 9th-grade supreme martial artist can break it. If the two of us attack continuously, it will take 100,000 years, and we can't stop. What? Yi Qinghan looked at the protective shield of the island below in disbelief. Attack continuously for tens of thousands of years? How strong was this protective shield exactly? Moreover, would the patriarch of the Fire God clan let the two of them attack continuously? If the two of them exhausted themselves and the patriarch of the Fire God clan suddenly attacked, wouldn't all their previous efforts be wasted? The first thought that came to Yi Qinghan's mind was that Zhu Yi was messing with him. Immediately, the 10 God Slayer spears whizzed out and stabbed downward. He didn't believe that there would be such a powerful restrictive shield in this world. After the God Slayer spears were unleashed, Yi Qinghan didn't look at them. Instead, his divine sense quietly locked onto Zhu Yi and the experts around her, afraid that Zhu Yi would suddenly attack him. Boom! The 10 God Slayer spears pierced down with a sharp aura. However, when they collided with the fiery red protective shield, there wasn't the big explosion that Yi Qinghan imagined. Instead, it was like an iron rod smashing into a quagmire. It was silent. Not even a trace of energy was emitted. It disappeared just like that, as if it had penetrated the shield. Yi Qinghan's face turned slightly pale. Only he knew that the God Slayer spears didn't penetrate the shield. Instead, they were dissolved by the inexplicable energy inside the protective shield. This protective shield actually had dozens of layers. The God Slayer spears penetrated more than 10 layers before collapsing. Zhu Yi didn't move. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she was very happy to see Yi Qinghan suffer. Yi Qinghan also believed Zhu Yi's words. The restrictive shield of the island below was indeed powerful. Even if he, Zhu Yi, and all the other 9th-grade martial artists attacked together, it was almost impossible to break it. As long as the Fire God stayed inside and didn't come out, it was almost impossible to kill him. For a moment, Yi Qinghan felt a little dull. Since he couldn't kill the Fire God and obtain the Fire God's heart, what was the point of staying here? It seemed that he had been tricked by Zhu Yi in the end. Chapter 1204. Don't worry, Child Yi. We can definitely kill the patriarch of the Fire God clan. Give Zhu Yi some time, and she will definitely be able to break this restrictive spell. Zhu Yi saw the sadness in Yi Qinghan's eyes and immediately sent a telepathic message over. Yi Qinghan said coldly, "Do you have any way to break it?" Zhu Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, no matter how strong a fortress is, it will be broken from the inside. Don't worry, child Yi. You will know after a while." Yi Qinghan looked down in confusion. Of course, at the same time, he was secretly on guard against Zhu Yi's sneak attack. After a long time, Zhu Yi did not move, but the shield below moved. The huge shield trembled slightly and then calmed down again. Yi Qinghan and the group of people were baffled, but the eyes of Zhu Yi and her personal maid lit up, as if their scheme had succeeded. Zhu Yi smiled tenderly. "All right, you really didn't disappoint me. The energy gathering array has been destroyed, and this powerful restriction can only last for 3,000 years at most. After 3,000 years, it will be the day of Zhu Shueishue's death." Yi Qinghan's body shook, and he used his divine sense to check. Sure enough. Originally, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was constantly rushing toward the shield. Now, there was no more spiritual energy being absorbed by the shield. He was overjoyed. He immediately sent a message to Zhu. "Why wait for 3,000 years? Let's see how long this shield can last with so many people attacking it with all our strength." Childy, you are still too anxious. Although this shield has no energy supply, it is still very difficult to break it with the energy it has stored. Most importantly, there is a killing array inside the shield. If you attack it by force and trigger the killing array, even a normal 9th grade supreme martial artist will die. Zhu Yi smiled sweetly. Her charming look made Yi Qinghan and the people around him feel their hearts flutter. Then she said, "Let's go back and rest and cultivate. After 3,000 years, Zhu Shueishue will definitely die. I will give you the heart of the fire god." After that, Zhu ignored Yi Qinghan. Instead, he turned to the 3 subordinates behind him and said, "Zhu Li, bring some men and take over all the islands. Kill those who don't submit." Zhu Li and the other 2 immediately agreed. They teleported toward the eastern islands with faces full of excitement. When they returned, they were ready to start conquering all the islands. Once the Grand Elder died, the fire god tortoise could not come out. The most important thing was that the rank 5 and rank 9 subordinates under the Grand Elder were all killed by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, unifying the fire god arcane realm was not difficult at all. Yi Qinghan followed Zhu Yi and teleported toward the Flame King Island. Together with him were his personal maid and the 3 lower 9th grade war gods who betrayed the Great Elder. Back at the Great General's palace, Yi Qinghan returned to his private room alone. He quietly waited for Zhu Yi to settle her matters and come find him. His guess was right. After half a day, Zhu Yi arrived. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that if Zhu Yi wanted to ask him for the divine crystal of the Grand Elder, he would not give it to her even if he had to fall out with her. Moreover, the fire god was not dead. He did not believe that Zhu Yi would fall out with him. To his surprise, Zhu Yi did not mention anything about the pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Instead, she said a bunch of polite words to win him over. Her tone could not be more pleasant. The content of the conversation was nothing more than thanking him for his help, continuing to work hard in the future, and getting rid of the fire god together. "You get the heart of the fire god, I get the fire god arcane realm. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone." Yi Qinghan was not willing to be fooled by her. When he killed the 5 subordinates of the Grand Elder, although the murderous intent in Zhu Yi's eyes was deeply hidden, his soul strength was so abnormally strong. How could he not have detected it? At that moment, Yi Qinghan made up his mind and hugged Zhu Yi's delicate body domineeringly. He smiled wickedly and said, "Miss Zhu Yi, now that the Grand Elder is dead, the fire god's arcane realm is destined to be under your skirt. I wonder, do I have the chance to be under your skirt too?" Although Zhu Yi was furious, she did not dare to show it. She grabbed onto Yi Qinghan's hand that was moving up and rolled her eyes at him. "Mr. Yi, why are you so lustful? Don't you know that this will make Zhu Yi look down on you?" The smile at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth became even more devilish. The 2 of them had their own ulterior motives, Yet they pretended to be harmonious on the surface. They even had to pretend to be lovers, which made him feel very excited. Zhu Yi wanted to tear him into pieces in her heart, but she looked very affectionate on the surface. This made Yi Qinghan want to play with her even more. Immediately, he pulled his hand out domineeringly and grabbed Zhu Yi's proud breasts. He used all his strength to knead them, taking advantage of them. His mouth moved closer and blew into her ear. He said ambiguously, "If I can get Miss, don't talk about Miss looking down on me. Even if Miss kills me, I will be willing. I think about Miss day and night. I can't sleep or cultivate." Zhu Yi was furious and was about to use her murderous intent. However, she felt that Yi Qinghan's divine sense had locked onto her soul. She quickly suppressed it and pretended to twist her body. She shouted, "Mr. Yi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Give Zhu Yi a little more time, okay?" "I can give you time, but how much longer?" "Miss, you have to give me a deadline, right? Otherwise, I will be possessed by the devil." Yi Qinghan pretended to be very sincere, as if he had fallen in love with Zhu Yi or desired her body. However, he didn't let go. Instead, he turned Zhu Yi around and kissed her lips. His big hands moved up and down, no different from an impatient pervert. When Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan's tone was relaxed, as if he was willing to wait for her, she was slightly relieved. However, she was suddenly violated again. This time, it wasn't just her mouth and breasts. Yi Qinghan's mysterious area was also wantonly played with. Zhu Yi felt a strange excitement when a few sensitive parts of her body were played with. Yi Qinghan's strong manly scent made her mind go blank. After a while, Zhu Yi felt a chill on her upper body. She was shocked and completely woke up. She pushed Yi Qinghan away and retreated a few steps in a flash. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes. When she saw Yi Qinghan's burning gaze, she subconsciously lowered her head. She realized that she was actually a little afraid to see Yi Qinghan. She had always liked to play with men in the palm of her hand. However, when she was facing Yi Qinghan, she was at a disadvantage. She was being played with in the palm of his hand. She didn't know what went wrong. She didn't understand why Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of her at all. Moreover, he dared to desecrate her in such a domineering manner. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the heart of the fire god in the future? Or should she kill him in a fit of anger? "Young Master Yi is too rude to me. I'm ignoring you." Seeing Yi Qinghan rubbing his hands and sniffing his nose in an intoxicated manner, then slowly walking towards Zhu Yi with a fiery gaze, as if he wanted to force himself on her, Zhu Yi was so frightened that she hurriedly teleported away. You want to play tricks with me? You're still not my match." Yi Qinghan laughed and chuckled. Zhu Yi couldn't figure out his trump card, but he had figured out Zhu Yi's tricks. He would definitely not lose 100 battles. Chapter 1205. After confirming that Zhu Yi would not bother him during this period of time, Yi Qinghan sat down quietly. His divine sense began to scan the entire fire god's mystic realm. Once the Grand Elder died, Zhu Yi's subordinates led a group of venerables to sweep through the entire fire god's mystic realm. With several 9th-grade war gods leading the team and a group of venerables, who would dare to resist? Within a few days, Zhu Li and his men swept through the entire fire god's mystic realm. Hundreds of thousands of islands had declared their allegiance to Zhu. Only the fire god island stood alone in the west, its protective shield shining with red light. Zhu Yi said that the protective shield can only be broken after 3,000 years? Could it be some kind of trick? 3,000 years is enough to arrange many things. Could it be that she wants to get rid of me and the fire god tribe's patriarch? Yi Qinghan pondered silently. He still suspected that Zhu Yi was wrong when she said 3,000 years, but he did not dare to attack the protective shield. Without Zhu Yi's help, he could not break it alone. Furthermore, if there was really a killing array, his life would be over. He guessed that Zhu Yi definitely had some kind of arrangement, but he did not dare to probe her unscrupulously. Now, he could only continue to cultivate and increase his strength. He wanted the 10 God Slayer spears to be able to revolve. If he could make a breakthrough in the spatial combination and comprehend the Tao, he would become a venerable. That would be perfect. Ignoring Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan entered the War Emperor Palace. He summoned the slaughter god blade and found that Xiao He had already fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan was delighted. Xiao He had devoured so many ninth-grade experts. If he could really evolve, that would be great. At this moment, Blackie could easily swallow a lower-rank 9 martial artist. If it could fight an upper-rank 9 martial artist head-on after its evolution, that would be awesome. In 3,000 years, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely be able to turn all 10 God-Slayer spears. By then, with the evolved Xiao He, even if Zhu Yi had any tricks up her sleeves, he could use his powerful strength to kill her. At that moment, Yi Qinghan was energized. He waved his hand, and 2 God-Slayer spears appeared in the air. He started cultivating with all his might. "Your Majesty, is there really a killing array in Fire God Island's barrier?" Within Zhu Yi's pavilion, her personal maidservant asked suspiciously. Zhu Yi had not told her about this before. Of course not. This king was lying to that bastard. Zhu Yi sneered again and again. When she recalled how Yi Qinghan played with her body just now, her expression became unnatural again. The pretty maid was even more puzzled as she asked, "Then why didn't we attack together earlier and break through Fire God Island? Wouldn't that solve all problems once and for all? There are so many of us. If we work together to kill Yi Qinghan, he definitely won't be our match. Do you think he can fly away? First of all, this shield is indeed very difficult to break. Don't forget about Zhu Shui. If he counterattacks before his death, Yi Qinghan and I may be fine, but you guys will be in trouble." Zhu Yi sighed helplessly. She leaned on the pretty maid with a tired expression and said faintly, "Most importantly, I still can't see through Yi Qinghan. I think he is still hiding his strength or some other killer move. I wanted to test him just now, but I didn't expect him to take advantage of me. This is really infuriating. After 3,000 years, Zhu Shui will completely lose his sharpness. At that time, we can easily kill him. Furthermore, I need to use 3,000 years to set up the formation properly. At that time, we can kill Yi Qinghan as well. This king is determined to get the Fire God armor. If I don't turn Yi Qinghan's bones into ashes, I won't be able to endure this anger. I want to cripple him and torture him to death." The pretty maid's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. She hugged Zhu Yi and her face turned gentle again. She said softly, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Zhu Li and the other two's joint attack formation will be completed after 3,000 years. At that time, when the 3 of them work together, they will definitely have the strength of upper 9th grade. If we join hands and ambush him, Yi Qinghan will die for sure. I will help you vent your anger. Your Majesty, don't think about these annoying things. Let me serve you well." Zhu Yi moaned. Her lust had been aroused by Yi Qinghan, and now, her beloved concubine was teasing her. She felt her entire body heating up. The 2 of them fell on the jade bed and started to have sex with each other. For the time being, the room was filled with the fragrance of spring, which they didn't want to share with anyone else. In the endless void outside the Fire God's secret domain, a 9-story pagoda was slowly flying around the Fire God's secret domain. It had been more than 100 years. On the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, people were sitting in a room. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu were sitting in the main hall, with Night Emperor's group of 4 sitting next to them. All of them wore a faint worried countenance. Although they were talking about the strange things happening in different places, the atmosphere was a little heavy. Lord Devour was still cultivating in seclusion, but Mo Xiaoxiao was still in the small hall, looking at the endless void and cultivating. There was a green jade talisman in the middle of the hall, which was Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip. Once Yi Qinghan died, this jade slip would explode. It had been more than 100 years. Theoretically, if Yi Qinghan could get the Fire God's heart, he would have gotten it long ago. If he couldn't get it, it meant that there was a super expert in the Fire God's secret domain. Either Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move, or Yi Qinghan was trapped or captured. No matter what the result was, people were so worried. As Yi Qinghan didn't come out, they had to wait outside the Fire God's secret domain. If Yi Qinghan came out, they couldn't return to the reincarnation's secret domain. Although Lord Devour was strong, he wasn't much stronger than Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan couldn't handle it, even if she brought this group of people in, it would be suicide. The atmosphere here was oppressive. In contrast, the divine world was full of peace. More than 10 years ago, Shen Tuxiong came out of seclusion, and what accompanied him was a divine decree. The contents of the divine decree were made public in the divine world, and the divine world was in an uproar. The divine decree stated that Shen Tuxiong was the lord of the divine world. Perhaps ordinary warriors didn't know what the divine decree represented, but those who reached the venerable level understood a little. The divine decree was automatically sent down by heaven and earth. Some said it represented the will of heaven and earth, some said it represented the will of the Supreme God Emperor, and some said it represented the will of the Supreme Realm. But the Level 9 experts all knew that the divine decree represented the will of the Supreme God Emperor. The experts of the Divine Emperor Supreme Realm had never seen it, but many sovereigns knew that the Supreme God Emperor existed. No one knew how strong the Supreme God Emperor was, but no one could resist the will of the Supreme God Emperor. For example, in the planar war, once the divine decree was sent down, one had to participate, or else the god punishment would come. There was only one type of god punishment, and that was the destruction of the world. The most important thing was that Shen Tuxiong became the lord of the divine world. He was definitely bestowed with will, which meant that he could control more space power. Originally, the space power that Shen Tuxiong could control was already as big as the star ocean. Now, Qing Shan and Ice Queen estimated that he could control half of the divine world's space power. And the space power that Qing Shan and Ice Queen could control was only as much as the Misty Continent. Shen Tuxiong's strength had definitely reached the peak of Level 9 Supreme Realm. And he was comparable to the strongest Level 9 Supreme Realm experts in the ancient times, like the first chief of Fire God, Zhuron. The second day after the divine decree was made public, Qing Shan brought the Blood Knight Monarch to Supreme Island. After seeing Shen Tuxiong and feeling his aura, he completely submitted. Then, Ice Queen brought the Wind Moon Monarch and rushed over, showing that they were willing to submit. Monarch Yanran, Mo Shanghuang, and the others had no choice but to rush to Supreme Island. The divine world was officially unified by Shen Tuxiong. Under his orders, no one dared to go against him. After Shen Tuxiong came out of seclusion, he gave out his first order. The entire divine world became busy. Find the place where Shi Diaowu and Yi Qinghan are hiding. Find them at all costs. The order was within everyone's expectations. Shi Diaowu and Yi Qinghan had always been a thorn in Shen Tuxiong's throat. After Shen Tuxiong's strength increased, the first thing he did was to remove this thorn. The Wind Moon Monarch was the other supreme artifact refiner in the divine world. Shen Tuxiong gave her a death order to create a god artifact that could travel through space like the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, the entire divine world was filled with countless spies, trying their best to find out where Yi Qinghan and Lord Shi were hiding. The trillions of martial artists in the divine world felt Shen Tuxiong's rage. A storm was brewing. Chapter 1206. Inside the War Emperor Palace. A green figure was quietly sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He had a leisurely expression on his face. 6 silver spears that emitted a suffocating aura were flying rapidly in the air beside him. Their speed was extremely fast, like a loach in the mud, incomparably nimble. All of a sudden, the 6 spears spun rapidly at the same time like 6 huge whirlpools on the surface of the sea. As the God Slayer's spears spun, 6 cracks were torn in the air. It was like the dark night had been torn apart by lightning. It was a shocking sight. At the same time, the restrictions in the War Emperor Palace lit up. The restrictions emitted a suppressive aura that seemed to freeze the entire space in the hall. The 6 spears spun for exactly the same amount of time, only 3 seconds. Then they collapsed at the same time. The space returned to normal, the cracks disappeared, and the restrictions in the hall disappeared. The oppressive aura in the hall disappeared, and peace was restored. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes tiredly. Controlling the 6 spears spun at the same time had exhausted his mental strength. However, he was very excited that he managed to make the 6 spears spin perfectly. He grinned and fell asleep on the ground. 1,000 years had passed. Zhu Yi never came to find him again. He seemed to have forgotten that he was still in the fire god mystery realm. In the past 1,000 years, he didn't cultivate laws and focused on increasing the power of the God Slayer spears. He was very clear that even if he comprehended the spatial combination, or if he went one step further and comprehended the Tao, even if he broke through to the supremacy realm, his strength wouldn't increase too much. However, the God Slayer spears were different. As long as he could control the 10 spears to spin at the same time, he believed that even if he couldn't defeat Zhu Yi, he would still have the strength to fight her. As long as he could stall Zhu Yi for a while, he could leave the endless void. He had his greatest trump card. Zhu Yi thought that he couldn't open the teleportation formation without her, so she thought that he was a monkey that couldn't jump out of her palm. Zhu Yi didn't stop Yi Qinghan from obtaining the Grand Doyen's pseudo-chaos divine crystal, nor did she ask for it. Therefore, Yi Qinghan reckoned that even if he took the fire god's heart first, Zhu Yi wouldn't stop him. Instead, they would secretly prepare to kill him. Hence, Yi Qinghan cultivated in the War Imperial Palace with peace of mind, waiting for the great battle that would take place 3,000 years later. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights in the main hall, Yi Qinghan woke up feeling refreshed. After continuously cultivating for 1,000 years, although with his current strength, there was no difference between cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Cultivating the God Slayer spear was extremely taxing on his mental energy. It still made him extremely tired. Lying on the ground with his eyes half open, Yi Qinghan rested for a moment. Only then did he sit cross-legged and begin his routine examination of his physical condition. In the end, 1,000 years had passed, and the soul space had once again undergone a significant change. His soul space has already expanded to millions of miles? It was almost the size of a small plane. This rate of growth was too terrifying. The amount of origin energy he had increased by dozens of times. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to use it all in his lifetime. That's not right. Yi Qinghan muttered. Suddenly, his eyes opened abruptly. Then, he immediately closed his eyes and looked inside himself. After a moment, when he opened his eyes again, his face was filled with bewilderment. My soul space is still growing, but why has my soul C stopped growing? If my soul C is not growing, isn't it the same as before? Under the lightning's tempering, it will slowly shrink? How strange. What's going on with this soul space? Right now, Yi Qinghan's soul space was like an egg. The soul C inside was like an egg yolk that floated in the soul space. Originally, when the egg was continuously growing, the egg yolk also followed suit. Right now, the egg was continuously growing, but the egg yolk had stopped growing. Furthermore, under the continuous tempering of the lightning, it had started to shrink. Yi Qinghan was confused. In the past, he had imagined that his soul space might evolve into a plane. The soul sea was the plane's continent. The soul space surrounded by the origin energy was the plane space. Right now, this plane space was continuously growing, but the continent was continuously shrinking. This, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like a plane at all. I am a monster. Change, and it'll be best if I explode in the end. Yi Qinghan gloomily withdrew his divine sense. It was useless to care about it, so he might as well ignore it. This soul space had always been like a ticking time bomb, causing him to constantly tremble, as if he was walking on thin ice. He always had a sense of crisis, afraid that he would accidentally die. Therefore, he cherished every moment he had with his loved ones. Therefore, he liked to live a comfortable and peaceful life. It was just that Xiao Hei's current appearance was the greatest guilt he had ever felt in his life. If he could not help Xiao Hei reconstruct his true body, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. That was why he was working so hard. He hoped that he could finish everything before this time bomb exploded in his mind, so that he would not have any regrets in this trip to the other world. Forget it, I have wine today, I will drink today, I will worry tomorrow. I will think about it after I explode. Now, I should properly deal with Zhu Yi's bamboo leaf grass. Yi Qinghan decided that there were still 2,000 years left. In the future, he would not look into his soul and focus on cultivating. He did not care what the soul space would evolve into, or whether it would explode. Otherwise, his heart would be in a mess and he would not be able to cultivate. Not to mention anything else, he would not be able to get past Zhu Yi 3,000 years later. Immediately, he threw away all his thoughts and immersed himself in cultivation. In the hall, the God Slayer's spear began to dance again. Fire God Mystic Realm. As expected, the protective shield of Fire God Island was constantly weakening. The light on it was much dimmer than 1,000 years ago. Fire God had been entrenched, but the martial artists on Fire God Island were all anxious and restless. Zhu Yi became the supreme ruler of Fire God Mystic Realm. Thousands of islands submitted to her, and there were no more wars. No one dared to oppose her directly. Although some martial artists from the Great General King's faction started to bully the martial artists from the other two factions. But under Zhu Yi's strict ban, a few troublemakers were killed, and no one dared to cause trouble anymore. On the surface, Fire God Island became peaceful and harmonious. Recently, Zhu Yi rarely appeared in public. However, the people on Fire King Island had started to migrate. Clearly, Fire King Island would become Zhu Yi's sole residence in the future, and it would become the sacred land of Fire God Mystic Realm. In the Great General King's residence, in the backyard garden, the scenery was beautiful. Zhu Yi was lazily lying on a recliner, enjoying the warm sunlight and the gentle breeze. She was very satisfied, and her eyes were half closed. Her thin clothes were sticking to her voluptuous body, and it was tempting to commit a crime. Buzz! There was a fluctuation in the space, and that pretty servant teleported over. She twisted her waist and half knelt beside Zhu Yi. Her jade-like hands gently massaged Zhu Yi's body as she whispered into Zhu Yi's ear, "Your Majesty, Zhu Shueishue's subordinate, Zhu Den, has escaped. He has already arrived at Fire King Island and submitted to you. At least he knows how to adapt to the circumstances." Zhu Yi didn't move, but she arched her waist slightly to make her lying position more comfortable. She asked, "Did you ask? Since he can escape, can he bring us in?" "It's very difficult." The pretty servant shook her head and said, "He said that the restriction on the island is completely controlled by Zhu Shueishue. It's easy to escape, but to enter, we can only attack." Zhu Yi closed her eyes again, and her curved eyelashes trembled slightly. She waved her hand lightly and said, "Then we'll wait for another 2,000 years. Let Zhu Shueishue live for another 2,000 years. Of course, let that bastard Yi Qinghan live for another 2,000 years too." The pretty servant's eyes turned cold, and her killing intent filled the air. She said faintly, "Your Majesty, rest assured. After 2,000 years, Yi Qinghan will definitely not be able to escape from the palm of our hands." Chapter 1207. Divine World, Supreme Island. There was still a golden palace floating above the island. This was Shintaxiong's residence. Those who could enter the palace in the God realm were all famous figures. Recently, Shintaxiong had been in a bad mood. Monarch Wind Moon had been refining for 1,000 years, but he still hadn't made a treasure like the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, Shintaxiong didn't ask him to make it big or fast. As long as it could resist the turbulent space current, it was fine. But Monarch Wind Moon still said that he needed more time. The entire divine world was on the move. Anyone related to Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour, or even those that had been in contact with them, was captured and interrogated on Supreme Island, hoping to get some clues. But they still couldn't get any information about where Yi Qinghan and the others were hiding. Yi Qinghan had sneaked back to the divine world several times. Shintaxiong was sure that Yi Qinghan and the others were hiding in a plane that belonged to the divine world, or in a secret domain near the divine world. Lei Kuang was captured, and Venerable Li Quan's clansmen who were hiding in the divine world were discovered. Fire Dragon City's Trader Grand Elder was captured, a Rain Butterfly clan's Grand Elder was captured, and even the Blue Rain clan's Patriarch was captured. The War God Pavilion was spread all over the divine world. There were billions of war gods in every city. Moreover, all the sovereigns of the divine world had submitted. Besides the Fire God, Beast God, and Water God secret domains, the rest of the divine world had been searched. However, only a few people knew about the reincarnation secret domain. Later, Yi Qinghan brought his people away, and they found out about it. Even if they beat Lei Kuang and the others to death, they wouldn't get any information. Yi Qinghan had the secret domain that could change, hide, and travel in the endless void. These mysterious abilities made Shen Tuxiong feel like he had a knot in his heart. Yi Qinghan could easily enter the divine world, kill people when he had nothing to do, and then leave casually. Shen Tuxiong couldn't accept it. He had never been toyed with like this. Thus, he told himself that he must kill Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. He must find them. Xiao! A figure suddenly teleported over from Supreme Island. The guards in the city quickly scanned over with their divine senses. When they saw who it was, they quickly knelt down on one knee in midair and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Master Wu Xie." Shen Wuxie, Shen Tuxiong's second son, the new Misty Monarch. Shen Wuxie didn't even look at the guard who was kneeling in midair, and flew towards the Eternal Palace with an air of arrogance. Just looking at her bearing, it was obvious that she couldn't compare to Shen Wuhan, who was killed by Yi Qinghan. No wonder Shen Tuxiong's favorite child was Shen Wuhan. No wonder Qinghan hated him so much. Shen Wuxie walked into the palace, ignoring the row of maids kneeling in the palace, and walked towards the back of the palace. He knew that his father liked to stay in the back of the palace alone. The rear hall was about the same size as the front hall. The interior of the hall was divided into 2 levels. On one side, there was a flight of stairs that rose slowly. On top of the stairs, there was a huge throne, and a golden-haired man was lying on it. Behind him, there were 2 beautiful maids massaging him, and 2 maids were kneeling on the ground, gently massaging his calves. The maids wore thin clothes, and their figures were enchanting. Shen Tuxiong's eyes were tightly shut, and he had an aquiline nose. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel a faint majesty from him. "Father!" Shen Wuxie knelt down on one knee and looked at Shen Tuxiong with admiration. Shen Tuxiong didn't open his eyes, and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Wuxie has a way to find Devour Diao Wu and Yi Qinghan," Shen Wuxie said excitedly. He knew that in Shen Tuxiong's eyes, he couldn't compare to Shen Wuhan, so he had been trying his best to please Shen Tuxiong. He knew that if he succeeded, his position as the Misty Monarch would definitely be secured. As expected, Shen Tuxiong opened his eyes, and a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand to dismiss the maids beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Stand up and speak." Shen Wuxie became even more excited. His handsome face was full of vigor, and he spoke frankly with assurance, "Child, I found a clan called the Wood Spirit Clan. The people of this clan can completely conceal their aura, and they look no different from a dead object. Then, I secretly sent 10 of the Wood Spirit Clan's experts to the Fire Dragon continent, and I found a great thing. As soon as I received the news, I immediately came to report." "Get to the point." Shen Tuxiong's face revealed a trace of anger. This was what he didn't like about Shen Wuxie. If it was Shen Wuhan, he would have said it briefly, and wouldn't ask for credit, so that he could have a plan. Seeing that Shen Tuxiong was angry, Shen Wuxie didn't dare to keep him in suspense anymore, and immediately said, "The Wood Spirit Clan has been hiding for 10 years, and we have confirmed one thing. Right now, Devour Diao Wu is not in the Fire Dragon continent." "Is this true?" Shen Tuxiong's eyes lit up with a dazzling light, like 2 suns. His aura surged out, and the fake 9th grade Shen Wuxie couldn't stand steadily, and he directly knelt down. It could be seen how strong he had become. When Shen Tuxiong found out, he slightly retracted his aura, and Shen Wuxie stood up, saying quickly, "According to the information that the Wood Spirit Clan has gathered in Sumtsong City, Yi Qinghan has returned to the Fire Dragon continent several times. More than 1,000 years ago, Yi Qinghan came again, and he only took 1 person with him. But not long after, the Soul Emperor flew back again. He took away Devour Diao Wu and Yi Qinghan's women. However, Yi Qinghan's grandfather still has many relatives, and they are still in the Fire Dragon continent. Did Devour Diao Wu really leave? Or is it Devour Diao Wu's scheme? Does she want me to send some venerables to their deaths?" Shen Tuxiong pondered. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack the Fire Dragon continent. After Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour had escaped from the divine world, He had immediately sent several venerables to the Fire Dragon continent, preparing to destroy the Fire Dragon continent to vent his anger. But in the end, they were all killed by Lord Devour. Afterwards, when Shintoxiong knew that Lord Devour was the Jade Rabbit Divine Beast and had a clone, he didn't have any intention of attacking the Fire Dragon continent. The Fire Dragon continent was a small material plane. If a grade 9 expert from another plane entered, it would definitely cause the Fire Dragon plane to collapse. If grade 9 experts couldn't enter, no matter how many venerables went, they would die. Suddenly, Shintoxiong shouted, and a handsome man who looked similar to Shinto Wuxie teleported over. He nodded towards Wuxie, then called out to Shintoxiong, "Wia is here, father. What orders do you have?" "Immediately gather 100 venerables and send them to the Misty Continent. Let Wuxie teleport to the Fire Dragon plane. Remember, it doesn't matter if Devour Diao Wu is there or not. As long as you capture Yi Qinghan's relatives, you will have made a great contribution." Following Shintoxiong's order, the Supreme Island immediately became busy. The 100 venerables secretly scattered and teleported towards the Misty Continent at their fastest speed. A few days later, a teleportation formation in the Misty City soared into the sky. The dazzling light shone on Shinto Wuya and Shinto Wuxie's sinister smiles. The martial artists passing by felt a chill in their hearts. Not long after, the sky of the Fire Dragon continent lit up. Golden gates tore through the void and teleported the venerables over. How powerful was the aura of 100 venerables? It could be seen from the frightened faces of the people of the Fire Dragon continent. Chapter 1208. In the endless void outside the Fire God's secret territory, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still flying around slowly. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, and Li Shui were whispering to each other, while the Night Emperor and the others were cultivating. Mo Xiaoxiao had turned into a stone statue, looking at the endless void and thinking about her cultivation path. Oh no! All of a sudden, a scream arose, interrupting their conversation. Then, Lord Devour appeared in the hall, his face frightened. The four of them changed their countenances. Mo Xiaoxiao also moved, turning her head suspiciously. Lord Devour didn't say anything but followed the method the Yao Ji had taught him. He controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to make a beautiful turn in the sky, heading to the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qingwu's face was as pale as snow. She opened her eyes wide, her voice trembling. "Lord, what happened?" Lord Devour had never shown such a frightened face in front of others. At this moment, he didn't care about Yi Qinghan anymore, flying directly to the Fire Dragon plane. Did something happen to the Fire Dragon plane? As people were watching him nervously, Lord Devour said coldly, "The Fire Dragon plane has arrived. So many venerables." Yi Qingwu's body staggered and she fell on the chair behind her. Her body trembled in fear and her tears flowed out. Yi Qingyu also understood what was going on, and her face turned snow-white. Fireworks, Li Shui, and Mo Xiaoxiao furrowed their brows, their faces solemn. "Dorush, perhaps it's not as bad as we thought." Sigh. Lord Devour heaved a deep sigh. Although his face was calm, the worry in his eyes was thicker. This time, Yi Qinghan wanted to take the Yao Ji away. Only she understood the restrictions. To ensure Yi Qinghan's safety, she had no choice but to leave the Fire Dragon continent, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to come to the Fire God's secret territory to receive Yi Qinghan. She had originally thought that after so many years, she had killed so many venerables sent by the God World, that the God World would not send any more people. Furthermore, she thought that Yi Qinghan would not take too long to steal the Fire God's heart and would be back soon. She had set up some restrictions in the Dark Castle. If anyone went in to investigate, she would know. He even gave Yi Tianlong and the others a jade talisman. If the immortal world sent people to investigate, Yi Tianlong and the others could crush the jade talisman as soon as they realized that something was amiss, and they would immediately rush back. The God Realm was not sure whether she was there or not, so they would definitely not send people to their deaths immediately. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianlong and the others had crushed the jade talismans at the same time. According to the agreement, many venerables had come from the God World, and it was a sign that Yi Tianlong and the others were completely unable to contend against them. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew towards the Flame Dragon Plane at the fastest speed possible. The Fire God's Arcane Realm and the Fire Dragon Plane were actually located in the same direction of the Divine Realm. In less than a month, the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly landed outside of Tsang City. When Lord Devour and Yi Qingwu and the others teleported out and saw the scene in front of them, their faces turned ashen. Yi Qingwu screamed and fainted. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu, and Li Shui hurried to hold Yi Qingwu. Night Emperor and the others also looked extremely gloomy. The entire Tsang City, the holy land of the Flame Dragon continent, the biggest city, was now in ruins. Broken bones and broken limbs could be vaguely seen. The entire city was filled with the faint smell of blood and corpses. It was like hell. Swish. There was a fluctuation in the air, and more than 20 figures teleported. Looking at Lord Devour, whose face was full of murderous aura, they all knelt down and didn't dare to say a word. Big brother Feng Zihua, my grandpa and the others. When Yi Qingyu saw Feng Zi and Hua Hua kneeling down, she left Yi Qingwu and dashed to them. Although Yi Qingyu didn't have any feelings for Yi Tianlong and the others, they were Yi Qinghan's family. Lord Little Yu, Feng Zi is useless. We're not strong enough. Please punish us. Feng Zi's face was full of pain. She grabbed her hair and cried. Chief Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyo, Yi Baihu, Yi Chang, and Senior Yi Luyan were captured. The others were all killed. No one escaped from Tsang City. Young Lady Sainan was in Tsang City at that time. She was killed too. The enemies were 100 venerables. After they arrived, they didn't say a word and just teleported to Tsang City. They captured all the God Realm warriors in Tsang City and destroyed the entire city. Then they left immediately. Hua Chao held back his tears and quickly reported the situation. He and Feng Zi both had daughters who were married to members of the Yi family. After such a long time, they were connected by marriage. It could be said that there were countless relatives in Tsang City. But now they were all dead. Tens of millions of people in Tsang City, all turned into ashes. Everyone was silent as they stared at the ruins in front of them. Everyone was thinking, if Yi Qinghan came back and saw the tragic scene in front of him, with his personality that valued affection the most, how furious, sorrowful, and how much blood would he shed? It's my fault. I was too careless. Get up. It's not your fault. Lord Devour closed his eyes, his back facing the others. He didn't look happy or worried, and his voice was indifferent. However, everybody could see that Lord Devour was shivering. They didn't know how to face Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour didn't have the face to see Yi Qinghan. Tsang City had tens of millions of people, and the Yi family had at least several million descendants. But, at this moment, they were all buried in Tsang City. Shintaxiong, I must kill you. I must kill you. I must kill you. The city was dead silent, but the next second, the Night Emperor's roar broke the silence. The Night Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his face bulged. Wind Lord hugged him tightly, and his voice was hysterical and sorrowful. He roared a few times, and then held his head helplessly. He knelt on the ground and cried. His body was curled up like a child who had lost his family. He was the founder of the Yi family. When he and Wind Lord and Moon Queen returned to the Fire Dragon continent, he was the happiest one. Seeing the Yi family full of descendants, he was extremely proud. He didn't look good with words, but his heart was filled with warmth. Now, his dream was shattered. His bloodline had less than 100 descendants. All the descendants of the Yi family in the Fire Dragon Island lived in Tsang City. For the time being, besides Lord Devour and Mo Xiaoxiao, everybody else shed tears. More and more warriors came to this place. They started to clean up the ruins in the city. Many corpses and bones were dug out, and they were placed in the open space outside the city. The Fire Dragon continent had done its worst massacre. The blood debt with Shintaxiong was getting deeper and deeper. Lord Devour asked Mo Xiaoxiao to take Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, and the others, who had fainted, to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to rest. She stood alone outside Tsang City, looking at the new graves. A drop of tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. She had been thinking about a problem. If Yi Qinghan came back, how should she face him? Chapter 1209. Good job, Wuxia. We did a great job this time. Inside the Eternal Palace, Shen Tuxiong looked at the dozens of God Realm martial artists in front of him, his face full of excitement. Originally, he was prepared to sacrifice these 100 venerables. He did not expect that Shi Jiawu was really not in the Fire Dragon plane. The 100 venerables successfully captured all the God Realm experts in Song City, and also destroyed Song City, slaughtering all of Yi Qinghan's clansmen. How could Shen Tuxiong's heart only be satisfied? Is that Yi Tianlong? Shen Tuxiong looked at the group of martial artists in front of him, who were basically refining divine crystals, and sneered. These people were all suppressed by the power of those venerables, and did not even have the chance to attack. With the addition of 100 people, they immediately sealed all the divine crystals and captured them. I am for you. Yi Tianlong was short, and his old-fashioned face was filled with anger. His voice was as cold as ice. Countless disciples of Song City had been killed, and all of them were brought to the God Realm and thrown into spatial artifacts. At this moment, they suddenly appeared in this strange place. Who is Yi Qingyo? Shen Tuxiong ignored Yi Tianlong and continued to speak coldly. Yi Qingyo did not have a good temper like Yi Tianlong and knew how to endure. He roared, "Is it me? What's wrong? Want to kill me? Come on, bastard." As he spoke, Yi Qingyo used one hand to play a finger-guessing game and rushed towards Shen Tuxiong. However, without divine power, he was no different from a heavenly God Realm martial artist with his physical strength. Shen Wuxia, who was beside him, kicked at him, and Yi Qingyo was sent flying into the wall. Blood flowed from his head, and half of his bones and internal organs were shattered. "Don't move!" Yi Tianlong shouted. He knew that if he was impulsive at this moment, he would die in vain. He was not afraid of death, but if he died for nothing, it would make Yi Qinghan even sadder. "Yi Baihu," Shen Tuxiong said calmly as he read out another name. These were all names that Shen Wuxia had obtained from the Wood Spirit race. They were all the relatives that Yi Qinghan cared about the most. But this time, no one responded. Yi Bai, who had always been a shrewd person, he knew very well that the reason this person had captured them was to threaten Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he was confirming everyone's identity one by one. This meant that there was a problem. He was afraid that once this demonic godlike man confirmed everyone's identity, he would leave the important ones behind and kill everyone else. If he did not admit his identity, then everyone would be able to survive. Bang. But he was wrong. Shen Tuxiong glanced at Shen Wuxia. Then, Shen Wuxia suddenly made a move, grabbing a deity realm martial artist beside him with a claw, directly tearing his head apart. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he died instantly. That was a doyen of the Yi family. "Who is Yi Baihu?" Shen Tuxiong's voice continued to sound. Yi Baihu stood up helplessly, his eyes filled with regret and rage. His body trembled continuously, but he did not act rashly under Yi Tianlong's stern gaze. Yi Chang, Yi Luyun, Yu Shishui, Dragon Bastard. Names were read out one by one. Dragon Bastard had been a guest with Long Sinan in Song City and had also been captured. His daughter's tragic death seemed to have aged this little old man by tens of thousands of years. At this moment, if not for Yi Tianlong holding his hand tightly, he would have already charged forward. "Alright, Wuxia, I'll leave the rest to you." Shen Tuxiong's lips curled into a smile as he turned around and walked towards the back of the palace. Shen Wuxia ordered people to separate Yi Tianlong and the other important people and began interrogating them. Secret Realm of Reincarnation? Half a month later, the results of the interrogation were out. Yi Tianlong and the others were stubborn, but some of the doyen and descendants of the Yi family were not as stubborn. Especially some of the direct descendants, who enjoyed all the glory and wealth and relied on their status to obtain divine crystals to become gods. Shen Wuxia used all kinds of torture methods in the god world, and finally someone confessed. The secret realm of reincarnation was exposed. "Ha Yi Qinghan, devouring butterfly dance. Let's see how you survive this time. You killed my children and stole my treasures, I'll definitely turn your bones to dust." Shen Tuxiong laughed wantonly. Shinto Wuxia and Shinto Wuya looked at each other. Wuxia asked doubtfully, Lord Father, no one knows the location of the secret realm of reincarnation. How can we find them? We don't know, but there's one person who definitely knows. Shinto Xiong smiled and shook his head. You don't need to care about these things. Pass down my orders, get Wind Moon's sovereign to speed up the refining of the spatial treasure. If he can't refine it within 10,000 years, there's no point in keeping him alive. Shinto Wuxia and Shinto Wuya were overjoyed. In the God world, the people who were most afraid of Yi Qinghan were the two of them. Shinto Xiong couldn't kill Yi Qinghan, but if they met Yi Qinghan, they would definitely be killed instantly. During this time, Shinto Wuxia didn't even dare to go to the Misty Continent. Pass down the message, let all the spies be on high alert. I reckon that after Yi Qinghan receives the news, he will most likely come back for revenge. You two don't go out. Don't kill Yi Qinghan's relatives either. Wait for Yi Qinghan to take the bait. Shinto Xiong gave a few more orders, then walked towards the back of the hall while laughing. Fire Dragon Continent. The sky was exceptionally gloomy. Although it was spring, the sun was shining brightly, and everything was recovering. Millions of people had died. The stench of rotten corpses and blood still lingered in the air. Lord Devour entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and didn't come out. Yi Qingwu and the others also entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion after paying their respects to the dead and didn't come out. Yi Qingwu was sick, very sick. Not to mention God Realm warriors, even ordinary warriors wouldn't get sick. It was clear that the massacre of Tsang City had hurt Yi Qingwu a lot. Fireworks and Li Shu were taking care of Yi Qingwu, while Moon Queen was taking care of the Night Emperor, whose eyes were still lifeless. Mo Xiao, Xiao Fengjun, and Marshal Snow were arranging things outside, while Yi Qingyu was following Lord Devour to learn how to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had to go and receive Yi Qinghan, but Lord Devour's body couldn't leave the Fire Dragon Continent. Who knew if the God world would send more people? The next time, it wouldn't just be a massacre, but the entire Fire Dragon Continent would be erased, of course. The most important thing was that Lord Devour didn't dare to see Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingyu had learned restrictions from the Yao Ji for a long time. It wasn't complicated to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She didn't need to arrange any restrictions. She just needed to control it. My lord, do you think the reincarnation secret realm needs to bring people here? Mo Xiaoxiao entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, asking Lord Devour worriedly. Lord Devour had thought about this problem. He waved his hand and said, the reincarnation secret realm is hidden. It's surrounded by space vortexes. Little Han said that there was no record of the reincarnation secret realm in the Beast's secret territory. Even if Shinto Xiong knows about it, it's okay. He can't find the reincarnation secret realm. Moreover, my clone is there. I've set a restriction on the passage to get in. If Shinto Xiong comes, I'll make him fall into the space vortex forever. Yeah, that's good. I won't go out this time. I'll stay with you in the Fire Dragon Continent. Mo Xiaoxiao felt relieved. Then she looked at Lord Devour worriedly. She was afraid that Lord Devour would have no one to accompany him. Lord Devour waved his hand faintly. You have to go. They're too weak. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion is safe in the void, you've experienced many things. You can make the decision. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed begrudgingly, then left. Several months later, under Yi Qingyu's control and Mo Xiaoxiao's command, the Soul Emperor Pavilion brought people to the Fire Dragon's secret realm. They were ready to bring Yi Qinghan home or wait for the Soul Jade slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion to explode, which would kill Yi Qinghan. Chapter 12:10. Yi Qinghan knew nothing about what was happening outside. He didn't even know what was happening inside the Fire God Mystery Realm. The control of the God Slayer's spear got harder as it progressed, but its power got stronger. The 10 God Slayer's spears were like 10 poisonous hidden weapons that attacked the enemy from all directions. As long as one of them broke through the defense and attacked the origin energy, there was a high chance of killing the enemy if it suddenly rotated. In the first 1,000 years, Yi Qinghan could rotate 6 God Slayer spears. But in the second 1,000 years, he could only control 9 God Slayer spears to rotate at the same time. It had already been 2,600 years, but he still couldn't make 10 God-Slayer's spears rotate at the same time. No. I will go crazy if I continue to practice like this. The God-Slayer's spears in the air exploded bit by bit. The precious origin energy couldn't be kept and dissipated in the air. Yi Qinghan held his head. The veins on his face bulged and his face was filled with pain. He had always wanted to make the 10 God-Slayer's spears rotate at the same time to reach perfection. He had a feeling that if the 10 God-Slayer's spears rotated at the same time, it would be extremely powerful. When it reached perfection, it would be even more powerful. That was why he spent 600 years stubbornly, but he still couldn't achieve it. Kneeling on the ground, Yi Qinghan held his head and shook it continuously. He felt like his head was going to explode. He didn't know if there was a problem with his soul, or if his soul wasn't strong enough to control the 10 God-Slayer's spears to rotate at the same time. But he didn't dare to check his soul space. He could only stubbornly practice it again and again. He was very afraid. 1,600 years ago, he suddenly felt a throbbing in the depths of his soul. He knew that something must have happened. He even thought of disregarding everything and abandoning the fire god's heart. He wanted to rush out and go home to take a look. But he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and practiced the God-Slayer's spear again and again, causing himself to enter a state of madness. With the help of practice, he didn't think too much. He didn't think about those things that he was extremely afraid of. He was very clear that if something really happened with his impulsive character, he would definitely think of a way to sneak attack Shen Tuxiong and kill him. With Shen Tuxiong's strength at the pinnacle of 9th grade sovereign realm, there was only one outcome for him: death. Therefore, he told himself that even if he had to go out, he had to obtain the fire god's heart. All these years of hard work couldn't go to waste. With the fire god's heart and the activation of the fire god's battle armor, he could escape. No matter how impulsive he was, he could still preserve his life. Only by preserving his life would he have the chance to kill Shen Tuxiong. I will definitely obtain the heart of the fire god. Jui, don't force me. Don't force me to attack you. Yi Qinghan growled in a low voice over and over again, trying to forget the swelling pain in his head that felt like it was about to explode, trying to forget the worry and fear deep in his soul. A long time passed. The swelling pain in Yi Qinghan's brain finally disappeared. He fell to the ground weakly, gasping for air, and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Yi Qinghan woke up slowly. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the stone wall above his head. In a trance, he didn't know where he was, who he was, and what he was going to do. His mind started to wake up gradually. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had a strong feeling deep in his soul, as if his soul was sending him a message, asking him to investigate and pay attention. This feeling came very suddenly, and it was very inexplicable. It made Yi Qinghan's entire body break out in cold sweat. Was his soul finally going to undergo another great change? Yi Qinghan knew that what he had been running away from was about to happen. He widened his eyes in horror and looked around, a little at a loss. If he died like this, he really didn't dare to imagine how sad his family, his women, and his children would be. How disappointed would Li Shuai, Lord Devourer, and Demon Devourer be? He forced himself not to pay attention to the soul space, but his soul consciousness started to explore it. His eyes opened wider, and the fear on his face grew thicker. He was a level 9 expert, Han Yijun, and he was also the #1 genius in the divine world. But he was also a human, and he would be afraid, and he would have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Of course, he would be at a loss, and he would be frightened. After 1,600 years, the soul space had become even stranger. At this moment, the soul space was definitely bigger than an ordinary material plane. However, the soul sea floating in the space had become as big as a fist. The lightning within the origin energy encircling the space continued to strike the fist-like sea of souls from all directions in a tyrannical manner. The soul sea had become a golden sphere, emitting a beautiful halo. At the same time, the soul pressure in it was getting stronger and stronger. Before Yi Qinghan's soul sea had undergone any change, it had been quenched by the lightning and thunder, and it had started to shrink. At this moment, as Yi Qinghan had expected, the soul sea of 1,000,000 miles had been compressed into the size of a fist in the past 1,600 years. Such a huge soul sea had been compressed to such a small size, and the density inside was absolutely high. The absence of an explosion had already exceeded Yi Qinghan's expectations. But at this moment, it was still shrinking. When something was compressed to the limit, there was only one ending: a big explosion. Last time, Yi Qinghan didn't know why he didn't die, and instead formed such a strange new soul space. This time, Yi Qinghan didn't believe that he would have such good luck. Most importantly, the last time his soul had undergone a change, it was because of the collision between the dark force and the light force. This time, the essence was different. When the soul sea was compressed to the limit, it would definitely explode. If the soul sea was torn apart and collapsed, how could he survive? I can't wait. I must get the heart of Fire God and get out immediately. I must think of all ways to kill Shen Xiong in a short period of time. I don't have the time to wait, and I can't gamble. The fear of death caused Yi Qinghan to make a decision. He decided to come out of seclusion and force Zhu Yi to kill the Fire God. Then he would leave immediately. With the Fire God battle armor, he would think of all ways to kill Shen Xiong, obtain the secret technique of possession, help Xiao He reconstruct his true body, and allow everyone to return to the deity world. This sphere formed by the soul sea was showing signs of exploding at any moment. He estimated that in at most 500 years, it would definitely be compressed to the limit and then explode. He had to make one last gamble before he died. After thinking through everything, Yi Qinghan relaxed. When a person knew that he was going to die, he wouldn't be so afraid of death. Swish! 10 God-Slayers' spears whizzed out and revolved in the air for a moment. Yi Qinghan began his final experiment. In the end, 9 spears could revolve at the same time, but the 10th spear still revolved for a moment before collapsing and exploding. This also caused the other 9 God-Slayers' spears to explode as well. He laughed bitterly. He knew that with his current soul spirit strength, he wouldn't be able to revolve 10 God-Slayers' spears at the same time. Yi Qinghan stopped thinking about it. With 9 God-Slayers' spears that could revolve, he already had the confidence to deal with Zhu. With one hand, he summoned the God-Slayer's spear. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses and realized that Xiao He was still in a deep sleep. He sighed silently. He didn't know if he could see Xiao He wake up and evolve again before he died. In the Battle Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan immediately released his domineering divine senses and scanned the entire Fire God mystic realm. When he saw the Fire God Island's barrier dimming, he was shocked. With the God-Slayer's saber in his hand, he locked onto Zhu Yi's figure and flew towards Zhu Yi's back garden. Chapter 12:11. Zhu Yi's back garden was very beautiful. During this period of time, it had undergone extensive remodeling. Many rare flowers and trees had been transplanted. It was currently dusk, and the sunset glow in the distance looked like it was being braised. Between the shadows of the trees, the red light shone on the beautiful green trees, the red flowers, and the blue water. It was a breathtaking scene. Zhu Yi reclined on a jade cushion in a pavilion. There were 4 maids attending to her at the side. The maids were all as beautiful as flowers. However, when they stood beside Zhu Yi, they were like a few green leaves setting off a red flower. Today, Zhu Yi was wearing a pink and white satin dress. This woman was born to wear clothes. The pink and white dress and the red rays of the sun made her skin look like it was white and rosy, bright and alluring. At this moment, she reclined with a lazy posture and a pleasant demeanor. The faint aura of a queen aroused the desire of men to conquer her. Yi Qinghan released his aura and flew towards the back garden without any scruples. This caused the guards and maids in the great general palace to be alarmed. They all rushed towards the back garden. What was Zhu Yi's current status? How could she allow Yi Qinghan to barge around as he pleased? If not for Yi Qinghan's special status and formidable strength, he would have been killed by the guards. Can't wait to obtain the Fire God's heart? Zhu Yi glanced at Yi Qinghan's direction and waved her hand to dismiss the maids. She didn't move and continued to pretend to sleep while waiting for Yi Qinghan's arrival. The maids obediently retreated, but the personal maids stayed behind. Previously, Yi Qinghan had taken advantage of Zhu Yi. She wouldn't be at ease to let Zhu Yi face Yi Qinghan alone. The guards in the palace received the personal maid's message and dispersed. Yi Qinghan also flew to the back garden and directly landed. The personal maid activated the barrier of the back garden to prevent the conversation between the three of them from being heard by outsiders. Young Master Yi is out of seclusion. Congratulations. Please take a seat. Zhu Yi didn't get up. Her snow-white arm pointed at the jade chair in front of her. Yi Qinghan didn't sit down. He only glanced at the lower 9th rank maid and said, "I have something to discuss with Miss Zhu. Let the others wait." Irrelevant people? There was a hint of anger in the maidservant's eyes as she stared directly at Yi Qinghan. As Zhu Yi's beloved concubine, and her strength had reached level 9, she was now above tens of thousands of people in the fire god's secret land. How could Yi Qinghan say that she was a nobody? What, you have a problem with that? Yi Qinghan's tiger-like eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at the serving girl. His killing intent was extremely obvious as he locked onto the serving girl. It seemed like he would kill her in an instant if there was any disagreement. "Young Master Yi, you've misunderstood me. She's not my maid. She's one of us. There's no harm in saying anything." Zhu Yi smiled faintly. She dissolved Yi Qinghan's murderous aura. "One of us? Humph, they're really a pair of lilies." Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He thought to himself, no wonder Zhu Yi was so easily aroused by a casual touch. After so many years, I didn't find out that she had a man. It turns out that she had a woman. Looking at the faint mocking expression on the maid's face, Yi Qinghan's killing intent soared in his eyes. He shouted coldly, "This time I'm going to talk about something very important. Miss Zhu Yi, please ask your servant to leave." As soon as Yi Qinghan's words came out, the maid's face suddenly turned livid. Zhu Yi's pretty face also changed slightly. How could Yi Qinghan be so overbearing? Who did he think he was? Where did he think this place was? The killing intent in the maid's eyes soared. The surface of her body had already begun to condense a faint power of origin. Zhu Yi was also angry. Isn't this Yi Qinghan too arrogant? She just thought that she would be able to kill the patriarch of the fire god tribe in a few hundred years. At that time, she could completely torture and kill Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi forcefully suppressed the killing intent in her heart. She waved her hand and said to the maid, "You can leave first." The maid left embarrassedly with a venomous gaze. Zhu Yi opened the shield again. She then sat up and said leisurely, "Young Master Yi, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He thought that if he let Zhu Yi attack the Fire God Island just like that, she might find all kinds of excuses to evade. At that time, if she insisted on not going, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe alone. His eyes turned and he had an idea. He said with a fiery gaze, "Miss Zhu Yi, last time you said that you wanted me to give you some time. Now that more than 2,000 years have passed, isn't that long enough? I'm sincere to you. I hope you won't give me an answer that will disappoint me." This again, Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's incomparably fiery gaze and cursed in her heart. Just now, she asked the maid to come down to prevent Yi Qinghan from making excessive requests. Although Zhu Li and the other two were practicing the joint attack formation, it was actually not very powerful. If it was used to scare people, it could still be useful. If they fought with the patriarch of the Fire God tribe, unless they launched a sneak attack, it was absolutely impossible for them to cooperate with her to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe. However, the three of them had been exposed last time. Would the patriarch of the Fire God tribe give them a chance to launch a sneak attack? Yi Qinghan was different. Last time, he and Yi Qinghan cooperated perfectly and successfully killed the Grand Elder. With Yi Qinghan around, the Fire God tribe couldn't fly out even if he had wings. She could only smile and say, "Young Master Yi, can you wait until after we kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe? At that time, Zhu Yi will fulfill her wish. I will definitely fly together with you." "Miss Zhu Yi, are you playing with me? What a waste of my infatuation with you. You rejected me because of the maid just now, right? Don't think that I can't see that you are playing with me." It seems that you don't plan to give me the heart of the fire god? Since that's the case, I will take my leave. Yi Qinghan stood up cheerfully. His face was cold, and his words were even more pressing. Then, he flicked his sleeves and turned to fly into the sky. It was the direction of the teleportation formation. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. It didn't seem like he was putting on an act at all. Zhu Yi sneered. Without her, could Yi Qinghan open the teleportation formation? However, after a moment, seeing Yi Qinghan break the shield of the back garden and rush toward the teleportation formation at lightning speed, Zhu Yi was a little flustered. Could it be that he knew about restrictions and could really open the teleportation formation? Immediately, her body turned into a flying feather and flew into the sky. She shouted, "Yi Qinghan, stop right there." In a moment of desperation, Zhu Yi shouted loudly, alarming the entire Fire King Island. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not use the ghost transformation. There was no trace of the Fire God clan's aura on his body. Suddenly, countless divine senses swept over. The entire Fire King Island was alarmed. Countless supremacies teleported out, surrounded by the power of origin and filled with killing intent. At the same time, several martial artists below grade 9 on the island were also alarmed. All of them teleported out and locked onto Yi Qinghan, immediately preparing to attack. "Those who block me will die." Yi Qinghan waved his hand. 10 God Slayer spears revolved around his body. The power of origin surrounded his body. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold, as if an ancient god of war had descended, insufferably arrogant. Several martial artists below grade 9 quickly retracted their attacks. They did not recognize Yi Qinghan, but they recognized the God Slayer spears. The Grand Elder was killed by this silver spear. Countless supremacies were even worse off. As soon as Yi Qinghan condensed the power of space, they were immediately pressed down and smashed to the ground, spewing blood. Chapter 12:12. Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan was about to make a move, so she transmitted her voice angrily. Her body was also surrounded by the power of Source, and the power of space quietly condensed. The pretty maid teleported and appeared beside her, ready to make a move. What is the meaning of this? Yi Qinghan looked back and transmitted his voice coldly. I am sincere to Miss, but Miss has teased me several times. My heart is cold. I will go and see if I can open the teleportation array now. If I can't, I will go to the endless void and try my luck. If I can't return to the immortal world and my power of Source is exhausted, I can only blame my bad luck. But Miss Zhu Yi wants to keep me here? Do it, and see if Yi Qinghan will even frown. Even if I can't get Miss, dying in your hands is also a kind of joy. After transmitting his voice angrily, Yi Qinghan actually put away the God Slayer spear and the power of Source. He stood proudly in the sky and looked at Zhu Yi indifferently. It was as if he was facing death calmly and was willing to sacrifice himself for love. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was about to release the power of space. Although she didn't know if Yi Qinghan was sincere, Yi Qinghan's heroic spirit at this moment still moved her slightly. The anger in her body immediately disappeared, and then she thought that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't be very confident in dealing with the Fire God Patriarch. She softened and put away the power of Source. She pretended to be moved and transmitted her voice. Young Master Yi, can we go back first? We can talk about it when we go back. Zhu Yi is begging you. I'll go back. Young Master Yi is this king's most distinguished guest. Zhu Yi glanced at the 9th grade martial artist in the sky and said coldly. After that, she looked at Yi Qinghan with a pleading expression, as if everything could be discussed when they go back. All right, I hope Miss won't lie to Yi Qinghan this time. Yi Qinghan was delighted. He had achieved his goal. His expression softened as he followed Zhu Yi back to the back garden. As soon as they returned to the backyard and opened the barrier, Zhu Yi pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and comforted him with soft words. She made him sit on the soft couch and picked up the teacup at the side, pretending to pour tea for Yi Qinghan. However, her mind was spinning quickly. He was thinking about how to fool Yi Qinghan. As long as he could drag it out for another few hundred years, He would have to wait for Zhu Li and the other two to master their battle formation. If they killed the fire god patriarch together, no matter if Yi Qinghan made a fuss or not, he would be dead. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and directly hugged her from behind. He rolled on the jade couch. His hands flew up and down, and her robe turned into rags. Before she could react, she had been stripped naked. Then Yi Qinghan's body shook, and his robe turned into blue rags. He looked at Zhu Yi, who was twisting her body in anger and about to attack, and said with a firm expression, "If I can't have Miss, I'd rather die. If Miss is not willing, please kill Yi Qinghan." Zhu Yi's beautiful face paled and she was about to retaliate in anger, but she hesitated after hearing Yi Qinghan's words. She hesitated for only half a second, but it was only half a second before her lower body was filled with a fiery heat. Zhu Yi shouted, and her whole body trembled. A feeling that she had never felt before occupied her soul. She thought that when she was having fun with that pretty maid, they could only rely on each other's tongues and cold tools. After being hugged by Yi Qinghan, she was disturbed by his masculine aura. She already had a strange feeling in her heart. At this moment, her lower body felt hot and full, and it was more stimulating than ever. Yi Qinghan, how dare you? Suddenly, something strange happened. With Yi Qinghan's fierce attack, billions of golden soul threads suddenly began to quietly attack her soul. At the same time, a flow of God power quietly entered her body from Yi Qinghan's lower body, rushing towards her divine crystal like lightning. The thing she was most worried about had happened. She had actually been quietly sealed by Yi Qinghan with her divine crystal. She had always been unwilling to have sex with Yi Qinghan. Besides the fact that she didn't like men, there was another important reason. She was afraid that Yi Qinghan would suddenly attack her when they were having intercourse. As a result, Yi Qinghan had really attacked her. She was frightened, looking at the man with the evil smile on his face. She felt that he was very scary. She suddenly realized that she had understood many things. Today's situation had been planned by Yi Qinghan all along. In other words, she had been tricked by Yi Qinghan all along. Today, Yi Qinghan's first confession had messed up her heart. Then he had resolutely left, which had enraged her. Then he had faced death with equanimity, which had softened her heart once again. Finally, he had forcefully entered her body, which had caused her to be even more confused. While her mind was in a mess, he suddenly attacked her soul, which disturbed her soul. Since her soul was in a mess, she naturally couldn't control the power source that protected the divine crystal in her body. Thus, her divine crystal had been easily sealed by Yi Qinghan. The divine crystal was the foundation of a martial artist. Without God power, not to mention condensing the power of space, they couldn't even open the space ring and send messages. Be good, don't move. Your soul skill isn't even worth mentioning in front of me. I forgot to tell you, the strength of my soul has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade. Yi Qinghan smiled evilly and continued to enjoy Zhu Yi's beautiful body. However, his gaze was incomparably deep as he looked into Zhu Yi's eyes, as if he could tell what she was thinking. Zhu Yi's body turned cold, and she didn't dare to move anymore. She looked at the man in front of her, who could only be considered delicate and handsome. This was the first time she felt that he was so scary. She believed that she was smarter than others and always liked to play others in the palm of her hand. She didn't expect that at this moment, she would be played by Yi Qinghan, and in the most humiliating way. She had lost. She had been utterly defeated. Yi Qinghan didn't care about Zhu Yi's resentful gaze. He happily vented the evil fire and grievances that he had suppressed for many years. His divine sense was locked onto Zhu. Zhu Yi's soul was only at the honorable realm. She was no match for him in terms of soul skills. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to fail miserably. Wasn't Zhu Yi, who was in pain and happiness under his body, just because she was careless? Finally, after a long time, along with Yi Qinghan's wolf howl, millions of offspring sprayed on Zhu Yi's beautiful face. Only then did he lazily stand up and take out a robe. After putting it on, he poured himself a cup of tea and looked coldly at Zhu. "Miss Zhu, give me your soul fire, or..." I'll send you, your woman, and everyone from Fire King Island to the Netherworld realm. Zhu Yi sat up coldly. She grabbed a rag beside her and wiped the white liquid off her face. She looked at Yi Qinghan with incomparable resentment and said, Yi Qinghan, you're really ruthless. You want me to be your soul slave? Dream on. Kill me if you have the guts. Do you think you can still live after killing me? Without me, you definitely can't open the transportation array. Returning to the divine realm through the endless void is even more suicidal. Without me, you are no match for Fire God. Therefore, without me, you will definitely die. Ha! Zhu Yi, you stupid woman. Do you think I don't know that you have been feigning civility with me since the beginning? Do you think I don't know that you have always wanted to kill me? Do you think I don't know that you want to obtain my Fire God's battle armor? Do you really think that I can't return to the divine realm without you? Let me tell you, forget about returning to the divine realm. Even if I fly for tens of thousands of years in the endless void, I don't need to worry about not having enough origin energy. Look carefully. Yi Qinghan laughed loudly. Immediately, surging origin energy surged out from his body. The origin energy surrounded Yi Qinghan's body in circles. Only after it had surrounded Yi Qinghan a few hundred times did he retract his origin energy. Zhu Yi's face turned completely pale. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Qinghan had always been so unscrupulous. It turned out that he had been hiding such a trump card. With so much origin energy, he could escape from the endless void and return to the divine realm at any time. She didn't lose unjustly. Chapter 12:13. Supreme Divine Emperor, I Yi Qinghan, swear that as long as Zhu Yi helps me kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe and obtain the heart of the Fire God, I will return the heart of soul to her and never step into the Fire God's secret realm again. If I break this oath, please punish me and kill me. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan raised one hand and swore to the sky with a solemn expression. Zhu Yi was astonished, then her eyes brightened. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, Zhu Yi, if you had cooperated with me from the beginning, I would not have done such a beastly thing today. Give me the flame of soul. Otherwise, I will have to destroy you. Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's handsome face, and her heart was filled with complicated emotions. After a moment, she sighed deeply, and a white flame floated out from between her eyebrows. It entered Yi Qinghan's forehead and disappeared. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he was gambling. His sea of soul could explode in 500 years, so he had to gamble. He wanted to obtain the heart of the Fire God in the shortest time possible, then return to the realm of gods and find a way to kill Shen Tuxiong. If Zhu Yi was not subdued, firstly, he might be plotted against by Zhu. Secondly, without Zhu Yi, he did not have the ability to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe and obtain the heart of the Fire God. Therefore, today, he had no choice but to use despicable means to ambush Zhu Yi and seal her divine crystal. However, after obtaining Zhu Yi's flame of soul, Yi Qinghan's guilt towards Zhu Yi completely disappeared. The flame of soul was the source of the soul. It contained Zhu Yi's memories, so Yi Qinghan easily knew what Zhu Yi was thinking. She was truly a bamboo leaf snake. Her mind was filled with countless schemes, all aimed at him. One of them was to secretly poison Yi Qinghan. This poison was colorless and odorless. It could be spread in the air, and people would be poisoned unknowingly. The three traitors of the Great Elder, the lower 9th grade war gods, were poisoned by this poison and had no choice but to betray him. If it weren't for his good luck today, he would have died after killing the Fire God Patriarch. In Zhu Yi's memory, she had never had sex with a man. Her people were all killed when she was very young, and the women in her clan were raped. Zhu Yi did not lie to him about this. Zhu Yi hated men very much. She had always been doing things with that maid with fake phoenixes. No wonder when she was violated by him a few times, she was a little flustered and aroused. This time, when he forced himself on her, it made her even more confused for a second, which was why it was so easy to control her this time. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. When a martial artist reached their level, there would be a warning in the depths of their soul. If Yi Qinghan wanted to kill them, Zhu Yi would be even more vigilant. However, Yi Qinghan had no intention of killing her at all. He only wanted to seal her, which was why Zhu Yi's heart did not react, and he was lucky enough to capture her. Looking at Zhu Yi's gloomy face, her beautiful naked body sitting on the jade chair, she did not even wipe off the remaining bodily fluids on her hair. Yi Qinghan's heart softened again, and he said softly, "Zhu Yi, don't blame me. Since you want to kill me, it's only natural for me to deal with you and even kill you. I have sworn the divine emperor blood oath to enter the fire god mystic realm. I only want to obtain the heart of the fire god, not to enslave the fire god tribe. Once I obtain the heart of the fire god, I will naturally return your flame of spirit and leave immediately. If you still hate me, you can find me, Yi Qinghan, for revenge. If you have the ability to kill me, Yi Qinghan will definitely not blame you." Zhu Yi sighed faintly and looked at Yi Qinghan with a complicated expression. "Sigh. I, Zhu Yi, have been scheming my entire life. I never expected to be schemed against by you today. I admit defeat. Yi Qinghan, you are a great person. Zhu Yi falling into your hands is not embarrassing. Put on your clothes. I will violate your beautiful body again." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and glanced at Zhu Yi's twin peaks and the mysterious zone. Zhu Yi's face turned green and red immediately. She took out a dress and put it on. Yi Qinghan drank his tea and looked at the beauty putting on her clothes. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He had been in the fire god mystic realm for so many years, but today was the best day. It felt great to be in control of everything. It was a pity that such days would come to an end when he returned to the divine world. When can we attack the fire god island? Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Qinghan began to talk about serious matters. Zhu Yi's life was in Yi Qinghan's hands. In addition, she knew that as long as the fire god tribe leader was killed, her bitter days would come to an end. She quickly said, "Anytime. Zhu Li and the other two are almost done with their combined battle formation. With the three of them and the two of us, Zhu Shui will definitely die." "That's good." Yi Qinghan grinned and said excitedly, "Rest for 3 days and think about the pros and cons. 3 days later, we will go to the fire god island. Don't think of any tricks to deal with me. Your soul flame is in my hands. With my powerful soul force, I know exactly what you are thinking. Let's cooperate well. Go out and calm your subordinates' emotions first." Zhu Yi was very clear about it. She sighed inwardly that Yi Qinghan's methods were much stronger than hers. Yi Qinghan made a divine emperor blood oath that he would leave immediately after obtaining the fire god's heart and return her soul flame. Just based on this, Zhu Yi didn't dare to have any other thoughts. If Yi Qinghan didn't make this blood oath, Zhu Yi felt that she wouldn't be able to live anymore. It was very likely that she would perish together with Yi Qinghan. As soon as the barrier opened, a pretty maid immediately teleported in. Seeing the torn clothes on the jade table and the lingering scent of their bodily fluids in the air, her expression immediately changed. Her killing intent soared as she glared at Yi Qinghan and shouted, "You, swish!" Yi Qinghan glanced over and activated the soul extinguisher. He then condensed a palm with the power of space and slapped forward. Boom! The maid was only a lower 9th grade. Yi Qinghan's soul extinguisher attack was strange. She was hit and flew backward while spurting out blood. Zhu Yi wanted to move, but her expression only changed. She didn't move. Instead, she looked at Yi Qinghan and begged, "Beloved, don't be impulsive. Young Master Yi, please show mercy." Yi Qinghan picked up the cup of tea and leisurely took a sip. He looked at Zhu Yi and said, "If I don't show mercy, would she still be alive? And next time, don't blame me for not giving you face." Zhu Yi quickly nodded and flashed over. She carried the maid and immediately left the backyard. The maid's eyes were filled with hatred, but she could only slowly heal her body. The two of them flashed and went to Zhu Yi's private room. "Your Majesty, you? How could you have an affair with her? How could you?" Yi Qinghan showed mercy. The maid's internal organs were only shaken. After a while, most of them were healed. She immediately looked at the dejected Zhu Yi and roared with a ferocious expression. He was as angry as a man who saw his woman being toyed with. "Don't say any more, beloved. I lost. I lost completely. Two streams of tears flowed down from Zhu Yi's eyes. Thinking of the humiliation she had just suffered, especially when Yi Qinghan wantonly played with her body, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong? Your Majesty, what happened? The maid felt that something was wrong. When she thought of Yi Qinghan's unscrupulous behavior, she had a bad feeling. My flame of soul was taken by Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi hugged the maid like a helpless child. She cried bitterly and told the maid what had happened. After the maid finished listening, she sat on the ground powerlessly. Her eyes were filled with fear. She lost her voice and murmured, "He is not from the bloodline of the beast god. He is a devil from the devil realm. He is too terrifying. Even your Majesty was tricked by him." Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locked onto Zhu. She had given Zhu Yi 3 days to let her vent her emotions. After 3 days, she would be able to stabilize her emotions and use her full strength to kill the fire god patriarch in one fell swoop. In the current situation, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. 3 days later, Zhu Yi indeed stabilized her emotions. Yi Qinghan's fighting spirit was soaring. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. As if he was the king of the fire god mystery realm, he took Zhu Yi and all the 9th grade war gods and flew toward the fire god island. Chapter 12:14. Done? Good. Inside the Eternal Palace, Shintaxiong had just received a message. He scanned it with his divine sense and immediately became excited. He pushed away the maids beside him and walked outside. Wuxiawia, follow me to the Wind-Moon continent. Shintaxiong's shout immediately startled Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya, who were in the side chamber. They teleported over and saw Shintaxiong's excited face. They hurriedly asked with joy, "Father, is there a joyous occasion?" Just follow me." Shintaxiong did not say much and teleported with the two of them. The Eternal Palace disappeared from Supreme Island and the three of them teleported towards the north. Shintaxiong's strength could be seen from the distance he teleported. In just 3 or 4 teleportations, he appeared in the valley where the Wind-Moon Monarch was at. The Wind-Moon Monarch had already guessed that Shintaxiong would come and was waiting respectfully outside. "Where is it?" Shintaxiong's eyes were burning as he stared at the Wind-Moon Monarch. He thought it would take a few thousand years to build the city. He did not expect it to be completed in just 1,000 years. The Wind-Moon Monarch's face was also filled with excitement as he said to Shintaxiong, "Lord, follow me." The few teleported to the back of the valley. There was a huge door on the wall. The Wind-Moon Monarch waved his god power and the door opened, revealing a bright passage. The few of them walked in. The passage became wider and wider until they reached a huge underground plaza. The walls around the plaza shone with light, making it look like daytime inside. A huge black bird-shaped strange divine tool was placed on the ground. The Wind-Moon Monarch pointed at the black bird and said, "I call this Flying Phoenix. I designed it based on the celestial bird. Its speed is 10 times faster than a celestial bird, comparable to a lower 9th grade war god, and it can fly in the sky. Of course, the prerequisite is that it needs a martial artist of the venerable rank and above to constantly inject origin energy. Without the infusion of origin energy, one hit by the space-shattering blade current will immediately turn it into ashes." "Alright, that's it. Wuya, summon 100 venerables. I want to give it a try immediately. If it is really as you say, Wind-Moon Monarch, this sovereign will greatly reward you." Shintaxiong nodded his head. He was already very satisfied with this design. The most important thing was the energy supply. Only venerables were needed to fly in the void. What he was most afraid of was not having enough origin energy. If his origin energy was exhausted, then even if he was extremely powerful, he would still die. In Shintaxiong's eyes, a venerable was no different from an ordinary martial artist. In the immortal realm, 9th grade war gods were rare, but with so many martial artists, there would be someone breaking through to become a venerable every once in a while. Shintaxiong wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache even if the quintessence energy of these 100 exalts were completely exhausted this time, or even if all of them died. Half a day later, 100 supremacies teleported over. Shintashiong immediately said to Elders Feng and Yu, "Keep this flying phoenix in your spatial artifact. Let's go to the endless void and test it out." Not long after, Shintashiong brought Shintuwuya, Shintuwuxia, and 100 venerables to the endless void. Monarch Feng and Yu took out the metal lump bird from their spatial artifact. This flying phoenix was 100 meters long and looked similar to a celestial phoenix. Under the control of Monarch Feng and Yu, its entire body emitted a green light. At its waist, a huge door opened, like the mouth of a monster. Everyone entered the flying phoenix. It was very spacious inside, and just like the celestial phoenix, it was divided into a front hall, a middle hall, and a back hall. Monarch Feng and Yu brought 100 venerables to the back hall. Not long after, the flying phoenix's body trembled, and a faint origin energy slowly revolved around its body. It began to rapidly fly around the surface of the immortal realm. "Lord, this flying phoenix requires 10 venerables to control at the same time. 10 venerables will pour their origin energy into it. Based on the origin energy in an ordinary venerable's body, under normal circumstances, the origin energy of 10 venerables can fly for half a year. Of course, if they continuously encounter the space-shattering blade stream, they will lose too much origin energy, so the time will be shorter." Monarch Feng and Yu proudly teleported over. They opened the restriction inside, allowing Shintashiong and his sons to see the endless void outside, and began to explain. "Half a year? That's enough." A cold light flashed in Shintashiong's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Fly around the immortal realm for a year, and encounter a few more space-shattering blade streams to test if there will be any problems." Monarch Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. This Shintashiong clearly did not believe him, and was afraid that he would harm him. However, due to Shintashiong's strength, Monarch Feng did not dare to say anything, and obediently went to the back hall to control it. Shintuwuxia thought of a question and asked, "Father, this divine tool that can cross the void is almost done. But how do we confirm the reincarnation plane that Yi Qinghan and the rest are hiding in? Also, will they leave in advance? Return to the Flame Dragon continent or other planes?" Shintashiong coldly snorted and said, "The Flame Dragon plane is impossible, and the material planes are also impossible. The material planes are too small, and they are afraid that I will casually sacrifice a 9th-grade war god and use my divine might to collapse the space of the material planes. As for the medium-sized planes, there are not many subsidiary medium-sized planes in the immortal realm. Once I get the plane map, where can they run to?" "Plane map? Father, where can I find a detailed plane map of the immortal realm?" Shintuwuya asked doubtfully. Shintashiong stood up, and his gaze passed through the phoenix, looking at the void in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "The Supreme Being Divine Emperor has it. You have forgotten. Father is now the Lord of the immortal realm. I have the right to go to Mount Pan and ask for the plane map of the immortal realm. Thus, knows this plane better than the Supreme Being Divine Emperor." The Supreme Being Divine Emperor. Shintuwuxia and Shintuwuya were filled with deep veneration, and their gazes followed Shintashiong, looking at the endless void, and their hearts were filled with longing. It was as if they could see the center of the plain battlefield, the lofty Mount Pan that stood above the countless plains and warriors. Grace City, Yenran Little House. Monarch Yenran was wearing a light green dress, her graceful figure sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. Both of her hands were playing the zither, and her eyes were looking at the slowly flowing river in front of her. The lonely tinkling sound of the river blended perfectly with the desolate zither music, and the entire Yenran Little House was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. Although the zither music was beautiful, Monarch Yenran was even more beautiful. However, on her oval face, her pearl-like eyes had a faint trace of sorrow, and her two thin eyebrows were slightly furrowed, which made people feel sorry for her. Clang! All of a sudden, the zither music stopped. Monarch Yenran looked at the broken strings in her hands, and the worry on her face deepened. "Yi Qinghan, why haven't you found Yenran yet? Don't you know that your situation is very dangerous?" Monarch Yenran sighed, mumbling softly. Her voice was so soft that it was incomparably pleasant to the ears. Monarch Yenran didn't know many of Shintashiong's plans. In fact, even the South Mountain Monarch and Qing Shan, who were close to her, didn't know. However, Monarch Yenran knew that Shintashiong was secretly planning to deal with Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. Moreover, she had a feeling that Shintashiong was about to succeed. Yi Qinghan, if you die, Yenran can only submit to Shintu Wuxia. Shintu Wuxia has promised me that he will take revenge for me, no matter who it is. Father, mother, no matter what, I will take revenge for you. A sorrowful sigh rang out in the room, causing the atmosphere in the room to become even more bleak and lonely. Chapter 12:15. The Fire God's Mystery Land was in chaos. Countless Emperor God martial artists flew towards the Fire God Island, ready to witness the final peak battle in the Fire God's Mystery Land. All the level 9 experts on Zhu Yi's side flew towards the Fire God Island without any scruples. Their purpose was self-evident. The powerful shield left by the level 9 supreme martial artist on the Fire God Island was still shining with a fiery red light, but it was much dimmer than it was 2,000 years ago. The people on the islands near the Fire God Island had long evacuated. They all knew that Zhu Yi would come to kill the Fire God clan patriarch sooner or later. There would definitely be a great battle here. By then, the aftermath of the battle could kill the ordinary martial artists on the island. An hour later, the vicinity of the Fire God Island was filled with countless Emperor God martial artists. They were all hiding in the sea and on the deserted island. They looked at the sky fervently, waiting for the arrival of Zhu Yi and the others. Not long after, 10 figures tore through the sky from afar and shot over violently. What shocked everyone was that the one at the front was not Zhu Yi. Instead, it was an unfamiliar man in a green robe. Who was he? Many questions popped up in everyone's mind. What shocked them even more was that this person was not from the Fire God clan, and his strength did not seem to be very strong. But why was Zhu Yi following behind the man like a subordinate? And the rest of the level 9 experts did not have any objections? Was the Fire God's Mystery Land going to change again? Yi Qinghan ignored the countless martial artists below. He knew this world too well. Strength was everything, and the strong were respected. Now that he controlled Zhu Yi, he was the strongest person in the Fire God's Mystery Land. If he wanted to, he could wipe out all the lives in the entire Fire God's Mystery Land. Let's do it. Looking at the Fire God Island below, Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with coldness. Zhu Yi nodded and shouted, "Zhu Li, the three of you get ready to attack together. The rest of you, once the shield of the Fire God Island is broken, stand with Zhu Li immediately. I don't ask you to do anything, just protect yourselves together." Everyone nodded. Then, the space power in the sky suddenly flowed. 2/3 of the space power in the entire Fire God Mystery Land surged towards the Fire God Island. 10 rank 9 martial artists began to condense spatial force at the same time. Low-level warriors could not feel the space power, but when 10 level 9 experts condensed the space power at the same time, the whole Fire Secret Realm was shrouded in an inexplicable pressure, as if a storm was about to pour down. Billions of people of the Fire God tribe in the Fire Secret Realm felt suffocated and their hearts palpitated. Attack! Zhu Yi let out a tender cry, and her spatial force transformed into 1,000 layers of waves that surged towards the Fire God Island. The 10 God Slayer spears around Yi Qinghan emitted a tyrannical aura that pierced through the sky as they pierced towards Fire God Island at the same time. The other 8 experts under level 9 also released their attacks at the same time. The powerful pressure made it feel like the sky was collapsing. The entire Fire God Island seemed to be trembling. Boom! Fire God Island really trembled. The whole Fire God Island shook, and the seawater on all sides suddenly set off huge waves that were thousands of meters high. Then, they turned into terrifying tsunamis that surged in all directions. Countless fish and sea beasts at the bottom of the sea were flipped over and killed directly. An earth-shattering bang resounded through the entire Fire God's secret realm. The martial artists who were hiding around were all pressed down by this great power, and they could not move at all. The fiery red shield on the Fire God Island burst into a dazzling light at this moment, like the most dazzling demonic sun. At the same time, it released an inexplicable pressure that shook the nearby space, causing cracks to appear. However, this dazzling light only flashed for a moment, and then it immediately weakened. The shield swayed as if it was about to explode. 8 of you, attack again together. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan glanced at each other. Zhu Yi ordered the 8 martial arts practitioners below level 9. Shi and Yi Qinghan revolved their power of origin and condensed their power of space. They were prepared to work together to suppress Zhu Shueishui, the patriarch of the Fire God clan. Zhu Li and the other 7 people condensed the power of space again and smashed it against the shield. Then, they immediately huddled together and used the power of origin to protect themselves. At the same time, Zhu Li and the other 2 launched their joint attack formation, raising their chi power to the upper level 9. The 8 of them prepared to join forces to protect themselves. Boom! The shield of the Fire God Island finally burst, revealing countless martial artists below in horror. However, the Fire God clan patriarch Zhu Shueishui was nowhere to be seen. Yi Qinghan fully opened up his divine consciousness. While guarding against the sneak attack of the people around Zhu Yi, he also searched for Zhu Shueishui's figure. There he is. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan immediately locked on to Zhu Shueishui's figure. On the top of a mountain peak on the Fire God Island, Zhu Shueishui's face was full of a hideous and insidious smile. He looked at the people in the air, and a diamond-shaped red gem in his hand was emitting a soul-stirring light. Heart of the Fire God. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He locked onto Zhu Shueishui with the God-Slayer spear and shouted at Zhu. Zhu Yi's 1,000-layer waves also smashed down. Ha! You want to kill me? Dream on. Zhu Shueishui laughed wildly, but his figure disappeared from the top of the mountain peak. The God-Slayer's spear and 1,000-layer waves smashed down, completely erasing the entire mountain peak. The Fire God Island shook again. The martial artists on the island felt as if the end of the world had come, and they fled in all directions in fear. Zhu Shueishui, where can you escape to? The heart of the Fire God can only be used for 3 months at most. When the time comes, you won't be able to teleport anymore. Won't you still die? Zhu Yi shouted and disappeared from the top of the Fire God Island with Yi Qinghan at the same time, teleporting to the north. At this moment, Zhu Shueishui's figure was constantly teleporting to the north. The chase had begun. Zhu Shueishui was very clear that his strength was definitely not a match for Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's combined forces. Even the Grand Doyen had been instantly killed by Yi Qinghan and Zhu. He was very clear that he was not stronger than the Grand Doyen. Therefore, Zhu Shueishui did not stop and teleported all the way to the north. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locking on to Zhu Shueishui and then immediately releasing the soul extermination art. But the moment he locked on to Zhu Shueishui, he immediately teleported. He could only chase after Zhu Shueishui with Zhu. After Zhu Shueishui teleported to the north, he did not stop and teleported to the east. You want to destroy my royal residence? Zhu Shueishui, you can try. Zhu Yi saw Zhu Shueishui teleporting all the way to the Fire King Island, and her face was filled with anger. If Zhu Shueishui crossed the Fire King Island and casually patted it, the great general royal residence would be razed to the ground. All the people in the residence would die. He won't destroy your royal residence. He wants to go to the teleportation array. You go to the teleportation array as fast as possible. Yi Qinghan guessed Zhu Shueishui's thoughts and transmitted his voice to Zhu. Zhu Shueishui was very clear that he and Zhu Yi both had soul skills. Once they stopped, they would immediately be attacked. Of course, he would not foolishly do such a stupid thing just to vent his anger. He escaped from the north and turned to the east. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to go to the teleportation array. As long as he teleported to the divine realm, it would be difficult for Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi to kill him. Zhu Yi came to her senses and did not chase after Zhu Shueishui. She teleported straight in the direction of the teleportation array. She and Yi Qinghan both had the ability to fight with Zhu Shueishui. Once Zhu Shueishui chose to fight with one of them, as long as he could not kill the other instantly, he would be attacked by both of them. He would definitely die. Want to kill me? Follow me if you have the guts. Zhu Shueishui realized that his attempt had been discovered. His face became even more ferocious. This time, he did not teleport to the east. Instead, he teleported directly to the sky. He was actually trying to escape through the endless void? Ha! You brought this upon yourself. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Looking at Zhu Shueishui, who was constantly teleporting to the sky, he had the urge to hold his belly and laugh. Go to the endless void? Who else in this world was more unafraid of the endless void than him? Zhu Yi was also stunned. She shook her head and sneered. Perhaps even a 9th-grade supreme martial artist did not have as much source energy as Yi Qinghan, right? Zhu Shueishui wanted to perish together with Yi Qinghan in the endless void? What a great joke! Chapter 12:16. Outside the fire mystic realm, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still flying around slowly. Yi Qingyu was controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinggu, Fireworks, Moon Queen, and the Night Emperor were there. Mo Xiaoxiao was the strongest and had experienced the most. Lord Devour had asked her to take charge. Yi Qinggu and the Night Emperor had recovered their composure. The women were sitting in the hall, chatting. The Night Emperor went to cultivate, while Mo Xiaoxiao was still standing by the hall, looking at the endless void. No one knew if she was thinking or cultivating. What? All of a sudden, Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. She was surprised, making a nasal sound. Yi Qinggu, Fireworks, and the others in the hall were startled. They all turned to look at her. Xiaoyu, fly at full speed. Get out of here first. Mo Xiaoxiao shouted. Yi Qingyu was bewildered. She didn't hesitate, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly at full speed. Everybody was startled. They released their divine consciousness and looked at Mo Xiaoxiao, waiting for her explanation. Someone is coming out of the fire mystic realm. He's at least at level 9. Mo Xiaoxiao pointed at a place far away, her face solemn. Everybody turned to look and saw a fiery red figure with the power of the origin. He got out of the fire mystic realm and flew away. All of a sudden, 2 more figures appeared where the fiery red figure had come from. One of them was a green figure with a cold face. He was flying fast in the void, dashing toward the fiery red figure. Little Han. It's Little Han. The green robe, the familiar weak figure, and the familiar handsome face. Everybody shivered. Then they were thrilled. Yi Qinggu and the others were so excited that they had tears in their eyes. They had waited for more than 2,000 years. They had been worried for more than 2,000 years. Today, he finally appeared. Yi Qinghan had come out. Go after him. Mo Xiaoxiao shouted. Yi Qingyu hurried to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to turn into a shooting star, flying toward Yi Qinghan's group. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Although Yi Qinghan's body was shooting toward Zhu Shueishui, his divine sense was wide open and he discovered the rapidly approaching Soul Emperor Pavilion. He was overjoyed and quickly transmitted a message. Zhu Yi, don't resist. Follow me into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Zhu Yi also noticed the strange pagoda. Her soul flame was controlled by Yi Qinghan. She did not dare to resist and nodded obediently. Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qingyu felt it and immediately opened the barrier, allowing Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense to seep in. Little you? Pull the 2 of us in and bring us to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Although Yi Qinghan was skeptical as to why it wasn't Lord Devour controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he didn't think much about it. He asked Yi Qingyu to transport them to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then he told Zhu Yi something and teleported them to the 9th floor. Little Han. Brother. Qinghan. As soon as he reached the 9th floor, 3 fiery figures pounced on him, all of them crying in a daze. Yi Qinghan was so happy as he hugged them. After a while, he pulled himself together and shouted, Don't talk. Little you, control the Soul Emperor Pavilion at full speed. Catch up with that man. He has the fire god's heart. Seeing Yi Qinghan's stern face, they didn't dare to say more. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew at its maximum speed, which could be compared to Zhu Shueishui's. Zhu Shueishui also found this strange pagoda. She was surprised to see Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi disappear into the pagoda. However, what could she do at this moment? She could only grit her teeth and fly towards the divine world. The space-shattering saber flows that filled the sky howled and smashed into Zhu Shueishue's body. As metal clanged, countless strands of origin energy drifted far away with the space-shattering saber flows. Zhu Shueishue, hand over the fire god's heart and I'll spare your life. Yi Qinghan's voice was amplified by the Soul Emperor Pavilion's spells, echoing through the endless void. Zhu Shueishue turned her head, a ferocious smile on her face. She angrily shouted, "How can the Fire God clan's treasure fall into the hands of outsiders? Zhu Yi, you despicable slut, you dare to ally with outsiders to deal with your clansmen? If you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death." At this time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion wasn't too far from Zhu Shueishue. In addition, Yi Qinghan's voice was muffled. Zhu Yi heard Zhu Shueishue's curses and her face filled with anger. She remembered, she was once ridden by Yi Qinghan. She immediately felt ashamed. She spread out her divine sense and locked onto Yi Qinghan's figure. She sent a sound transmission, "Let me out, I want to tear this bastard apart." "No rush. Let him consume some of his source strength. I'll teleport you out in a bit." Yi Qinghan coldly sent a sound transmission and continued to have Yi Qingyu chase after Zhu Shueishue. His divine sense locked onto Zhu Shueishue, not saying a word to anyone else. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and Zhu Shueishue's speed was about the same, but the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a bit larger. Just now, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had used the space-shattering saber current to attack, so its speed was a bit slower. The distance between Zhu Shueishue and it had increased to hundreds of thousands of miles. One person and one pagoda turned into two meteors streaking across the void. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed millions of miles. The fire god mystic realm wasn't too far from the divine world. But with Zhu Shueishue and the Soul Emperor Pavilion speed, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. And Zhu Shueishue's source strength absolutely couldn't last that long. Half a month later, Zhu Shueishue's body suddenly stopped in midair. She no longer flew. Instead, she turned around, holding the fire god's heart in one hand. She grinned and shouted, "Stop. If you dare to chase, no one will get the fire god's heart. Little you, stop. Send me and that woman from the first floor out." Yi Qinghan's eyes were dignified and worried. Zhu Yi had said that the fire god's heart was as hard as a transcendent-grade divine artifact. It absolutely couldn't be crushed. But at this time, where Zhu Shueishue was standing, there was a spatial whirlpool nearby. If Zhu Shueishue threw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool, then all their efforts of thousands of years would be wasted. "Zhu Shueishue, what do you want?" Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi teleported out and had the Soul Emperor Pavilion retreat. The two of them didn't dare to move recklessly. At this time, they were 100,000 miles away from Zhu Shueishue. Although soul skills could be used to attack, if Zhu Shueishue were to immediately throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. "What do I want? Kill this cheap woman and make a divine emperor blood oath to let me go. Then the fire god's heart will be yours." Zhu Shueishue fiendishly grinned as he looked at Zhu. His eyes were filled with madness. He didn't have much source strength left. If this continued, he would die sooner or later. He could only give it his all. Zhu Yi's complexion changed. She subconsciously glanced at Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan wanted to kill her, then she really couldn't resist. Although Yi Qinghan had made a divine emperor blood oath, this sort of oath didn't seem very reliable. How could Yi Qinghan not understand that this was Zhu Shueishue's plan to drive a wedge between them? Moreover, he had made a divine emperor blood oath that he wouldn't kill Zhu. He was afraid that a bolt of divine thunder would fall from the void and destroy him. It had to be known that this world really did have divine emperors. Yi Qinghan felt a headache coming on. He didn't know if he should advance or retreat. If the fire god's heart was thrown into the spatial whirlpool, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. For a moment, the three of them were in a deadlock. At this time, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt the restrictions of the Battle Emperor Palace move. He hurriedly sent a strand of his divine sense in. Suddenly, his mind jolted as an illusory figure emerged from the slaughter god blade and stood in the main hall. Xiao He had woken up. Chapter 12:17. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change, as if he was troubled and thinking about the pros and cons. But in his mind, he was communicating with Xiao He in the War Imperial Palace. After a while, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with joy. He raised his head and pretended to have an answer. He used his divine power and said loudly, "Zhu Shui, I have an agreement with Zhu. I won't kill her. Plus, she's stronger than me, so I can't kill her. Change the conditions. For example, we can both make a divine emperor blood oath to protect you and send you to the divine realm. How about that?" Zhu Shui shook his head and looked at Zhu Yi with hatred. "I don't trust her. This woman is full of tricks. I won't feel at ease if I don't kill her. There's no room for discussion. I'd rather die together with her." Zhu Yi shouted angrily, "Zhu Shui, do you believe that we don't want the fire god's heart? If you don't come to your senses, you'll be dead. Without the fire god armor, what's the use of the fire god's heart?" Zhu Shui laughed and said, "Beastman, if you don't have the fire god armor, why would you enter the fire god's secret realm? You can't kill Zhui? Who are you kidding? You're not stronger than Zhui. Why would this bitch listen to you? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it, I'll throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool." Zhu Shui's mouth was cold. The fire god's heart in his hand shone brightly. He raised his hand high as if he was going to throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool. He wasn't stupid. He could see that Zhu Yi was completely obedient to Yi Qinghan's orders. He thought that Yi Qinghan was hiding his true strength and was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Zhu Yi collaborated with outsiders to kill the Grand Doyen. Now, she wanted to kill him. Zhu Shui, who had the purest bloodline of the fire god tribe, was furious. Yi Qinghan glanced at the space around Zhu Shui and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to Zhu Yi and said shamefully, "Zhu Yi, I'm sorry." 10 God-Slayer spears appeared and locked onto Zhu. Zhu Yi's expression changed greatly. She didn't understand. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with her, all he had to do was crush her soul fire and she would die immediately. Why would he do this? Zhu Yi do it. Who would have thought? The 10 God-Slayer's spears did not shoot toward Zhu. Instead, they turned and shot towards Zhu Shui. Zhu Yi came to her senses and immediately activated her soul skill. At the same time, her spatial power condensed into 1,000 layered waves that surged toward Zhu Shui. "Pumph! You want to kill me? The heart of the fire god. No one can even think about getting it." Zhu Shui suddenly felt billions of golden soul threads crazily rushing into his sea of consciousness. How could he not know that Yi Qinghan had made his move? Zhu Shui immediately made up his mind. He no longer cared about his soul sea. His hand shook with divine power, and the fire god's heart emitted a magnificent fiery red light. He threw it towards the space whirlpool next to him. Even if you don't want it, Lord Xiao He, want it. Lala. Just as the fire god's heart was about to be thrown into the space whirlpool, a figure suddenly condensed outside the space whirlpool. It was a small beast. It grabbed the fire god's heart and shot far away. It immediately escaped. What kind of monster is this? Zhu Shui was shocked. However, countless golden soul threads had already entered his soul sea, and his soul was already in a mess. Then, under his terrified gaze, the 10 God-Slayer's spears struck his body like 10 bolts of lightning. The 9 God-Slayer spears revolved at the same time and pierced through his origin energy. 9 holes appeared in his body. The God-Slayer's spear that did not revolve struck his head and shattered his chaotic soul sea. "Zhu Yi, stop your attack!" Yi Qinghan shouted. When his God-Slayer's spear approached the origin energy outside Zhu Shui's body, he knew that Zhu Shui would definitely die. He deliberately controlled the God-Slayer's spear to not shatter his divine crystal. This was a pseudo-chaotic divine crystal, which could be used to create fake level 9 experts. Of course, he could not let Zhu Yi shatter it at this moment. Zhu Yi hurriedly withdrew her space power. However, she looked at the small beast that was flying towards her from afar in astonishment. What kind of monster was this? It could actually move stealthily in the hollow. She and Zhu Shueishui had not noticed it. Moreover, she felt that the strength of this small beast was very strong. Yi Qinghan grabbed Zhu Shueishui's divine crystal and flew towards Xiao He while laughing. He took the fire god's heart from Xiao He and looked at Xiao He excitedly. His eyes were filled with love and gratitude. Xiao He had evolved again. Zhu Yi's exact strength was not clear, but she had just transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. After his evolution, he had obtained a very abnormal ability. He could hide his body in the chi of heaven and earth. A devil monarch could hide his body in the demonic aura. As long as his body was not exposed, he could never be killed by a level 9 supreme martial artist. Xiao He was even more abnormal now. As long as there was chi of heaven and earth, he could hide. As long as he did not expose himself, even a level 9 supreme martial artist might not be able to find him. Swish! The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew over immediately when it saw that the battle had ended. Yi Qinghan was full of smiles. He said to Zhu Yi, whose eyes were flickering with worry, "Don't worry. I will definitely keep my promise. Enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I will send you back to the Fire Mystic Realm." Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's sincere eyes and felt slightly relieved. However, the expression in her eyes became even more complicated. This man had too many secrets. Not to mention that strange small beast, just this strange Soul Emperor Pavilion, was enough to surprise her. She did not lose unjustly. Flashing into the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan was surrounded by everyone in the Great Hall. Zhu Yi was still arranged to be on the first floor. Zhu Yi was very powerful, and even though Yi Qinghan was holding on to her fire of the soul, he still had to guard against her. If Zhu Yi were to attack Fireworks and the others, he would be in deep trouble. After obtaining the fire god's heart, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he took out the fire god's heart and the fire god battle armor. He placed the fire god's heart into the diamond-shaped gap on the fire god helmet. Buzz! A soft red light lit up. Following that, the entire fire god battle armor automatically floated in the Great Hall. A suffocating aura was released from the fire god battle armor. Yi Qinggu and the others did not dare to breathe. The fire god battle armor had finally been activated. Yi Qinghan looked at the beautiful battle armor floating in the air. He watched as the fire god battle armor released a magnificent light. The countless fire dragons on it slowly swam. The entire battle armor was brimming with a domineering, mysterious, and ancient aura. His heart was burning. This was a supreme spiritual treasure, and it was ranked number 1 in the divine realm. At this moment, it finally belonged to him. Come! Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the fire god battle armor. The fire god battle armor seemed to hear his summons. It flew towards him and finally disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's mind moved. The fire god battle armor immediately appeared outside his body. It tightly wrapped around his body as if it had become a part of him. The domineering aura and the faint light made Yi Qinghan look even more domineering and mighty. It was as if an ancient god of war had descended, insufferably arrogant. I wonder if the defense of this battle armor is as strong as the rumors say. Yi Qinghan reached out his hand to caress the fire god battle armor as if he was caressing his most beloved woman. All of a sudden, his brows arched as if he recalled something. He said suspiciously, "Right? Why didn't Lord Devour come with us? If she were here, we could attack to test its defense." Lord? Everybody's faces darkened. Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu's eyes reddened, tears rolling down their cheeks. Half a month ago, because they didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, they chose to keep quiet. But now, they had to tell Yi Qinghan about the destruction of Tsang City. Motherf asterisk Ker. Shinta Xiong, this young master will destroy your entire family. But. A moment later, an earth-shattering roar came from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The voice was full of grief and indignation. Even Zhu Yi, who was on the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, was frightened. Chapter 12:18. Just as Yi Qinghan exited the fire god realm and killed the fire god race's Zhu Shui. In the endless space outside the god realm, over 100 martial artists suddenly appeared. The martial artists that could stand in the endless space were at least at the venerable realm. There were indeed 100 venerables, and of course, there were a few 9th grade war gods. Wuxia, when I am not here, you definitely cannot leave the Eternal Hall. Qing Shan, protect Wuxia and Wia. If Yi Qinghan appears, you can only send one person to chase after him. There must be one person guarding the Eternal Hall. As long as you are guarding Yi Tianlong, Yi Qinghan won't be able to do anything. Do you understand? A suppressive voice rang out. This person had a head full of golden hair, an aquiline nose, a square head, and big ears. Shen Xiong didn't release any aura, and his voice was extremely calm. However, there was an aura that suppressed everyone present so much that they didn't dare to breathe. Yes, father. We will follow your orders. The evil-looking Shintu Wuxia and the wooden Shintu Wuya replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Qing Shan and Ice Queen nodded. Only then did Shintu Xiong retract his gaze in satisfaction. He turned around and looked at South Mountain Sovereign Kuei and Wind Moon Sovereign. Let's go. Wind Moon Sovereign didn't waste any time. He waved his hand and a giant metal ball appeared in the air. 100 venerables entered it. Finally, Shintu Xiong, Wind Moon Sovereign, and In Kuei entered too. Flying Phoenix's body shook, and a green light lit up on its surface. Then, it was covered by a pure white source energy. With a xiao, Flying Phoenix flew through the air and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go back. The moment Shintu Xiong left, Shintu Wuxia became excited. She waved her hands towards everyone and led the way towards the weakest space in the god realm. Shintu Wuya followed closely behind. Qing Shan and Ice Queen looked at one another and followed the two of them helplessly. Shintu Xiong's strength was too strong, so strong that the two of them could not resist. So strong that the two of them, who were at the peak of level 9, could only obediently become the bodyguards of the two Shintu young master. After returning to the divine world, the four of them directly flew towards the Eternal Palace. Shintu Xiong did not bring the Eternal Palace with him, but left it behind to protect Shintu Wuya and Shintu Wuxia. Of course, the most important reason was to lure Yi Qinghan to rescue Yi Tianlong and the others. Before leaving, Shintu Xiong taught Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya how to control the Eternal Palace. If Yi Qinghan rashly came to save them, unless his strength had reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist level, he would definitely die. With the suppression of the Eternal Palace, Yi Qinghan couldn't run even if he wanted to. He could only become a live target and be beaten to death. Queen, where's the present you said you were going to give us, brothers? The moment she entered the Eternal Hall, Shintu Wuxia was pumped up. She stared at Ice Queen like she wanted to melt her. Young Master Wuxia, the people of the Ice Snow race are arrogant, please don't humiliate them. Ice Queen was originally ice cold. When she saw the lustful glow in Shintu Wuxia's eyes, her body turned even colder. Seeing that Ice Queen finally agreed, Shintu Wuxia was delighted. Queen, don't worry, Wuxia loves them. Shintu Wuya, who was a little slow, was filled with excitement when he heard that Ice Queen was willing to give them ice snow girls. He rubbed his hands and his neck turned red. Qing Shan saw all of this and sighed. No wonder Shintu Xiong liked Shintu Wuan, who was killed by Yi Qinghan. One of them was lustful and the other was slow. They were far from comparable to Shintu Wuhan. Half a day later, 4 ice snow girls teleported over after receiving Ice Queen's message. They were all honorables and all of them were top beauties. Seeing how Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya's blood was boiling, Qing Shan and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another. The two of them flashed to the side hall and closed their eyes to cultivate. Queen, be careful. I think Shintu Wuxia has that kind of feelings for you, Qing Shan glanced at the ashen-faced Ice Queen and reminded her. If he dares, I will rip him apart, scoff. Ice Queen scoffed coldly. She didn't open her eyes, but her expression became more and more impatient. Of course, she knew that Shintu Wuxia's brain was filled with lust. When he looked at her, his gaze was filled with possessiveness. She was also clear that if her strength wasn't peak grade 9, Shintu Wuxia would think of a way to get her. Qing Shan smiled. He doesn't dare. However, that brat Yenren, I think she scoff. Shinta Xiong is a hero, so how did he give birth to two idiots? Shinta Wuhan is not bad, unfortunately he was killed by Yi Qinghan. Qing Shan said a few words. Seeing that Ice Queen didn't reply to him, he shut his mouth in embarrassment. His eyes swept towards Ice Queen and he sighed. Such a top beauty, so strong, along with her cold aura, no wonder Shinta Wuxia was tempted. Men were just despicable. The harder it was to get, the more they wanted it. Qing Shan, follow me out. Half a month later, Qing Shan, who was in secluded meditation, was woken up by a voice transmission. Hearing that it was Shinta Wuxia's voice, Qing Shan sighed helplessly and walked out. Young master, sir told you not to go out. He walked out and saw Shinta Wuxia sitting impatiently in the hall. His eyes were filled with passion as he said, Young master, Ice Queen isn't fun? Why you going out? What fun? She's cold like a dead person and doesn't know how to suck up to people. Only that blockhead Weia likes her. Shinta Wuxia said unhappily. Then she thought of something, and her eyes instantly lit up. Let's go. Accompany me to the Grace mainland. When I think of Miss Yenron's peerless charm, I can't sit still for a moment. Young master, let's wait for sir to come back. If something happens to you, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Qing Shan acted like he was in a tough spot, but in his heart he was laughing coldly. Aren't you here? What can happen? Shinta Wuxia said unhappily. Wait for Shinta Xiong to come back? What would he do when he came back? Although King Yenran was only lower grade 9, how many grade 9 experts did the God world have? If it was like ancient times, not to mention a lower grade 9, even if it was Ice Queen level, he would still be able to play with her. But there were just too few grade 9 experts in the God world. If Shinta Xiong was here and King Yenran messed around, Shinta Xiong would definitely slap him away. The God world had reached its weakest period in history. There were very few grade 9 experts. If they lost the planar war and other planes attacked the God world would definitely be conquered and enslaved. Otherwise, with Shinta Xiong's temper, why would he let Mo Shanghuang and other lower grade 9 experts who were close to Yi Qinghan live? Therefore, Shinta Wuxia was very clear that if he wanted to get his hands on Yenran, it was the best chance for Shinta Xiong to go to the endless void. Yi Qinghan's methods are strange. Although I am not afraid of him, if he hurts young master and sir comes back, I will not be able to escape the blame. Qing Shan said faintly after losing his appetite. A cold light flashed in Shinta Wuxia's eyes. He waved his hand and said, now that father has gone to attack his nest, Yi Qinghan still has the mood to come to the God world? Besides, he hasn't appeared for more than 2,000 years, he might be cultivating in seclusion or something. Even if he appears with your peak grade 9 strength, you can't kill him, but protecting me shouldn't be a problem, right? Qing Shan, as long as you help me get King Yenran this time, I will owe you a huge favor. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for father. Qing Shan's eyes flashed with the light of his plan succeeding, but he pretended to be reluctant and said, okay. Shinta Wuxia's spirit was lifted. He quickly sent a message to Ice Queen, then flew out of the Eternal Palace with Qing Shan and teleported towards Grace mainland.